Want to watch football without the restrictions of blackouts or cable? Check out expressvpn.com to help you get access to all the live games. Sign up today using the link in the description to get 3 free months. Action.
Okay. All right, everybody. What's going on? It's the director. Good to see everybody. Hey, Bowl fam out there. I got one big question for you, baby. Who's got it better than us? Nobody. Let's go. Let's go, Bowl fam. Let's go. The Jim Harbaugh era begins tonight officially. The Chargers will begin building their squad in the likeness of Harbaugh, Roman, Minter, and it starts here in the NFL draft, of which the Chargers are beginning with 9 picks throughout the course of the next 3 days. Of course, we will be live throughout the course of the next 3 days. Every single pick will come to the eyes of the director and out the mouth of the director at the Bolt fam on screen. I'm hoping, dude. I'm hoping and praying that this weekend is everything that we're hoping it to be. Okay, there's a lot of rumors floating around out there right now in terms of what the Chargers could be thinking at 5. Could we be going offensive line? Are we trading down? We're about to find out here, man. Honestly, what, in the next half hour, 1 hour, the Chargers at pick number 5 shouldn't take too long. It's going to be a very, very interesting evening. So with that, baby, welcome to the Los Angeles Chargers broadcast of the NFL Draft. Looks like we got to get you guys in on here for the chat as well, baby. Go ahead and put that in there real quick. Ba-boom! Welcome to the chat, Bolt fam, who has entered the chat. Good to see everybody. Let's get some shout-outs in here, man, while we are waiting for the draft to officially kick off here in the next 10 minutes. Real quick, we got one coming in from Drew March, and he says, let's Bolt of family. Let's go, Bolt fam. Hope we are all well, sir. I feel a trade down. That's what's in my gut, and that's telling me. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Dobo with the 2 says, let's go. Bolt up, my friend. Bolt up. Did we have one more up there? Okay, let's grab some shout-outs in the chat here real quick, man. We already had something like 150 folks already waiting in the Chargers or in the chat here for the draft to kick off. Some of you guys in here, Solar Pereira, good to see you. Aaron, we got Captain Calmer, we got Bold Wolf, we've got Solar, we got Somewhat Solo, we got Tony C, Ricardo Rubio, Nightwave in the house, we got Mighty Pony, we got Plone, we got That's the Boss, we got Christian11, we got Matthew Dahl. Good to see everybody in the chat today, man. It should be a very exciting time to be a Chargers fan in this evening. The Bolts will be bolstering this offense, this defense, this team in the new era, where we are hoping and praying Jim Harbaugh can start bringing that heat in terms of win to the Bolts. Cody Austin with the $5 holla. Let's go, my friend. He says, always a good day when director is live. Bolt up and please, neighbors. Who's got it better than us than nobody, my friend? Thank you so much, Cody. Kicking us off with a $5 holla. $2 holla in there earlier as well. Austin coming in for the 10. Fingers crossed for Marvin Harrison Jr. on the $10 holla. You are certainly not wrong there. The Chargers have a lot of big opportunities in front of them to get the next weapon of the future for the Chargers at wide receiver. And that's probably one big thing that I think stands out against a couple of narratives that we've been hearing. Of course, there's a lot worse things that could happen, but right now, J.C. Latham is going to be the rumored pick at pick number 5 for the Bolts, which again, very, very good player. One that I would be pretty excited to get, but right now feels a little bit high, a bit of a reach at pick number 5. I firmly believe you'd be able to get him in a trade down if you were still drafting in the top 15 even. And if not, you still got other players like Talise Fuanga would be a very, very strong backup plan B to the tackle situation there. But quite honestly, the more I think about it and the more that I feel like the Chargers understand what they're doing in painting this narrative and setting themselves up for success, the more it makes me feel like this is probably a smokescreen in some way, shape, or form. Because they're giving out information that they want the world to know. And if they think the world thinks we're going offensive line, maybe somebody else is going to slip to the Chargers at 5. But the biggest thing that has me believe in this is the fact that the Chargers have parted ways with their best wide receivers this last season, right? We got ourselves Mike Williams, who was gone. Keenan Allen traded away. It's time to fill those shoes, those cleats. Those are very big cleats to fill. And I think this particular draft class of wide receiver with Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze have the chops to get that done. We got a $100 hauler coming in through the chat right now, dude. It's been, what, like 5 seconds? Are you kidding me? Oh, my good golly gosh, man. Here, let me see if I can fix this real quick. Nope. All right, it's all good there. Let's grab something here real quick in the chat, dudes. You guys have been going crazy. We just started the dang stream, Bull fam. Y'all gonna make me have a heart attack before pick number 5 comes in. Nightwave with the Let's Go Marvin Harrison Jr. Neighbors at 5. Big ups to you, Nightwave. Thank you so much for the $10 holla. You as well, Austin. $10 holla. You guys are amazing. Not 5 minutes into the live stream, we got another big one from BC with the $100. Dude, what's going on? Big ups to BC. Says, let's go, director. Receiver, hopefully Brock Bowers in a trade down. Either way, just excited to see the team shape up. Oh, yeah, dude. It's going to take a lot. Take shape. It's going to take a lot for the Chargers to mess up their first pick, if I'm being quite honest, because there's so much that you can do there. Yes, I'm excited for all the receivers, Neighbors, Odunze, Harrison, but Brock Bowers, if we reach for him there, I'm not too upset about it. J.C. Latham, he would be okay, but certainly pushes the Chargers in the direction that we're looking for Jim Harbaugh. You got Joe Alt, who I would suspect is probably the pick if the Chargers do grab a tackle at pick number 5. And then you got all these trade downs that the Bolts could end up doing as well, gaining another pick probably from the Minnesota Vikings. 2 first-round picks in this particular mock draft would be very friggin' exciting. But, dude, to kick off the stream, $100 holla BC in the chat. Thank you so much for your support, for the love there. It's going to be a good one, baby. It's going to be a... Dude, thank you. Thank you so much, man. A lot of these times I can hardly believe the kind of support that comes through the channel. Literally just a guy out here that loves the Chargers so much and doesn't want to shut up about it. Happens to have a little bit of a background in YouTube, and you guys show up every single week. So thank you so much for the support and the love there, Bull fam. Give some love to BC in the chat, baby. That's huge. $100 holla. The pick hasn't even come in, and the Bolts are getting ready to kick that off here in 5 minutes. Elena Moore coming in with the $5 holla. This year has to be set up for a comeback. We need this. We certainly do. I got some OCD going on right now. I know it's not perfect, but just wait one second.
Bowers and trade down. Either way, just excited to see the team take shape.
I'm going to fix that just there a little bit. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much, dude. And yes, this is the year that is set up for a comeback. I think the biggest thing that gives me a little bit of leeway with the whole Latham thing and the whole tackle thing is the fact that we quite literally begged and pleaded to get Jim Harbaugh on this staff. And I think that's something that really needs to be spoken about a little bit more. The Chargers, we got our guy. The Bolts got their guy. And whatever he decides to do is kind of the whole point of this whole thing, right? If he wants to go offensive line, in a way, yes, I'll be a little bit disappointed because I wanted to, I had other, plans myself for the Chargers. But in the end, this is the guy that we rooted for. This is the guy that we got. And if that's what he wants to go with, we'll support it. We'll certainly give our perspective on the whole thing in terms of who we should have selected, et cetera, et cetera. But this is the way Jim Harbaugh wins football games. This is the way that he got his reputation, as a coach throughout his time in the league and in college. It's doing things his way, and sometimes it doesn't, agree with the ownership and the front office, sometimes even the fans, but the results are always the same. Success, winning, the Harbaugh way. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case here, especially when combined with the drafting prowess of Joe Ortiz right? Joe Ortiz has a long history with the Ravens, who have been a very good drafting team for a long time. We'll see how all that kind of shakes up here in a minute. Cody Austin with the $5 haul. I was thinking maybe the Chargers threw out a smokescreen to make Arizona comfortable to trade out of 4 with the Giants, thinking we wouldn't take Marv at 5. It could be. There's so many smoke screens going on right now that the Chargers could be setting themselves up for a fleece on the Arizona Cardinals to get them to trade, but we never know at this point. I think everybody has to kind of know if the Chargers have Marvin Harrison at their spot at pick number 5, probably the direction that they're going to want to go in, but you never know. Lots of strategy in play, and if you're Jim Harbaugh, who to me at least has already been flexing his strategy in making these guys believe in J.J. McCarthy, who's a great quarterback, but certainly not a top 10 pick in my opinion, and moving guys around the draft in terms of their value for other ownership and other GMs, then maybe, just maybe, this strategy is coming into play here, even in the first round, as smoke screens continue to fly off the shelves for the Chargers. Dan Bailey, welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for the support. Let's go ahead and you guys are going crazy with the super chats, guys. I'm going to have to catch up here. We got Os Lime, Rust Bucks with the $5 Holly says, I heard we made a counter offer to the Broncos for a first-round pick switch. The Broncos 2025 first-round, Pat Surtain. What do you think? I mean, if that's the case, which right now we're going to be looking at some, rumors and stuff as we go. Things are going to be starting to go crazy in the next, 5-15 minutes in terms of what could happen. But the Broncos trade situation, if they really are serious, about trading Pat Surtain, I've got to entertain it, dude. I just have to. There's just no way that we ignore the potential of a ready-made cornerback in a trade like that. So that's something to consider. But you'd have to really take advantage of your division rival in terms of return to make any sort of deal like that, which is interesting. Steve Simmons, welcome to the 39 months. Happy draft day. To be honest, just want Brock Bowers or Harrison. You're riding with me at work tonight. Let's go, Steve. Put your feet up, relax. As much as possible at work. We're here on draft night to cover everything live. And hopefully the Chargers fans feel as excited as we do at the end of this first round. And be aware of this as well as we continue into this draft. Yes, we're leading up to pick number 5, which is very exciting. But also, I think just as important, the Chargers have pick number 37 in round 2, and following the narrative of who could still be available throughout the rest of the draft, what talent continues to fall, is something I'm equally as excited to see unfold in the later picks of the first round later this evening. Stuart Walker with the $5 holla. Chargers don't take neighbors Marvin Harrison Jr. or Bowers. I won't be able to back the coach and GM. Take the best player. That's one of them. Trade back is dumb. Well, yeah, there's going to be a lot of different angles that this could take. And honestly, as a Chargers fan, I've had my time of, I hope for one thing, we get zigged like last year with Quentin Johnston. And you're right. Sometimes that stuff doesn't work out. In this instance, I'm giving a bit of leeway to the Chargers considering how much is changing, via the front office, via the coaching. I understand, like we said before, that Jim has a way of winning football games. So there's going to be some leeway from me, but it's not going to stop us from saying, hey, dude, if we go J.C. Latham, I think the very immediate first thought for me is I hope that we didn't give up Marvin Harrison Jr. or Malik Neighbors. And my second thought is if you're going to take tackle, why not go Joe Alt at that point? Okay, but that's just me. I guess J.C. Latham does make a lot of sense. He's a better fit, natural right tackle. But there's a lot to consider there. Thank you so much, though, for the $5 holla. Here comes Boss Mac with the $20 holla. Boss, dude, thank you so much. You and BC kicking things off like crazy to start off this stream. Been waiting forever for this day to come. It's been a long journey, Bull fam. Since the Jim Harbaugh, that was one of the most epic social media weeks, maybe 2 weeks of my life, in waiting to see if we got Jim Harbaugh. We all collectively were praying as a Bolt fam. We're hoping as a Bolt fam, putting that good energy out as a Bolt fam. And lo and behold, it happened. And it proved to me that this season in particular, good things can happen to good people. And maybe, just maybe, that is reflected in today's draft with Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison Jr., Roma Dunze are one of those fire picks. Even a trade down is what we're looking at. So as we were talking, guys, thank you so much, Boss Mac, for the $20 holla. The NFL draft has officially kicked off. The Chicago Bears are now on the clock. I don't know if the commissioner's gone out and said hey to everybody yet. But it is now 5 p.m. Pacific. It's time to get things going, and the Chargers will be on the clock here shortly at pick number 5. Lance coming in with the $2 haul. I'm nervous about this trading Herbert narrative. Don't be nervous about that at all. That is one that, even if the Chargers were to try and make this happen, is next to impossible. And that's mainly because of the no trade clause in his contract, which he would have to be the one to okay a trade. And on top of that, the Chargers would be on the hook this season for $63.5 million in dead cap. And of course, to even participate in the season, you have to be under the cap, which would force the Chargers to flush pretty much all talent off of the roster in order to trade to get J.J. McCarthy or whoever it is they would be drafting at that point. So don't even worry about that. That is definitely a rumor that was crushed pretty quickly in terms of it just doesn't make sense financially and for many other reasons. And of course, common sense would tell you Jim Harbaugh came here to coach Justin Herbert. Trevor Walker with the 6 months. 2 weeks of firefighting in the books. Glad to be with the Bolt fam tonight. Love y'all. And let's get Marvin Harrison Jr. Thank you so much, Trevor. Appreciate the love. Oh, my goodness. I can see the chat. So I got the chat that I see as the commissioner of the stream, and then the chat I see in the live feed. You guys are going nuts, man. Well, all right. We're going to start lightning rounding this a little bit because this is getting crazy in here, man. Vontae Mack, no matter what. Let's go. Dude, thank you guys so much. Eric Black with the 29 months. Anyone but J.J. McCarthy, and I'll be happy. Let's begin a new era of Jim Harbaugh, football director. Who's got it better than us? Nobody. Let's move on to the next one. Thank you so much, Eric. Andrew, coming in with the $5 hollow. Rumors have it we are trading Herbert. If that happens, I'm done with the Chargers. For now, bolt up and stay frosty. Yeah, definitely don't worry about that. It literally cannot happen unless something crazy, like monumental, goes down in terms of the cap. The cap is that restricting in terms of that particular situation. So don't worry too much about that. Wow, my guys. Thank you so much for all the support coming in here, dudes, while we're waiting for the Chargers to come in at pick number 5. Zoom coming in with the 369 Canadian. Bonjour. Take my worthless Canadian money and run, fool. Bonjour, bonjour, Zoom. Thank you so much for the support in there. My word, dudes, you guys are knocking my socks off today. We got another one coming in from Andrew with the $5 hauler. What are the chances that QJ becomes a legit 2 with the new coaching staff? I would say very possible. Now, the biggest thing with QJ is the drops, and that is something that if history were to tell you, wide receivers get better after they're drafted after a few seasons in that category with proper, training and coaching. And in this case, QJ's got some of the best in the business, right? I have a lot of faith that he's going to develop into a pretty solid 2. I really do. If anybody's going to do it, it's Jim Harbaugh. But I also don't think you can go into the season with that as your guy. You need to get something a little bit more concrete, and I think the draft is going to be the supply that helps that happen. George with the 2 says, Vontae Mack, no matter what, he's in the piece of paper. I saw somebody post it this morning. I think it was Arjun from the Guilty Boys. He says, I snuck into their office, I found the piece of paper, and it says offensive line or establish the run no matter what, which is pretty funny to me. James coming in with the $100 holla, UNBC, breaking the stream already. James, thank you so much for the support, my man. It reads, in Harbaugh we believe. Remember the legend Antonio Gates and the beast Austin Eckler went undrafted. We never know what the future may hold, no matter what it is. Bolt gang or don't bang, till the grave. Good to see y'all. James, give James some love in the chat, baby. Big support for the channel. Huge, huge love to the Bolt fam. James, is it DeLeon? Thank you so much for the support. $100 holla. That really means a lot to me. UNBC, thank you tremendously from the bottom of my heart, supporting my platform. Secondly, you make an absolutely huge point that I'm so glad that we're making early in the draft here, and it's the fact that Jim Harbaugh is going to have a very unique perspective of this particular draft and this draft class. And that's because he's been in it. He's been in the mess of college football for the last decade. He's been recruiting these guys. He understands them at a level that most coaches in the NFL will not. And that includes the undrafted free agents that will follow on Sunday. I think it would be signings you'll see pretty late on Saturday with the undrafted guys. If anybody gives us the best hope of hitting an undrafted free agent, it's Jim friggin' Harbaugh. Who says the next Gates can't come out of these next few draft classes? Who says the next Eckler can't come out of these draft classes? The Chargers have a pretty good track record there, and I think Jim Harbaugh's presence boosts that significantly. And that goes for the rest of this draft as well. Guys in the immediate rounds, of course, we're going to be excited about, but Jim Harbaugh has unique perspective on even the middle to late rounders that other people maybe do not. And for that reason, I think the Chargers, at least one, maybe two players are going to hit in the middle to late rounds, and yes, even in undrafted free agent signings afterwards. Very exciting stuff. So, James, thank you so much, man. $100 holla truly means a lot. Give him some love in the chat there, baby. And now we can start liking these, too. That's kind of hot. We're going to give that a like. Kyle coming in with the 20 months is wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver. We're all looking for some wide receivers today, man. And remember, this is a very deep class of wide receiver. So if we don't get one in the first round, I would highly, highly suggest the Chargers be targeting these guys in later rounds. I think you can still find a very, very good starter somewhere in round 3 if you decide to wait a little bit longer. Steve Simmons coming back with the $20 holla. Here we go, baby. Big love to Steve Simmons, man. Kicking us off here. The Bears getting ready to submit their pick here probably shortly. What are we, like 10 minutes already? Almost into the draft. The Bears, man, fleecing the NFL with that trade. Can the Chargers be the next team to fleece at trade? To be honest with you guys, I'm going to read the room here in just a second. I want to know what your gut feeling is telling you is going to happen with the Chargers today. Are the Chargers taking Marvin Harrison? Are we taking Neighbors? Are we taking Bowers? Are we trading down? Let me know in the comments section below. Theory coming in with the 33. It's a family reunion. I've missed y'all, man. It feels like this every freaking year, dude. Feels like this every freaking year. We go throughout the whole season, every single week together, and we don't see much of each other. Maybe once or twice a month after that. And in a moment, in an event as big as this, it certainly is very exciting to see all the familiar names back in the chat. Here comes the commissioner, and in tow is Eminem as they get ready to unveil a packed stadium and launch the 2024 NFL draft. Wow, dude, there are so many people there this year. Eminem's out there supporting his Lions. Insane. Herm Dogger coming in with the 21 says, if we don't get Harrison Jr., I prefer we trade down. It could be part of the strategy of the Chargers this year as well. I think Eminem's going to kick us off. This is insane, dude. This is insane. Oh, my God. Here comes Eminem. Good for them, dude. Dawson with the 20 says, so stoked for tonight. Also stoked to see how far you've come, my dude. Hey, thank you so much, man. Bolt up. Bolt up. None of it would be possible without your guys' support. I hope that's very clear in my content. Some of the opportunities that have been offered to me, going to see the Chargers just a couple of weeks ago, walking around the facility, getting to talk to them about some pretty exciting stuff. Was that Calvin Johnson? I can't quite tell from here. And then also being able to work with big places like, there's Barry Sanders. Being able to work with big organizations like Bleacher Report. You guys all help make that happen. So thank you so much for your guys' support, dude. Really means a lot. Tino Willis, welcome to the crew. Yeah, they got some legends out there for the draft in Detroit, baby. Nicholas coming in with the 5 neighbors has to be the pick. It's malpractice if he doesn't. I have an empty bucket in front of me just in case I hear Joe or JC spoken from my TV. Good luck, Nicholas. We're all there with you in spirit, my man. They're bringing in, is that Amon-Ra? They're bringing in Jared Goff now. Forgotten Lolcow with the 2 says, we lost it. He says, so when is Herbert to Minnesota trade dropping? Honestly, dude, if it happens, it'll happen after the Cardinals pick, almost guaranteed. I have to wait and see how all of that unfolds, man. This is nuts, dude. Thank you, everybody, for all the support. It's about to go down, baby. Tara, good to see ya. She says, let's go. Please don't drop the tackle. That indeed was Megatron. We do see him now. Wow. Is that Hutcherson and Barry Sanders, Megatron? Is that Amon-Ra in there? I can't quite tell. Very cool, dude. Let's go ahead and put a poll out while we're waiting for everything to kick off here, baby. I'm going to put just a couple. Now, I can't put a ton of options on here, so forgive me. But I'm going to say, what do you think is going to happen? Not what do you think, what do you want to see happen? Let's go... What's up, Dexter? Good to see you. Here comes the poll, baby. What do you think is going to happen tonight for the Chargers at pick number 5? Okay, what do you think is going to happen? Here comes our first poll of the evening. What do you think is going to go down with the Chargers at pick number 5? Probably here in the next 30, 40 minutes, baby. It's going to go down. Oh, my God. Allergy season's going to be kicking in, too, so you guys I have to apologize. Don't want to walk up to the pulpit.
Pick number 5. Let's Los Angeles Chargers select.
No, we're going to keep that under control. Here come the boos from the Bears fans. As we are kicking off 10 minutes on the clock for the Chicago Bears. And they might as well not waste any of our time, right? Let's get our guy, Caleb Williams, to the Bears, give themselves their first, a 4,000-yard passing quarterback in their history, which is mind-blowing to even think about. Friggin' dude. Friggin'. Where can we watch the draft live? I have it on Hulu Live. I think you might be able to catch it on NFL Plus, ESPN Plus. I think I read about that. Don't take my word for it. But anywhere you can watch, I think NFL Network, ESPN. I think I also read it might be on ABC. Will this end the Chargers' curse? Possibly. I think this gives us the best chance that we've had in decades. If I'm being quite honest, it's been a long road, a lot of things to overcome, but I think this gives us one of our best chances right now. Hey, $10 holla coming in from First Roll. He says, what up, brother? Good to hear your voice live again. Here's to the new era of the Bolts. Here's to the new era, my friend. Bolt up, baby. Bolt up to the Bolt fam. Stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. Who gets it? Who gets it? Who gets it? Recent signing. Welcome back. Bolt up, baby. Charlie coming in with the $20 holla. We've had top-tier wide receivers the last decade and couldn't even win our division. Let's switch it up. Put beasts in the trenches and beat these teams into the ground. We won't be upset about a wide receiver with a division title. I think that's a great point to be made there. The new era of the Chargers is beginning, and it honestly, quite honestly, is going to be a shell shock kind of experience for our opponents in 2024. Almost every opponent in the NFL, every team in the NFL is equipped in some way, shape, or form to fight what we call the meta, right? Something that works very frequently that a lot of teams have adopted as their primary strategy on offense. And that's to defend against the pass. It's a passing league at this point. How many of those teams are also equipped to defend against a ground and pound kind of old school hit you in the mouth sort of offense? Not very many of them. Sure, they'll have the pass rushers, but can they stop a team that bullies you at the line of scrimmage and runs at will? I don't know. I think that automatically gives the Chargers a bit of an edge versus the entire league, considering not as many teams are as well equipped to stop something like that. It's a very good point to be made out there. Charlie, thank you so much for the $20 holla. Appreciate the love in here, baby.
The last decade and couldn't even win our division. Let's switch it up. Put beasts in the trenches and beat these teams into the ground. We won't be upset about a WR with a division title.
I think we're off to a good start, man. Off to a good start. And the Chargers, who, again, were kind of in cap hell this season, they had to make do. But let's remember, next year, the Chargers, I think the last I checked were what? Somewhere about $120 million. I'm actually going to go check right now just to be safe. OTC Chargers. What are we looking at in terms of cap next season? Because next season, Chargers are going to load up, not just in the draft, but I'm sure in free agency. 2025, total cap space, about $100 million. For the Chargers next season, mark my words, the pace is only going to increase with Jim Harbaugh under control there too. Kyle, welcome to the crew. Aaron coming back 27 months, heading to the bar with my friend's family owns to watch the draft with a bunch of fans from different teams. Wanted to say you the best before I go. Aaron, have so much fun out there, man. That is definitely a fun environment to be in as things go down, baby. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the support. Stay hydrated. Callie, country coming in here, baby. Shout out to the director. Oh, Callie. You know what I'm about to say, baby. You know what I'm about to say. Every single day I log on to YouTube. We see stuff. We see horrible, offensive, heartbreaking stuff. I wasn't prepared for the Cali that day. And we saw the response. We saw the response. All is forgiven in love and war. But that one hurt me in the soul. I was like, not Cali. No, that dude's my dude. That dude's my dude. Much love to you, Cali, man. Thank you so much for being here, for the support. Can't wait to celebrate this Chargers selection with all you guys here later. The Bears are lagging. Uh-oh. I have to wait to see what's going down here, dude. Mitchell Hunt. Hi. Sorry. Kyoda. Bolt up, baby. Bolt up. Now, let's see what the results were of that poll. What are you guys thinking is going to happen? Not what you want to have happen. What do you think's going to happen in the draft today? We put out a floater out there. You guys voted. Marvin Harrison Jr. led the vote with 33%. This is in hoping the Cardinals perhaps trade down, the Chargers get their guy at 5, and the Bolts begin this new revamped wide receiver look with one of the best we've ever seen come through the NFL draft. At 32% was Neighbors and Adunze, who both of these guys, one of these guys, if not both, that'd be crazy, right? One of these guys would certainly kick off to a very strong passing option for Justin Herbert, which I'm going to get to this point in just a second. We'll finish out the results. 27% of you guys said we're going to trade down, and 6% of you guys say that it's going to be Joe Alt or Latham at pick number 5. Now, let me weigh in on this. If you guys are asking me, Director, what do you think's going to go down? Let me actually refer to you guys one of my tweets from just a few days ago as well as earlier today. This is kind of where I'm at. I've been putting this out a couple of days now. My trade down senses are tingling pretty aggressive, and I'm starting to feel the same way. Sure, there's a lot of smoke out there right now. We don't know what that's going to equate to. But that's kind of where I'm at. I feel kind of, if you're asking what my gut feeling is, I think the Chargers may be trading down today. Okay? Now, with a lot of people asking about, in terms of the trenches and in terms of, is it a Dunze, is it Neighbors? I want to remind you that this pick also does support the new offense. Sure, it's not an offensive lineman, it's not a running back, it's not immediately contributing to what would be a strong ground game. But like we often talk about in terms of what the running back does for the quarterback, for the wide receivers, and for your passing game, the same can be said about solid wide receiver play and quarterback play. If you've got a threat like, let's say, Malik Neighbors on the outside, can you afford to stack the box as often as you would if he didn't have him? I don't think so. I think you have to respect, in terms of personnel, a weapon like a Dunze, like Neighbors, like Marvin Harrison Jr., and that's going to open up what you can do in terms of your ground game. It'll open up how successful you are there as well. So I think, yes, that would also be in support of the new idea. Here comes the commish. The Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback USC, baby. Caleb Williams off the board. And thus, the first domino has fallen in the 2024 NFL Draft. Happy new NFL season to you all. I know, yeah, we went through the draft, went through the free agency and all that kind of stuff, but it feels so real now with the first pick off the board in the 2024 NFL Draft. Congratulations to Caleb Williams as well, man. I think he's going to be awesome for the Bears. Wow. Colt Dog coming in with a $2 haul. Happy to be here for the draft and every game. Bolt up. Thank you so much, Colt Dog. Bolt up to you too, my friend. Frankie Sanchez with the 5. Happy draft day director. Offensive line is always the move. We need to identify, or we need an identity shift more than anyone. Been the sexy team for too long. It's time to bolt up, fellas. Bolt the freak up, Frankie. Thank you so much for the $5 holla there, my friend. I appreciate the love out here, baby. Thank you to everybody so much for showing up tonight. Getting excited about the Chargers selection here. Now just 4 picks away with Caleb Williams officially off the board to the Bears. Hang on, I'm trying to decide if I want to do something here to shake things up. I think we're good. With that, the Washington Commanders are officially on the clock. And we are assuming that Washington will likely be going quarterback. Just the question at this point is which quarterback, right? There's been a lot of speculation, I think, lately that Jaden Daniels is sort of the dude. I am kind of a Drake Maye believer. Maybe it's because I'm a Justin Herbert guy, and we've seen a lot of success from the same kind of quarterback. But I think it's going to be quarterback here, baby. I think it really is. Happy draft day to everybody. Hey, welcome to the cast there, BC. Thank you so much for everything today, man. Truly. Thank you, thank you. We in here, says Red. Good to see you, Red. 32 months. Big love to everybody in the chat. Caleb Williams, first player off the board, first quarterback off the board. And again, the first domino falls. Will the Chargers find themselves in a position where 4 quarterbacks are taken before their pick at number 5? That would certainly make things very interesting for the Chargers and perhaps Marvin Harrison Jr. Miguel, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Hey, and then BC all the way up to producer, baby. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate all the love in here, dude. Big love to BC, man. Dude's been awesome today. I really appreciate the support, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all have been absolutely on fire, dude. Thank you so much. Who do you guys think goes next? Here, the Washington Commanders. Maybe some smoke out there with Jaden Daniels, who would be a great fit as well. I think Drake Maye is kind of my dude, but I think Jaden Daniels probably ends up being the pick here. Red, good to see you, director. If MSJ is there, we have to take him, right? I would be of that opinion. I think the Chargers would be out of their minds if we decided to go offensive tackle with him still on the board. What do you guys think? Jaden Daniels next? I'll have to wait and see. What are your thoughts on the Giants trading to 3 or 4? I would be pretty excited to see any trade in front of the Chargers because, of course, that's going to drop most likely Marvin Harrison Jr. into our laps. What would make me extremely excited is the Giants trading with the Chargers, which would pretty much say, hey, you're going to get Neighbors or Odunze and maybe an extra 3rd or 4th round pick. I think the way that I actually did the math was that it would equal to the Chargers giving them pick number 5, and I think pick 105 in the 4th round, and then we would get a 3rd round pick back. So basically we turn a 4th round pick into a 3rd round pick and still get an elite wide receiver. I would be super down for that, dude. I'd be super down for that. $50 holla coming in from Randall. Dude, thank you so much, man. You guys are touching my heart today. Can we actually, you guys want it or not? We have some music in the background that we can pump in. You guys say yes or no. Let me know if you like that. It says, appreciate the entertainment you provide us, Bolt fam, with. Dude, Randall, thank you again so much. This is quite literally a dream come true. Being able to do this is a gig, man. Like, it's quite honestly so much fun. And as a Chargers fan of so many years, like, I in a million years thought that this would be something I get to do every day. Absolutely insane that you guys showed up and saved my butt, even in the pandemic when I decided to go full time. You guys are great, man. Thank you for all the support. $50 holla certainly does keep the lights on around here, baby. Thank you so much, Randall. Give him some love in the chat. I now get to hit these things with a like, too, which is pretty exciting. Randall, thank you so much. I'm humbled. I'm humbled every day I come into the chat and I see more than 30 people in my live streams. Because what's crazy is that I think for like 5 or 6 years, it was around the time maybe it even came out, I was on Twitch for a long, long time doing like gaming and mostly Madden and stuff like that. And my average, I think, viewers were around 30, you know? And I was super happy with that. Now we're sitting here on draft night with 2,000 viewers. It moves me. It moves me every single time. Thank you guys so much. No music? Okay, we'll turn it off. No worries. No worries. We're here for your entertainment, Bolt Fam. Bolt Fam, we drafted director of 5. Much love to you guys. Mitchell Hunt, thank you so much for the $5 holla, my man. I appreciate the love there, dude. Thank you. Shout out to Mitchell Hunt in the chat. Thank you. Alex, director of Best Charger Channel. Thank you guys so much. There's a lot of good ones out there, so thank you for choosing the director. 2,000 viewers for the director. Really, guys, thank you. Thank you. I got a chance to hang out with a lot of the other Chargers channels out there. Some awesome dudes that could talk circles around me in terms of like X's and O's and stuff. And it really does mean a lot that you guys are out here supporting me with just the vibes. I do appreciate that. I've been excited to work with all these guys over the summer too, man. I've been working a lot with Michael McLean. Love the dude. Chargers Unleashed, Dan. Wolkenstein, one of my good buddies out there. Thank you, Randall, so much. With the Charger chat guys, got to meet up with Coach Daniel Wade from Chargers, Locked On Chargers. He was there as well. The Bolt Bros as well, man. Just so fun getting to meet with all these guys, which is kind of a surreal experience for me too, because I watch all those dudes. I was like, holy crap, in the flesh. Super cool stuff. The pick is in. The pick is in. The Washington Commanders. Who is the next quarterback off the board? And honestly, this is where the first, what's going to happen moment's about to go down. Depending on who the Commanders select here could determine whether teams are going to start to want to trade up, because New England is, I think, the first team that is officially on my radar, and I think a lot of people's radar, that could be the trade down candidates of the draft. With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels, quarterback LSU. Drake Maye, still on the clock, dudes. Guys, get some bolt-ups in the chat, baby. Let's see some lightning bolts in the chat. We are just 3 picks away from the Chargers. Marvin Harrison Jr. still on the board. Malik Neighbors still on the board. Odunze still on the board. Joe Alt still on the board. Brock Bowers still on the board. Trey Down still on the table. Let's see some lightning bolts in the chat right now, man. One step closer to pick number friggin' 5. Oh, my God. You thought it was Maye, says Hugo? I think Maye, dude. Some people are – I know the Vikings are super high on Maye, and they're one of the best-equipped teams to trade up in this draft. Whee! With the $2 holla. My poultice. Oh, thank you, man. That's great. Much appreciated there, dude. Oh, bolt up, everybody. Here comes Jaden Daniels with the Washington swag. Dude's going to be awesome, man. Washington gets their mobile quarterback and quite honestly gives me the best hope in since RG3 for the Commanders to become relevant in the next couple of seasons. Usually have to wait a lot longer to hear our pick. Yeah, I know. Kind of crazy to see things kick off so quickly. And as a reminder, don't go anywhere after the Chargers pick, because every pick after that carries with it the potential of premium talent falling into the second round, in which the Chargers have pick number 37. And if it's anything like my Bleacher Report draft yesterday, some crazy talent ended up falling into the second, including Nate Wiggins, and a couple other guys too. I think A.D. Mitchell as well. Insane the potential that the Chargers have at 37 as well as pick number 5. NFL IG player selection posts are pretty lit. Hey, there you go, Brad. Thank you so much for the $2 holla, my man. You guys think it's a trade's incoming? You guys think a trade's incoming? You think Chargers are on the phone right now trying to wheel and deal? With the New England Patriots officially on the clock, this is where I think the first trade could realistically go down. It's on the table at least. I don't know if it's going to happen, but it's definitely on the table. Juan with the 25 months. Schefter reporting that source said there's 0 chance New England trades. Okay, all right. We're probably going to stick and pick and see a Drake Maye selection here, which, let's be honest, if you're the Patriots, you would be out of your friggin' mind not taking a quarterback at this pick, right? Like, it's been so bad since Brady left. I think Maye gives you your best option, especially when they have Jacoby Brissett now. Those guys being able to tag team it for a year as he develops, you have to go quarterback. In a quarterback draft, you have got to go quarterback here. But we'll wait and see. Maybe they feel the same way about Drake Maye as they do J.J. McCarthy and Penix and Bo Nix, that they're willing to trade down. Who knows? Who knows? Randall says, FYI, Eckler and Mike Davis are Washington Commanders now, and they're my number 2 team in the NFL. Hey, never a bad idea to be rooting for Bolts or ex-Bolts. Once a Bolt, always a Bolt for a lot of these players, except unless you go to a division rival, then you're dead to me. But yeah, we're all rooting for Austin Eckler. I hope everybody's rooting for Austin Eckler. The dude did so much for our organization. I understand he rubbed people the wrong way his last year, but come on, man. In terms of like some of the best running backs in Chargers history, Eckler's got to be up there, dude. He's how many touchdowns in those last 3 or 4 seasons in his career? I think the dude's one of my favorite to ever play for the Bolts. Jarenas with the 70-70 with the $50 hollis or $5 hollis, says bolt up, my friend, bolt up. The New England Patriots pick is in. Did not even get close to taking up the full 10 minutes, and we're about to see, I'm guessing, another quarterback come off the board, man. We have to, right? No trade. Yep, the pick is in. The pick is in. If it's Drake Maye, the Chargers are going to be leaning on the idea that J.J. McCarthy is the quarterback, the player that teams are willing to trade up for as the last available first round, like big potential quarterback on the board. Maybe somebody still trades up for JJ. And if that ends up being the case, that is some nasty work by Jim Harbaugh, inflating his draft stock in JJ McCarthy. Drake Maye incoming, calling it now. It's got to be Drake Maye. I mean, if it's JJ McCarthy, then Chargers are in a really good spot if it's JJ. And again, no disrespect to JJ. JJ, I think, has a shot as anybody, good a shot as anybody to pop in the NFL. But I think it's got to be Drake Maye in terms of his ceiling is pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Jason with the 2 says, trade down with the Vikings for 11 and JJ. That would be insane. I don't think we get JJ. I mean, as cool as that would be, it would be extremely expensive to get him signed. But yeah, something to really think about. I think JJ is probably a big reason why they want to grab a quarterback in this draft, because he's going to be set up with 2 of the best receivers in the NFL, and Jay Jettas and Jordan Addison. But certainly a trade down with the Chargers, something I'm endorsing. Give me pick 11, pick 23, go get your quarterback. Here we go, dude. The New England Patriots pick is in. Here comes the commissioner. With the 3rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake Maye, officially off the board. They get their quarterback, and we've got 3 quarterbacks back to back to back before the Chargers and Cardinals picks at 4 and 5. Guys, give me some more bolts, baby. We need some more bolts. Quarterbacks going back to back to back. Is J.J. McCarthy going to get traded up for? Now is when the drama begins to unfold. Now is when the drama begins to unfold. Does the Arizona Cardinals stick and pick? Are they going to trade down? So much of the Chargers' fate relies on what's about to happen here with the Arizona Cardinals at pick number 4. Bolt up, baby. Fill the chat. I need to see that chat nice and juicy before pick 5, baby. Come on. Woo! If I had to guess, because right now the draft is going exactly as a lot of us have predicted. If I had to guess, Marvin Harrison Jr. is about to come off the board. But you never know. The draft chaos could begin as soon as pick 4. Oh, my God, dudes. Oh, my God. What's about to happen? Remember, our poll from earlier suggested the Chargers get Marvin Harrison. That was the number 1, but just very close by 1%. The next prediction was Malik Neighbors or Rome Odunze to the Chargers. So we have to wait and see. Do the Chargers go wide receiver, filling that position that has been decimated via trade and cuts this last offseason, or do they begin the Harbaugh era with an offensive lineman to really shore things up and get the ground game as aggressive as possible? Tara coming in with the 39 months. Director, can you shout out the hubby? Cesar Romero, bolt up, my friend. Bolt up, Caesar. I need all the energy in the universe from the Caesar's Palace. Pushing wide receiver at 5 right now, baby. Let's go, Caesar. Thank you so much, Tara. Much love. Much love. The goated mod in the house. As the vibes continue to roll in, Chargers getting ready to select 2,200 viewers in the house right now. You guys are going nuts, baby. Thank you for all the support and choosing the director as your live reaction YouTuber in the 2024 NFL Draft. As we wait for the Arizona Cardinals, who at this point, the longer they take to make the selection, the more my trade down tinglings, you start to take over. Because if it really is Marvin Harrison Jr., I think the pick would have been in instantly. But we got to wait and see what's going on. Yeah, we've waited a long time for this. Waited a long time for this. Oh, my God. Hey, thank you, Dane, says director looking dapper tonight. The wife helped out. What do you guys think of the fit for tonight? Huh? Picked up this baby at SoFi Stadium last year. Yeah, baby. When we draft offensive line and this channel crashes, you'll find me on OnlyFans wearing just that. Much love to the Bull fam, dude. Oh, man. Here we go. And yes, this is an endorsed Chargers Hawaiian shirt. Bolts everywhere. Are we about to see a trade back, dude? What's going on? What's going on with the Cardinals? Why isn't Marvin Harrison dancing in the audience with the Cardinals cap right now? Are we about to see a trade? Dude, if the Cardinals trade, it's like, I would say it's like at least 50, 60% neighbor or Harrison to the Chargers. But it all depends on what the league thinks about J.J. McCarthy. I don't know. I haven't seen anything official yet. This is where things go down, man. Please fill the chat with those lightning bolts, dude. We need the vibes. We need the energy in here, man. Lightning bolts in the chat. This is where the Chargers selection and fate could be in the hands of Arizona. Once again, after watching them miss the field goal so many weeks ago, it's time to once again see what they have in store for the Chargers here. The pick is in. No trade. No trade. The pick is in. It's likely going to be Marvin Harrison Jr. You have to think it is. You have to think it is. The pick is in. It would have been announced already if it was a trade. The pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals. It's got to be Marvin Harrison Jr., dude. It's got to be. It's got to be. But we got to remember, the Chargers still have some premium talent on the board. Neighbors, Odunze, which I know a lot of people, you overthink or no, you overlook that how good Odunze would be on this team as well, because Neighbors so exciting. Odunze would be insane. As well as Joe Alt and some other options there, and then maybe a trade down could be in the cards for the Chargers too. So as of this moment, the two most likely, I'll say three most likely things that happen, in my opinion: Chargers get offensive line, trade down, or take one of the premium wide receivers. What's the difference between Marvin Harrison Jr. and Neighbors? Marvin Harrison Jr.'s got such a nasty floor. He's going to be that next Larry Fitzgerald. Neighbors is the big playmaker in this draft. Explosive, fast. He's going to be able to take any offense and make him instantly dangerous. With the fourth pick, the Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr. off the board to the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Cardinals take Marvin Harrison Jr. They're getting a stud at wide receiver, the next Larry Fitzgerald. And the Chargers officially on the board with big talent like Neighbors, Joe Alt, Odunze, and maybe even a trade down on the table. You got to be wondering if the Chargers are on the phone right now with the Minnesota Vikings, with the New York Giants. Yes, maybe even the New York Jets, who have some relationships with Joe Ortiz. Something's about to go down here, dude. Something's about to go down here. I need you guys to spam lightning bolts in the chat. Spam the player that you want in the chat. Do you guys want Neighbors? Do you guys want Alt? Do you guys want Odunze? Do you guys want to trade down? Now is the time to make it known in the chat, baby. 2,500 Ball fam in the chat. And the Chargers about to usher in a new era in less than 10 minutes. Oh, my God. I got to bolt up in the chat too, dude. Oh, my God. I'm so nervous. I might actually throw up. Come on, baby. I'm seeing so much Neighbors. Oh, my God. We got to throw a poll out. Is there time? I think there might be time. I'm going to put a poll out there. All right, here's the poll, baby. Get him in quick. Get him in quick, because it could happen in any second now. Any second now. Something else could happen to you. You never know. Maybe the Chargers go Brock Bowers here. Would we go nuts? Maybe. There's the poll right there, guys. Get your vote in. Who do you want to see? I'm seeing Neighbors kind of taking it home right now. 66%. I'm so nervous right now, man. Oh, my God. Keep bolting up until the name is announced, dude. We need all the good vibes and energy that we can get. Oh, my God, I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous, dude. What are we going to do? What do I want to see happen? I think at this point, I want Malik Neighbors. This is something that actually similarly happened to me in my mock draft on Bleacher Report yesterday. I got to play GM for the Chargers. They had 31 other guys controlling the draft for their teams that they covered. I ended up sticking and picking and getting Malik Neighbors in that situation where it really counted. It was nerve-wracking. In the same draft room as all of my peers, that is what my instinct went with. I think that's what I do right now. If not, I think my next preference is to trade down, get some picks, and find out if the Chargers can still get maybe an offensive lineman at around, what, like 11, 8, 10, depending how low they decide to trade down to. And then after that, I think I'm okay with taking a tackle. But at that point, I think my preferred tackle is still Joe Alt. I understand the J.C. Latham selection, but I'm hoping for one of the other results a little bit more. A lot more, if we're being honest. Come on, man. Chargers got a couple of options in front of them. I think a majority of the Bolt fam is hoping for one of those premium receivers. Let's go ahead and end the poll as the Chargers pick. I mean, again, with every second that goes by, there's also trade that's on the table for the Chargers. Neighbors, hands down, won the vote with 62%, followed by a trade down at 30%. Alton Latham at 3% and Adunze at 2% for the Chargers. That's where the Bolt fam stands. 4 minutes left on the clock. Chargers still haven't locked in a pick. Are we finalizing a trade? Are we going back and forth, Malik Neighbors? They are taking a break. They always do this. No matter what year it is, they take a break in the Chargers pick. Oh, my God. We're waiting. The clock has 3.5 minutes left on it. The Chargers taking every second they can. Are we about to trade down? Is there a team coming up for J.J. McCarthy? Reminder, some of the teams that would be moving up into the position include the New York Giants, which would probably include a pick swap. Chargers fourth for a Giants third. We turn our extra fourth round pick into a third round. The New York Jets could also be another team that probably kicks us a fourth and a first rounder next season. Of course, the Minnesota Vikings can kick us over both of their first round picks and some change next year to go get a quarterback at this point. Do the Chargers elect to take one of those trades, or are we about to select maybe a wide receiver or offensive lineman here at pick number 5? Now under 3 minutes. The Chargers still haven't locked in a pick. We have to assume they've been on the phones. And if the Chargers don't get the trade that they want, they could go with the offensive lineman that they want here, guys. Keep that in mind. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, dudes. 2.5 minutes. My heart is beating out of my chest right now. Again, if you guys were to ask me what I would do in this situation, I'm taking Malik Neighbors unless we get the Vikings offer. I think that's where I'm at. Malik Neighbors, Roma Dunze would be incredible as well. Joe Alt would be incredible. J.C. Latham, I could live with it. 2 minutes and change on the clock until we find out. 2 minutes on the clock. Still no lock-in. Are the Chargers still on the phones? Please, guys, as we're continuing this, just charge up the chat right now, baby. Fill it with lightning bolts. Now is the time to get that energy in here, dude. Now is the time to get that energy in the chat. Bolt up in the chat. Fill it with lightning bolts. We need the good vibes. We're in a commercial break. Come on, man. Not right now. Get me back to the Chargers, dude. Fill up that chat with lightning bolts. It is time to see what the Chargers decide to do. Do we get a haul and a trade down? Do we get Malik Neighbors? Do we get Roma Dunze? Do we get an offensive lineman? Fill up that chat. 3,000 viewers in the chat right now. The Chargers about to announce what's about to go down. Are we trading down? Oh, the pick is in. The pick is in. We stick and pick. Chargers likely didn't get the trade down partner. I think that we're going to go for a wide receiver or offensive lineman here. Charlie with the 10. Typical Chargers service down to the last second. Absolutely. $10 holla. Thank you so much. Chargers pick is in. What are we about to do? Hulu's got us in a commercial break. Get me back to the stage, baby. The pick is in. We're waiting to see. Keep the lightning bolts, dudes. Keep the lightning bolts flowing. What are we about to see go down? Did the Chargers go wide receiver? Do we go offensive line? We are not trading down from the 5th spot. The Chargers have put and selected a player at pick number 5. It's got to come down to offensive
Typical
line
Chargers,
or wide
nervous
receiver.
down to the last second.
Malik Neighbors, Roma Dunze, Joe Alt, or J.C. Latham are likely a Charger at this point. We're waiting for the commissioner to go in. They're showing the Chargers draft room. Joe Ortiz is in there. Jim Harbaugh's in there. Chargers fam is in the front row. We see the new Thanos, the Chargers fan and the Thanos that I was pointing at the in Twitter earlier. Oh my God. Oh my God, dudes. They're taking their sweet time. The pick has been in for a minute here. We're waiting for the commissioner to come out. I apologize to the chat. Remind me, please, if you put a super chat in to make me go back and look at it. I'm not going to look at the chat until the pick is in on the screen in front of my eyes. Chargers have selected a player. I'm hoping for Malik Neighbors. I'm hoping for Roma Dunze. I would certainly understand and be cool with Joe Alt, J.C. Latham maybe, but here come the Chargers. The commissioner's out there, baby. The Chargers selection is in. We are seconds away. Fill up the chat with the bolts, baby. Here we go. With the 5th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt. Tackle out of Notre Dame, dude. We did it. Oh, dudes, I got to tell you, I am relieved. I love J.C. Latham. I do, but it was just way too high. Joe Alt is coming to town as one of the best options at tackle we've seen in the draft in a long time. I know there's probably a lot of people hoping for Malik Neighbors out there. I totally understand. But at this point, dudes, I will freaking take it. I love me some J.C. Latham in the later first part of the first round, but Joe Alt always had to be the selection at 5 if you were going offensive line. Oh, dude, Bolt fam, how are we feeling? Castro, thanks for the 2. How are we feeling? I know a lot of guys probably disappointed in the chat. Honestly, dudes, if I'm telling you my emotions right off the cuff, it's relief. I'm relieved that it wasn't J.C. Latham. If I'm being quite honest, I'm relieved it wasn't J.C. Latham. We got ourselves a stud at tackle in Joe Alt. This dude is going to be a difference maker in the NFL. As good of a tackle prospect as we've seen in a very, very long time. It is a solid pick. It's one that I understand is going to come with a lot of emotion. Malik Neighbors is going to be one that the Chargers hopefully don't regret in the future, but this is certainly building the Jim Harbaugh system in the first round at pick number 5. Alexander with the $20. It's Joe Alt. We're about to hit teams in the mouth. Let's freaking go. Dude. Welcome to the Los Angeles Chargers. Joe Alt, tackle out of Notre Dame, one of the best draft prospects we've seen at tackle in a very, very long time. It's time to get the poll out here, baby. I understand some people sour. We did not get Malik Neighbors. I totally understand. I totally get it. But I'm telling you guys right now, Joe Alt is a heck of a selection for the Chargers and a sense of relief for me as we did not reach for J.C. Latham. All right? Let's go ahead and put out the poll.
Joe Alt.
Here's the
We're
poll,
about to hit
baby.
teams
Joe
in the
Alt
mouth.
will be the official
LGF.
selection for the
High
Chargers
voltage
at pick
sign. High
number
voltage
5.
sign.
How are
High
we
voltage
feeling,
sign.
Bolt fam? How are we feeling? Get your votes in. I understand offensive line is not a sexy pick, but it's one that absolutely reflects what the Chargers are building in Los Angeles with Jim Harbaugh steering the ship as our captain. Oh, man, you guys are definitely not feeling it. It's totally fine, man. It's totally fine. I completely understand. But it's one that does make a lot of sense. If you guys need to feel a little bit better about it, too, and I'm going to go over some of these points, I did put a video out not too long ago talking about this very situation, being Joe Alt the selection at pick number 4. As a matter of fact, actually, I'm going to show you guys here real quick what that looks like if you guys want to go take a look at it after the fact, because it is one that it's very important and something to understand in this class. Here we go. So if you guys check out my channel here, on the right side, Chargers taking offensive tackle in the first round, the shakedown. I hope and pray that helps you guys feel better about the selection of Joe Alt at pick number 5. Because, yes, there's a couple of things to take in consideration here. One, Joe Alt is a generational talent at tackle. I was mostly worried about the Chargers drafting tackle because J.C. Latham was the one being thrown around a lot before the Chargers pick. And that's one that, honestly, as much as I would kind of understand it, you can't pass up on Joe Alt because he doesn't play right tackle. Joe Alt is the move if you want a right tackle at 5. It's because he is special. He is going to be one of the guys that stand out at tackle for the next 10, 15 plus years. He's special. Very, very special. And Jim Harbaugh knows it. Everybody knows how special Joe Alt is going to be. And it's going to start kicking things off for the Chargers in terms of building this Jim Harbaugh offense. Greg Roman's going to love this guy. Obviously, Jim Harbaugh is going to love this guy. But it gives us a very safe floor to start with in terms of where we're going in the future. Now, also keep in mind,
league, plus you never know, a trade up in the later part is possible.
Thank you so much. Also keep in mind that the Chargers still have a shot at a very good wide receiver later in the draft, including tomorrow. That's where tomorrow becomes a very, very important day for the Chargers at wide receiver. With the 6th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Giants select Malik Neighbors to New York. They get themselves a wide receiver. I honestly kind of shocked that they didn't go J.J. McCarthy there, but that's where Malik Neighbors is going to end up going in New York. Oh, man, please, don't ruin this man's career, dude. Please, Danny Dimes needs to figure it out in 2024, dude. They've got to figure it out. Let's grab some of these super chats in here, baby, while we continue to unfold and unwrap what went down with the Joe Alt pick. Shout out to a lot of our super chats in here. Oh, my goodness, you guys have been throwing it down a lot here. Let's see. Aaron Lawrence with the 2 says, Harbaugh believes in Quentin Johnston confirmed. I think he always has. We got first row seats to see him carve up Michigan just a couple of years ago. Aaron Lawrence, thank you so much for the 2. Miguel coming here with the 2 says, we've never going to have an all-star wide receiver. We still have a good shot at a very good one tomorrow. Even a trade up, I think, at the end of this first round is not out of the cards for the Chargers. Thank you so much, man. $10 holla from Leo. Not too mad about the pick, especially since Chargers can have one of the best offensive lines in the leagues. Plus, you never know, a trade up in the later part is still possible. It really is. And that's where we're going to start unwrapping some of the wide receivers that the Chargers could still hit on in the first and second round tomorrow. Even the third round has got some great talent for the Chargers to look at. As maybe even their wide receiver 1. This wide receiver class is extremely impressive, and I think it's going to start reflecting that very soon here. So Malik Neighbors will be the selection for the Giants. The Titans officially on the clock. Cole Kiddo says, I'm saying this through clenched teeth. Trust the process. Trust what Harbaugh wants to do. Absolutely. Again, we all pounded the table for Jim Harbaugh. We pounded the table for Joe Ortiz. Now it's time to kind of let them get to work and do what they do. I know it's not as exciting as Malik Neighbors and Roma Dunze, but Joe Alt, I promise you guys, is going to be something special at tackle for a very, very long time. Very, very long time. As a matter of fact, you also got to think about it in terms of the Chargers not only have Joe Alt, but as well as Rashawn Slater on the left side. We've got bookend tackles for the next 10, 15 years. For pretty much Justin Herbert's career, he will be protected on each side. That's a very smart and intelligent investment, if you ask me, even if it's not the sexiest investment we could have gone with. Red with the 5 says, it's not easy to get from left to right tackle, especially since he's always played left. It's true, and not very many players would have my confidence in that situation, but Joe Alt still does for me. Lots of speculation that maybe he does, maybe he doesn't look better at right or left tackle. But I'm of the opinion that he's so good it doesn't matter. And again, we'll have to wait and see how it shakes out. But he's got all the confidence in the world, for me at least, for whatever that's worth, that he's going to be really, really good at that spot. And I think, honestly, the Chargers' run game, Gus Edwards especially, has got to be very excited to see how that's going to help things out. Taylor at 2 says, as long as he pancakes, dude, I'm happy. Yeah, I think you're going to be very happy, my man. Joe Alt is going to be that dude creating insane space, not just for like the running back at the intermediate level, but like, or at the line of scrimmage. But you got to wait and see what he does in terms of his athleticism, you know, as a pulling dude, right? From the tackle spot, you're going to see somebody get wide open 5 yards to the right, because what the hell is Joe Alt doing there? Blocking a dude he has no business getting to in that time. Very athletic, huge, monstrous guy at tackle. He's going to have a lot of success with the Chargers. K Smith Gaming, thank you so much for the 2. A bit of a lightning round here real quick. Eric Black says, did I want Neighbors? Absolutely. Did I want Harbaugh as the head coach? Absolutely. If we're going to take offensive line, I'd rather Alt over Latham 10 out of 10 times. Yeah, that's probably the biggest emotion I felt, was relief. Again, Latham is great, but not a number 5 overall great. Joe Alt is absolutely worth the 5th pick. No other tackle in this draft is even close to that. Like, if I were to give you guys, like, the comparison, Marvin Harrison Jr. is here. Even Malik Neighbors, in my opinion, like, they're both, like, at the upper echelon with Roma Dunze and all that. All the rest of the guys, there's a huge, huge gap. In this offensive line class, at least for me, it was Joe Alt, big gap, and then the other guys, right? I think there's other opinions throughout the NFL that maybe it's a little closer than everyone thinks. No, I think Joe Alt is that special of a prospect, and I think we're going to see it pretty immediately pay off for the Bolts as soon as week 1, when we start to see the kind of space and time that we need for Justin Herbert. Nicholas coming in with the 2. We don't need offensive line more than we need wide receiver. That's true. But let's also keep in mind and feel a little bit safe in the fact that it's a very deep draft at wide receiver. The Chargers could still even trade up in the first round and get a guy. We've got the ammunition. Like, quite honestly, if the Chargers wanted to trade our second round plus one of our extra 4th round picks, we could easily sneak into the later, like, mid-20s, early 20s, and grab a wide receiver there if that's what they feel like. So we have to wait and see. I do think that the Chargers are going wide receiver at some point. It's just a matter of when, in my opinion. Miguel coming in with the $2. Marvin Harrison Jr., Neighbors of Dunze Bowers, going to make us regret this. I hope not. I think that they're going to be great. I'm not going to lie to you guys and say, oh my God, they're going to suck now because they didn't go to the Bolts. Nah, Neighbors is going to be special. Dunze is going to be special. Harrison Jr. is going to be special. But so is Joe Alt in his own way. Does Joe Alt have the capability and the upside of being like the next Joe Thomas? Who says no? He honestly could. He honestly could. He's got that kind of upside. Jermaine with the 36. Herbert better not get sacked all year. I think that's kind of, they started the dream. They've begun the dream of the Chargers' dominant offensive line to make that happen. In some vid says, we got new Joe for the Joe Show. This time it's a great Joe. It's the Joe Show. Man, that dude's going to be pancaking guys left and right, man. It's Germ says $5 house. Selecting a receiver or Bowers is moot if Herbert goes down, again, due to a bad O-line. That's true. You guys see that graphic all the time of Justin Herbert getting sacked in a wide open, like Malik Neighbors just kind of shrugging it off. And then in comparison, you see him throwing to Quentin Johnston, who's wide open. And because of, you know, the effect that Joe Alt's going to have on the line. But we do need a wide receiver. I'm not going to just say, it was Joe Alt all along. We're all happy with it. No, we have to get a wide receiver. It's the Chargers' responsibility to get a wide receiver at some point in this draft now. And I think it's going to happen as soon as round 2. I firmly believe that. Justin Herbert gets the $2 stakes of wide receivers. Nah, I think it'll be fine in the long run. But yeah, we would certainly have been very excited to see one of those guys on the Chargers. The real Ricky Tan with the 5 says, everybody wants change until it actually happens. It makes people uncomfortable. Let's go Chargers. In Jim, we trust. In Jim, we trust, baby. We have to trust the process. Absolutely need to trust the process. Eric coming in here with the $2 holla says, it's funny because Tom Telesco loved Notre Dame guys. He really did. And there's 2 tackles, as a matter of fact. I don't know if it's not going to happen now. Absolutely not. But Blake Fisher was also another guy heavily in our focus, if I do remember correctly. BT with the 5 says, investing in protecting our $250 million quarterback for cheap. Best offensive line in the draft. Yeah, and guys, I got to tell you, if we were going offensive line, there was 2 things that I wanted. The only 2 conditions that I was going to be okay with this happening. Either we get Joe Alt early, we trade down in the first round and get a guy, or we get a guy, 3 things, or we get a guy in like the later rounds. But those guys are more projects I feel better about, Jim Harbaugh and those guys getting their hands on him. And ultimately, the thing that we wanted still ended up happening. I was so worried it was going to be J.C. Latham. I literally couldn't sleep last night because I'm like, if we're going O-line that early, it's got to be Joe Alt or bust. Fortunately for us, we went Joe Alt, not the sexiest pick, but it's going to reflect in the Chargers' success. Mark my words. The Chargers are a better football team with Joe Alt on this team than almost any other player in the draft. And yes, it rivals the effect that Malik Neighbors and Roma Dunze would have had as well. Here come the Titans with pick number 7. We'll continue with the Super Chats here in just a minute, y'all. I got you guys. We're gonna work through this together. I promise you guys you'll feel better about it by tomorrow. The Titans at 7 are going to select J.C. Latham. It could have been us! It could have been us, Bull fam! It could have been us! It could have been us! The Chargers at 5 select J.C. Latham, and there's a bit of chaos even in my studio. That could have been us. J.C. Latham's a great player. I get it. And I honestly would have been like, okay, if we selected him at 5. But there is, to me at least, I'm sure very many people, a huge gap between Latham and Joe Alt. We got the best guy. We got the absolute best guy at tackle. And honestly, for the past few years, Alt is in premium, prime company when it comes to his comparisons, or I should say potential in the NFL. I think the last guy that had this much hype was Tristan Wirfs, and he turned out very good for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tonlun 8 with the $10 holla. Thank you so much, my man. Appreciate the love there. Rich Asperity coming in with the 5s has picked a left tackle, hoping he can transition instead of a day one starter. He will be the starter. I'm pretty confident of that. Hopefully QJ got a hand transplant in the offseason because we've got 0 wide receivers. I still think we're going wide receiver at some point, but I get it. We still have a lot of work to do in the draft to keep help people feel more comfortable about the selection. Fabian with the $2 houses, isn't he a left tackle? Not sure I like this. He is a left tackle, but he's got all the confidence in the world, at least from me, and I've gone on record several times about this, that he can transition pretty flawlessly. Maybe the tiny learning curve, but if anybody can make sure that's not going to be an issue, it's Jim Harbaugh and Ben Herbert for sure. Drew with the 5 says, does this mean we're going to try to trade for Higgins or Ayuk? I just think offensive line isn't an exciting pick, but trust the process. I think that we're not trading for a wide receiver. I think that signing a free agent certainly on the table for me. But I do think we're going to be drafting one in the next 3 rounds or so. I'm pretty confident the Chargers are going to grab a wide receiver this year. Maybe even by the end of this round. The Chargers could easily trade up with a 2nd and 4th round pick to grab a wide receiver. Juan says, no, director, we needed a wide receiver. They fumbled it. Yeah, I mean, if that's your perspective, totally, they fumbled it. But there's so many wide receivers in this class. I wanted to finish out the Super Chats, but let's take a quick detour real quick. I'm going to show you guys some dudes that are going to be available to try to put your mind at ease, okay? Because I have the advantage of quite literally making this my life for very, very many weeks to sort of get the playing ground that we have with wide receivers at this point. Now, still, Roma Dunze still on the table. Do we do something crazy to go get him? I don't think so. A.D. Mitchell, very much so in our range if we wanted to trade up in the late 1st round. Brian Thomas might be a little sweet. I think that Brian Thomas is going before A.D. Mitchell for sure. Might be a trade-up guy. Who knows? Troy Franklin's kind of okay to me. I think he'll end up being all right. But guys like Ladd McConkey on the table for the Chargers. Keon Coleman on the table for the Chargers. Roman Wilson, Ricky Pearsall. These guys could be amazing for the Bolts in the 2nd round. Jalen Polk could be that Mike Williams kind of guy in the later rounds as well. Xavier Leggett would be absolutely amazing for the Chargers. And you know what? I don't talk enough about Xavier Worthy either. He's kind of been not in a very comfortable range for me to draft for quite a while, but this dude would be a huge difference maker. The fastest player in NFL Combine history, he could be a contender for the Chargers in round 2. And then even later down the board, you got guys like Burton, Walker, Baker, Wilson, McMillan, some of my favorite guys like Washington, Cowing, Aeneas Smith, Brendan Rice, Taj Washington. So much depth at wide receiver this year. The Chargers will get a guy. I'm super confident in that. Is it going to be as impactful as one of these top 3? Probably not. But the chance that the Chargers get to draft another Joe Alt is very, very low in the future. And you could say the same thing about the wide receivers. I get it. But in this draft in particular, you're going to be able to find some solid talent at wide receiver in the later rounds as well. So there we go. So slight detour. And again, I'm not going to tell you guys how to feel about it. because I'm not going to lie to you guys and say that's what I would have done. I would have gone Malik Neighbors, but it's a move that I completely understand and one that's hard for me not to get in some way excited about. The Chargers are going to be punching dudes in the mouth this season and for the foreseeable future, and Joe Alt is just the first domino to fall for that to happen. Dustin coming in with the 5. For once, we don't go sexy. We've always had weapons, and it's never worked on won a Super Bowl. Change is hard, but it is needed. Yeah, it's true. It's hard to grasp for a lot of us as well. Eric with the 5 says, we have people still groaning TT, and like TT and Staley are still here. We're not. We banged on the doors for Harbaugh. We got Harbaugh, and let's let him cook. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's let Harbaugh cook at this point. Wes Duke coming in with the 28 months. I'm gutted. Poor Herbie. Stay both up. Yeah, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. We'll find him some weapons for sure. But Joe Alt, he's going to have a lot of time. He's going to have a lot more time to get these guys the ball and let these guys cook in terms of their talent at receiver as well. Go down this way. Tara with the 5. All these bad quarterbacks get good wide receivers, and Herbert's got nothing outside of Palmer. It'll be okay. We'll find a guy. Malcolm with the 5 says, at first I was mad, but now I get it. It'll allow Herbert to have more time when it counts. At the end of the game, yeah, for sure. We don't want another Andrew Luck. That is also a really good point. We want to protect our guy. Here come the Falcons at pick number 8. What? The Falcons just took Michael Penix Jr. Wow. Penix off the board. Going top 10. Going to the Falcons, who already have a quarterback out there. That is shocking. Wow. That is shocking. Let's lightning around a couple of these guys. Hugo says, chat, so mad they want Justin Herbert to get hurt. Solid pick. I think we'll understand it a little bit more as the draft rounds out. Vanessa Roll with a 2 says, this better not be a Zay Flowers situation. You're going to feel that way no matter what. Those receivers are ridiculous. But the offensive line, not having to worry about that for 10 years or more is pretty special as well. Eric Gray with the 5. We should have traded back with the Vikings, still get a tackle and another key contributor. That could have been the case. But again, Joe Alt is extremely special. Extremely special. Sure, he has a transition to right tackle.
We just drafted a project player at number 5 overall. He did not perform well in right tackle drills. Fuaga is a better day 1 right tackle. I have faith in
Alt
him, but this is risky at best.
A unicorn at tackle. He is as special as any that we've seen in a long time. So again, we'll have to wait and see. Troy Franklin in the 2nd says, Dustin. I mean, yeah, that's definitely a possibility. Jacob Reeves with the 5. There was no value with picking Joe. We should have traded down. I have a feeling that because it went all the way down to like a minute, that the Chargers were still trying to get a trade to happen, and it just didn't. Nobody bit with a good enough offer, so they decided to go with their guy and Joe Alt. That's going to be what I guess ended up happening in their draft room. Or in their war room. The real Ricky Tan says wide receivers, a plug-and-play offensive line is irreplaceable. That is also very true. There's a reason why offensive line goes so highly paid in the league. It's because there's so few monstrously successful offensive linemen in the league, whereas there's a lot of really good defenders. So if you have an advantage at offensive line, it's something that very few teams can say they have. And it gives you an advantage every single snap, every single down. Antonio coming in with the 2 says people forget Herbie got sacked many times on 3rd. That's true. And Joe Alt is not going to let that happen. Charlie coming in with the 10. We just drafted a project player at number 5 overall. He did not perform well at right tackle drills. Fuanga is a better day 1 right tackle. I have faith in Jim, but it's risky. I think you are right in saying that, and I think that's a big reason why I drafted Fuanga for the most part at right tackle, if we were going to go that route the most. But in terms of ceiling, there is no tackle in the draft with a higher ceiling than Joe Alt, as well as floor. I still think the floor of a Fuanga at right tackle is slightly higher than Joe Alt, but not by so much where I'm like, I'm avoiding him overall, because the ceiling is still just so high. But I totally get it. I totally understand. Malik Neighbors, it's going to leave a hole for a lot of people, but we have to wait and see how this all translates into the actual season for sure. Juan coming in with the 5 says so much depth, but they're not Neighbors. Yeah, Herb now has to rely on Palmer and QJ out there. This 2023 draft again where they pass in Flowers. Again, I see that. But we're going to get a receiver. I'm pretty confident in that. And even if we don't, that's where I'm getting a little bit worried about that. I'm totally on board with you guys in terms of why did we not invest for Justin Herbert at weapons. But I'm not quite there yet. I'm disappointed we didn't get Neighbors. Totally there with you. But Joe Alt has a lot of value. And I think we also have to recognize the kind of value he's bringing to the Chargers, even at tackle. Austin coming in with the 5. Joe Alt looked horrible at the combine right tackle. Joe's, yeah. Slater might end up having to move to right tackle if the teams want to have to say. I don't think that's the case. I think, quite honestly, we need to see what happens in camp because unless it's a complete disaster, I still feel like Joe Alt is our starter at right tackle from here on out, right? And I don't think it's going to be as big of a shift as everybody's thinking, but again, we kind of have to wait and see what happens. But I completely get it, guys. Like, I'm with you. I wanted Malik Neighbors, but Joe Alt still brings a lot of value to the team. We can't overlook that just because it's not the guy that we wanted. But that's just me. I'm not going to police you guys and telling you what you want to feel or think because it's completely your experience as well. I'm just kind of here to kind of help make heads and tails of the selection. Roma Dunze is going to the Bears, by the way. Roma Dunze to the Bears. That is quite the slide. And one that the Bears and Caleb Williams are very much still going to be happy with. Man, the Bears have some weapons out there. Lord Vader with the 5 says, love the pick. Keep Herbie safe. Give him time. Deep wide receiver draft. We're going to do a mock here in just a minute, by the way. We'll get the weapon. Super Bowl winning team wins in the trenches. Yep, Chiefs won with the tight end. Yep, that's completely true. The Chiefs won without pretty much any wide receivers. Garcia coming with a 2. We could be the Falcons. QJ is going to shut us up. I mean, who knows? Lionel Turner coming to the 5. With our own line and tight end moves, along with running back and fullback, no one will want to play us, and Herbert should be able to throw to anyone. That's very true. And this is going to take that thought of when you give a quarterback, a really good quarterback, an average wide receiver, that he's going to elevate it. The offensive line play really does multiply that a few times. So it's interesting to think. Guapo coming in at 2 says, you see Vikings and Patriots inquired about Herbert. I think that was more of a rumor, but yeah, I saw it floating around. I don't think it was ever going to happen. Ishmael coming in with the 5 says, Director, what does our offensive line look like now? Do you think there's still significant holes? Will we focus on wide receivers now? Offensive line looks like this now. Slater, Zion, Bozeman, who we might still get a center later in the draft, Sawyer, and now, of course, Joe Alt at right tackle. Then you've got a guy like Trey Pipkins at swing tackle, which is, let's be honest, kind of a premium at this point. Looks very, very good. Like, quite honestly, a top 10 offensive line in the league, if not 5, if we address interior a little bit more in later rounds. Keith Smith coming in with the 5 says, y'all remember when the team drafted Herbert? I'm optimistic. Yeah, I think we all do. And finally, Frankie Sanchez with the 5. That's how you set up Herbie for a decade. Elite quarterback, elite offensive line. Name a team with both that's ever missed playoffs. Don't worry, I'll wait. That's true. That's definitely true. So now we got to start thinking about who the Chargers are going to start taking or hoping slide to them in the second round and maybe even consider trading up for back in the first round. Honestly, dude, the Ravens have not been shy about trading up in their history. The Chargers could see a guy they love in the late first round and go for a trade up there. So something to kind of consider in that scenario. We're going to end the poll here, by the way. I totally forgot to end the poll. You guys definitely were a little bit more, or definitely a lot more in favor of grabbing Malik Neighbors or another situation there. But there are 40% of Chargers fans out of 2,000 votes that were about the Joe Alt pick. And quite honestly, it's a very smart pick. It's one that it's going to be a bit of a longer, like we have to wait and see how that effect happens. But in the long run, I promise you, it's going to be a very significant move for the Chargers. Ricky Tan coming in with the 10. Wide receiver doesn't equal smash mouth football. We need to truck, trample, shove down players, dishonor their family names. That means we need a big boys up front. Bolt up, baby. Bolt up, dude. Bolt up. Watching highlights of Alt, dude is a wall. Yes, he is, Eric. I would highly recommend everybody take a look at some of that stuff. Dude is absolutely a wall. Let's go ahead and see what the Chargers have to say about this new selection here. Hang on, taking a look at something real quick. Wow. Okay, here comes the trade. The Minnesota Vikings, they traded up, did they trade up one pick? Did they trade up one pick? Yeah, they did. The Minnesota Vikings traded up one pick. They're likely going to grab J.J. McCarthy here. That's likely what's about to happen. J.J. McCarthy to the Vikings likely happening here at pick number 10. Okay. I'm not going to show too much of this. We don't want to get in too much trouble, but look at this man, dude. Welcome to the LA Chargers, Joe Alt. The dude's an absolute machine, an absolute animal at tackle. Dude's a wall. Look at that, dude. And the dude's seen some of the best talent you'll find at edge. Going to give Justin Herbert time to find his weapons, but more importantly, keep him upright. Dude is an athletic specimen for his size. Him and Rashawn Slater are going to lead the pack for the Chargers O-line for years to come. Dude's an absolute machine. Absolute machine. Welcome to the Chargers, Joe Alt. And the Bolts' road to success behind the Jim Harbaugh way has officially begun. I got to retweet this real quick, dudes. Welcome. This is going to take some time to marinate, though, guys. I promise. Everybody's probably feeling the same thing right now. We wanted the sexy pick. We wanted the wide receiver. We got the offensive lineman. Everybody's feeling the same way, I promise. Even me, I'm feeling that same way, I promise. But sometimes the right call is often the toughest, and that's definitely one of the situations I'm seeing right now. I'm sure it wasn't easy to pass up on a Dunze and to pass up on Neighbors, but you got the best tackle that's probably ever going to come your way to the Chargers in a very, very long time. What round do we take center? I think it could be as soon as 2, but I'm guessing it'll probably be somewhere around the 4th round. That's where I'm at. A couple more super chats. Michael Hunt with the 2 says, this is a new era. The old one never worked. Bolt up. Bolt up, baby. Here comes the change. Here comes the change. Latino Heat come with the 5 says, we better be in the race for Justin Herbert next year, director. Or Justin Jefferson, you said. Justin Jefferson. I mean, maybe, but I think the Chargers will find some surprising success with some lesser-known wide receivers. At least guys that shouldn't be considered wide receiver 1. You're going to see some big success out of them, including guys like, honestly, Josh Palmer could be a dog this year, man. I think he's the most slept-on fantasy player right now, especially, considering how many targets he's going to get, how much time he'll have to get separation. Or coming with the 2 says, and we lose to the New York Giants in the draft once again. I hope not, dude. I'm still very optimistic. But again, everybody's going to be a little bit raw on their emotions with this selection, and it's totally fine. It's totally okay. Because it's going to take some time, and I think ultimately what it's going to take is the draft to be completed. Once the draft is completed, we can step back and say, okay, Chargers got their right tackle. Maybe they trade up and get a wide receiver here in a minute. Maybe they get one in the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th round. That's going to be a dog for Justin Herbert if given time. There's some dudes, man. And quite honestly, if I'm going to tell you guys right now, the wide receiver that I want that's kind of in our range, that would be an instant wide receiver 1 for the Chargers, is probably Ladd McConkey. He's a guy that we might need to trade up in the late 1st round for. He could still be there in the 2nd round. Who knows? But if you want to trade up, or if you want to hope that a guy falls to you, I think the number 1 guy in our range that would be that dude is probably A.D. Mitchell. If we trade up and get aggressive and grab a Brian Thomas Jr., like that's still very exciting. But I think at this point, one of those other guys is kind of what you're looking for. And it's because you want to have dudes that are tough, that can separate, and have speed. And you're going to find a lot of those guys later in the draft. And let's not forget Xavier Worthy, too, guys. He's kind of on my radar all of a sudden pretty aggressively with this pick because all of a sudden Justin Herbert has an extra couple of seconds to throw the ball. Guess where Xavier Worthy is? Probably in the end zone. Like that's the kind of impact that an offensive line selection can make for your football team. Be mad today, bolt up tomorrow. Completely understand that, Drew. Completely understand that, Drew. Eric with the 2. No, Jim. We don't want to win. Y'all need to chill. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Yeah, Greg Roman's another great, Roman Wilson, excuse me, another great player to be looking at in the 2nd round. But even guys like Xavier Legette, Keon Coleman, this is a very, very deep wide receiver draft. I would be shocked if we didn't take one. Here come the Vikings selection here in a second. They're going to have some fans read it off. But I have to assume it's going to be J.J. McCarthy. We need a cornerback. Yeah, I think corner's on the table for the Chargers as well. I get it's a good pick, but I'm big, sad, mad. Yeah, I totally get it, Chargers fan. Totally get it. Vader fan, or Lord Vader with the twos says we literally got the best offensive line in the whole draft. Yes, we did. Like by a lot. Like Joe Alt to me is, and again, I'm kind of the guy that overhypes stuff, so I'm sorry, sue me, okay? But this whole time with Joe Alt, I felt like there's some Joe Thomas potential there. I honestly think he could be in those ranks at some point. Yeah, it's a lot to ask of him, but that's because that's the kind of precedent that he set, at least for me, when watching what his talent could be in the NFL. I was worried a little bit about the transition to right tackle, but not so worried that I'm avoiding him. I have a lot of confidence that he can do it. Is it a hiccup? Sure. But it's one that's not going to hold me back from taking the best offensive lineman in this draft. J.J. McCarthy's going to the Vikings, by the way. There he goes, top 10. Dude, Jim Harbaugh got cooking, man. J.J. McCarthy in the top 10 is still wild to me. He, to me, was maybe a late first-round pick. Instead, he gets selected in the top 10. Vikings get their quarterback of the future, and he's got some weapons going to Minnesota too, man. Great situation for J.J. McCarthy. Great situation for J.J. McCarthy. Jaron with the two said the Alt hate by our fans is crazy. Alt is a Hall of Fame. Dude, quite honestly, I think he's an all-pro already, dude. Like, quite honestly, the dude's going to be a huge name in the ranks of offensive linemen. Sure, I don't think as many people were against the Rashawn Slater pick. I think that's all, honestly, who we were looking for, especially in that slide. But there were some people that wanted maybe a weapon or a sexier, like, skill position guy at that point. Are any of us thinking that now? Absolutely not. We are blessed to have Rashawn Slater on this team. Joe Alt, I promise you guys, is going to be a beloved name in Chargers fandom in the next couple of seasons. He is quite literally the bodyguard, the protector of Justin Herbert going forward. Him and Rashawn Slater. Cynical coming in. Love your ironic name. Love your contact director. Schefter confirmed that the Herbert trade rumors on X. Did he really? Did Adam Schefter, did he confirm against it or for it? Because I would have a very hard time believing there was any weight to be or any water that could be held in that trade discussion. Because the Chargers would be $63 or $64 million over the cap if we did that today. How do we even compete? You know what I mean? It'd be pretty nuts. Frank Sanchez, Alt is built like a big vanilla ice cream cone. I just want to eat it up. Okay, all right, Frankie. Settle down. Everybody settle down in here. Grab some water. Stay hydrated. Says your audio cut off. Can you guys hear me still? I hope so. Chase, make sure that your volume is turned up. Hopefully it's not turned off. Hope you guys can hear me. Dougie Fresh with the 5 says Rashawn Slater played right tackle in college, so maybe move Rashawn back to right tackle. Have Joe Alt stay at left tackle, bolt up. That is a really good point. I think ultimately, like, my brain shuts off that possibility, because you're right. You know what I mean? Like, we could certainly put, Slater at right tackle and see what happens. But most of the time when you know something works, especially for a Pro Bowler, you don't want to mess with it.
No need to pick a WR just to pick one now.
We'll get to that in just a second. So I have to assume that they're going to keep Rashawn Slater at left tackle and then kick Joe Alt to right. Joe Alt, he's built like a right tackle, dude. Like, he'll be fine there. But you never know. Like, let's see what happens in camp. Like, this entire time, from now on, the moment that Joe Alt put on the Chargers cap to kickoff, this is the time that we have to experiment around with that. We might be able to find some success. Absolutely. Kyle coming in with a 10. Excuse me. Says, full send it. Give me a center or cornerback next. No need to pick a wide receiver, just to pick one now. I mean, yeah, totally we can go cornerback next round, for sure. Like, for sure. I would be shocked if we didn't get a wide receiver, though, in the first 3. 4 rounds is kind of pushing it, but I think 3 rounds is where we absolutely need to grab at least one. Absolutely need to grab at least one. But corner could still be on the table. What if Kool-Aid makes it to us in the 2nd round? That's the kind of potential I'm talking about. Like, if you can get a talent like that in the 2nd round, then of course go corner. Try and grab a wide receiver, though, even if you have to trade up. And at that point, it's super easy to trade up with an extra 4th round pick. If you want to send one of those in our next year's 3rd or whatever, you can completely make that happen. But yeah, no, the potential is there. Certainly, the potential is there. Thank you so much, Kyle, for the $10 holla. Steve coming in with the 5. As we got the commissioner coming out for the Jets pick. Steve says, tackle eligible. Play with alt incoming. Former tight end. Student body with left with Slater. Yeah, no, dude's amazing. Dude's a unit. Absolutely. Here come the Jets at pick number 11. They're going to select Fashanu comes off the board. That's funny. A lot of people felt that Brock Bowers was going to come off the board here. Instead, it's going to be Fashanu, who's going to help protect, and they need it, man. They needed it bad. Protect Aaron Rodgers for the next couple of seasons. Not a bad pick. I definitely don't hate that pick for the Jets. And they were able to trade down. I don't know what they got in return. Does it show? What did the Jets get in return for that trade? Good move. Good moves for the Jets. Ricky Tan coming back with the 5 says, can we stop hating on the pick and accept the new regime? Yeah, expecting the same regular moves while expecting different results. Definition of insanity. But it's all right, man. Again, it's going to be tough to grasp for a lot of us. Even me as a Chargers fan, like outside of the content creation, because of course it's my job to help brace you guys and soften the impact of being disappointed not getting the guy that you want. But I also have to be like my own Chargers fan. And as my own Chargers fan, I feel the voice of reason screaming in the back of my mind saying, this was the move for Jim Harbaugh to build his team. Even though it's not the move I would have made, it's the one that was right for the Los Angeles Chargers, led by Roman, led by Harbaugh, and the future of what this offense is going to look like. We're building in the trenches, y'all, and it started at pick number 5. And again, we got the best lineman in the draft by a long shot. Like, again, in my opinion, Joe Alt or bust. You don't take anybody else at 5. So that's instantly, again, what I felt was relief. J.C. Latham was exciting because he played right tackle, but there's such a gap between him and Alt for me that if you're going to invest that high, it's got to be Alt. Rattlesnake Jake with the $5 haul says, just because. Hey, dude, those are vibes, man. Thank you. Thank you, dude. Appreciate the $5 out there, bro. Big love to you, dude. Somebody just said something that I'm excited to talk about here in just a second. Joe Alt, delete this draft and start over. What? Thank you for the 2 there, Tony. Appreciate you. San Diego fan with the $2 has a future pick to help get Bowers. So that's the comment I was excited to talk about. What if the Chargers go crazy and they trade up? Let's say Brock Bowers falls past 15, right? What if we get crazy? We trade our second. It would probably honestly take our 3rd as well to go get Brock Bowers. I mean, that would be absolutely insane. I can't put that off the table. As a matter of fact, let's go do the math together. Huh? That make you guys feel a little bit better? What if Brock Bowers is still on the table for the Chargers via trade? I know it's a bit of a long shot. I don't expect that to be the case. But, I mean, if you're the Chargers and you're building a Jim Harbaugh team, why not go after the best tight end I maybe have ever seen in the NFL draft? Fashanu, the last selection, by the way. Let's go take a look together. Huh? What would it cost to go get a Brock Bowers? Let's say Brock Bowers falls past 15, so it's 1,000 points. That makes it pretty easy. Well, the Chargers have 530 here. Don't know if we would have enough to move up even with the 3rd and 2nd round pick, but you can probably grab a 2nd rounder next season as well, which what is the average, right? I think it's like the middle pick. So in this case, it would be 32 plus 16, 48. The value at 48. So 420. I mean, at that point, you're pretty close. So maybe 2 2nd rounders, and the Chargers could move up and get Brock Bowers if he moves past 15. Does he not get drafted in the top 15? I don't think so. But at that point, I'm considering it heavily at that point, for sure. So who knows? I think that still, to me, is the best case scenario. If we find a way to go get Brock Bowers as well as Joe Alt, that's insane. Enrique with the 2 says, do you think we'll take Alt and Marvin Harrison Jr. been available? That's a good question to ask, man. I honestly don't think it would have been Alt. If Marvin Harrison was there, I think it would have been MHJ. Just because you want to go best player available. And honestly, if I'm being completely transparent with you guys, I think Joe Alt was 100% best player available for the Chargers. And I think for a lot of people on their boards, Joe Alt was BPA, even above Marvin Harrison, above Malik Neighbors and Roma Dunze. And it feels like to me, because they let the clock run all the way down, that they were trying to look for a trade partner in that situation. It didn't happen, so they took best player available. And honestly, that's the right move. Even though sometimes BPA doesn't match what we think BPA is, because if you were to ask me, it's actually really close, because Malik Neighbors and Joe Alt are pretty close to me, but I still think that Joe Alt, even though it's the smarter pick, it makes a lot of sense that he was probably still BPA for them. But that was a really good question, man. I still think Marvin Harrison Jr. is above in terms of talent, Joe Alt, but after that, it really is up to interpretation. And Joe Alt, very special prospect, certainly could make that happen for the Chargers. The Broncos pick is in, by the way. Let's see who the Rivals select at 12. Please don't be one of my guys. If it's anything like my mock draft on Bleacher Report yesterday, I think they ended up taking Brock Bowers, and that really, really hurt my feelings. Or with the $2 Hollis says, worst wide receiver room in the NFL, who's Herbert going to throw to? Again, we got to wait till the draft is over. If we don't draft a receiver or Bowers or something, then I'm definitely getting worried, and we have to make a move. But I still have a lot of hope that one of these guys in the draft is... Guys, let me one more time. Again, to kind of help put everybody's minds at ease. Okay? Let me explain to you why this draft is special at wide receiver. Okay? A.D. Mitchell, wide receiver 1 in the NFL. I should say, on an NFL team. Brian Thomas, wide receiver 1 on an NFL team. Troy Franklin, maybe I'm not as high as him as other people, but wide receiver 1 in a lot of NFL teams. Ladd McConkey, wide receiver 1. Keon Coleman, wide receiver 1. Roman Wilson, yes, more of a slot guy, but probably more in the terms of what's a good comparison? Tyler Lockett, technically not wide receiver 1 for the Seattle Seahawks for so long, but he was, because he was getting all the targets and he was the one open. He had the speed. That's Roman Wilson. I'm going to say wide receiver 1 in an NFL team. Ricky Pearsall. This is kind of where maybe the line is moving a little bit for me, but I still think Pearsall, wide receiver 1. Polk, wide receiver 1. Xavier Leggett, wide receiver 1. Corley, fringe 1, 2. Xavier Worthy, fringe 1, 2. Burton, fringe 1, 2. I don't think you start getting until the 3s until all the way down here, dude. Bo Nix just went to the Broncos! Yeah! Woo! Welcome to the NFL, Bo Nix. I'm sorry to all you Oregon fans, but this dude's about to go up against Khalil Mack, Joey Bosa, Tooley, Max Crosby, Chris Jones. Oh! All right. There you go. So how many quarterbacks is that? Is that already 6? Because Penix went earlier than I thought. Is that 6 quarterbacks in the top 15? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's ridiculous. Jeez. Let me finish my thought. These wide receivers coming down here, this is where it's more like wide receiver 3 range. And what? It's ranks like 152. Did I go all the way back? Because I feel like we're missing a lot of dudes I wanted to talk about. Either way, there is so much talent just spilling out of this draft at wide receiver. You're going to get a guy. If you pick in the first, I'll say 3 or 4 rounds, you're getting a dude. So let's take a deep breath. If we don't get receiver at all this draft, then I'm with you. I'm worrying. I'm panicking a little bit. But at this point, the pick makes a lot of sense. Let's all celebrate together the pick of Bo Nix. I know a lot of you Oregon Ducks fans are probably super upset about that. Now we got to go bury him twice a year. But and he's got potential again. I'm not going to completely crap on a division rival because they're division rival. Bo Nix could be great. He could be good. But tall or high or steep hill to climb if you're in the AFC West. Definitely. Can you scream Joe Alt? Joe Alt, baby! There you go. Joe Alt! Who's got it better than us? Joe Alt! That was dumb. I don't know why. Yeah, I dig it. Let's grab a couple more of these super chats here. Give us Zach Frazier. Next offensive line will be cooking Bolt up. Dude, if we went back-to-back O-line, first off, Bolt fam would explode. Second off, wow, who's going to beat us at the line? Nobody. Absolutely nobody. Miguel coming in at 2 said, people say no wide receiver. How many star wide receivers do the Chiefs got? That's all. That's super true. And quite honestly, at this point, the Chargers' offensive line's better than the Chiefs, which is crazy. Like, Joe Alt is a big upgrade, dude. Big upgrade. The Broncos have Zach Wilson and Bo Nix now. I'm so high. Like, I think Bo Nix is going to be just fine. But, like, in this division, Lord be with you, my friend. Harbaugh is speaking right now in the interview. Awesome. We'll grab it. When was this? Where is it being broadcast? Was it on NFL Network and I just wasn't looking up? This is what I was talking about as far as the meme. This is the one I was talking about. That's kind of what a lot of people feel like in terms of an offensive line selection there. Joe Alt is such like, for me, an easy projection of like, yeah, that's him. Like, nobody's getting past Joe Alt. Like, the dude's special. The dude's absolutely special. Whoa, the Raiders picked super fast. They must have had a guy they love already. Are we all out of quarterbacks? Or is there any other quarterback that's half decent? Raiders select Brock Bowers. No! They snatched Michael Mayer from me, and now they took Brock Bowers. Crap. That's the last place I wanted to see Brock Bowers. That sucks. That sucks. That sucks. Charlie, no. You can't say that. Bring back Tom Telesco. No. Thank you for the $10 hollow, man. Yeah, no, don't bring back Tom. So he can flex the 5. Dude, who's going to throw him the ball? Yeah, that's why I'm mostly upset. Brock Bowers, please don't make him the next Kyle Pitts. I'm a big Brock Bowers fan. It automatically sucks that he's going to the Raiders. But is he going to fizzle out because there's no quarterback? That sucks. That sucks. That sucks. That one hurt my soul, dude. I'm legitimately pissed off. Anywhere but the Raiders. Please don't waste him, Raiders. Please. Chase, thank you so much for the membership, dude. Eric Church with the 5 says, sorry, director. I love you and know you're staying positive. That's ironic after the Bowers pick. But a top 5 pick to upgrade right tackle when Pipkins played good in 2022 and has a $9 million cap hit. Yeah, but he honestly could probably get cut now. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen. But, I mean, if the Chargers needed an extra $7 million, like, it's kind of on the table. But I don't know. I'm trying to get over the Bowers thing, dude. That was quite literally like one of my favorite players in the whole friggin' draft. And why are the Raiders taking a tight end anyway? Who was still on the board? They should have taken offensive line. Fuanga was still there. He would have fit their team beautifully. Who was still there at offensive line? Bashanu got taken, right? Troy Fatanu, was he still out there? Mims was still out there? Barton, Morgan, Guyton, Fuanga. I'm so shocked they didn't take Fuanga. I could live with Brock Bowers going to the Saints, or probably the Colts is my favorite destination for him. But the Raiders, why are you taking tight end? Your offensive line is garbage. That one ticked me off. Gun Show 2 with $2 holla says, Lab McConkey falls to us in the second, please. He's my dude. I love McConkey. And knowing how this draft is going, he's going to go to the freaking Chiefs. Are there any wide receiver free agents you think the Chargers will go after? What about Higgins? I think that Tyler Boyd is certainly on the table, but there's going to be, trust me on this, by the way. I'm calling it right now, okay? After the draft, what's one of the first things that you see after the undrafted free agents are signed? Cuts. Like a crazy amount of cuts. You know why? Because teams hit on a position that they're going to save a bunch of money on. And guess what's the deepest position in this draft? Wide receiver. We're going to see some vets, some good ones, cut from teams because teams got some very good wide receivers on their roster. One of those guys could be available. But in terms of like free agents, I think Tyler Boyd's probably the best one that could come to us. Higgins, maybe. Shade Wolf of the 2 says another Darren Waller in the AFC West. Yeah, that blows. I hate that. I hate that so much. Last place you want to see Bowers end up is Kansas City. Yeah, that's true. But I'm a Bowers fan too. I'm so disappointed that he's going to the Raiders. Who's even their running or their quarterback right now? Like that blows. That blows. They should have gone offensive line. That was a big dumb. First they took Mayer last year, and now they take Bowers. And that's the other thing. They got Michael Mayer. They got baby Gronk out there already. You're going to split targets between Mayer and Bowers? That's just, you sent Bowers to his doom. Or Michael Mayer, which sucks. Mayer's a great tight end. Jeez. Flavor says, Director, stop. We weren't even drafting him. We had to be wide receiver to go get. Brock will not succeed for the Raiders. No, that's the other half that pisses me off. I mean, he'll be good. He's a great player, so he'll be good. But, like, come on. I was ready to see Brock Bowers. Quite honestly, if he didn't go to us, I was excited to see him as a football fanatic. I was excited to see him with Aaron Rodgers. I was excited to see him with Caleb Williams. I was excited to see him, at the very worst, with Anthony Richardson. But the Raiders? That blows. 6 quarterbacks in the top 12 is wild. Could we see more? I mean, who's available? I think that's all the ones I was expecting to go high. Right? After him, it was Spencer Rattler, which I don't really think is going to happen. And by the way, I think most of the teams have addressed quarterback at this point. So, no, I'm not expecting another quarterback until, like, Maybe we see Spencer Rattler get drafted tomorrow. Maybe Michael Pratt in the third round, but I think we saw about as much as we were to expect at quarterback in the first round. Why no defensive players drafted? The new tackle rules. Here come the Saints at 14. There goes Fuanga. Talise Fuanga just went off the board to the Saints. Great value. Huge value at 14. And I'm so shocked that the Raiders didn't take an offensive lineman there. Why no defensive players drafted? Is that true? I mean, yeah, I didn't expect many defensive players drafted in the top 15, but not one? Unless the Colts bite on one here, that is kind of shocking. I mean, the Colts could certainly take one right now. They could take Quinion Mitchell. They need corners, right? They need another edge player. There's Jared Verse out there. There's Liatu Atu. There's Dallas Turner, right? I think the first defensive player comes off the board in Indianapolis. Because who's left in terms of offense that I like? Did Fatanu get drafted? No, it's Fashanu that got drafted. There could be another tackle. Yeah, I mean, yeah, who knows? If I'm the Colts at this point, though, I think I take either a corner or an edge. I think I take Liatu Latu or Dallas Turner. Yeah, no, tackle. Like, this was such a good tackle class. Of course, everyone wants a slice of it. Just remember that, guys. This tackle class is special. You know who stood at the very front of that line, at the top, above all else, above all these other very talented tackle prospects? It was Joe Alt. And this is the best tackle draft I have ever seen. And Joe Alt was the best among the best. We got a good one. Raiders only did this to F us over. Maybe. I'm just so, literally, pour one out for your Bowers fans out there. I hate that he went to the Raiders. I hate that. Juan coming in with the twos. No defense player drafted. Good options in the second. Oh, yeah. The fact that 6 quarterbacks went in the first round just pushed some talent down the board to the Chargers in round 2. I promise you there's going to be a dog at 37 still for the Chargers. Because even in our mock draft yesterday, I think we only had the 3 quarterbacks. Maybe we did get J.J. McCarthy off the board. We did not see Michael Penix. We did not see Bo Nix. In our huge mock draft on Bleacher Report yesterday. Did not see those guys. So that's another 2 spots that the Chargers are going to benefit in round 2. Be excited that you get to see him play twice a year. Yay! Yay, Brock Bowers. He might be awesome with the team. Don't get me wrong. He's the kind of player that you toss the ball underneath. He's going to create crazy yards. He's going to be great to watch. But, I wanted to see him with a good quarterback team. That's the biggest thing for me. I was excited about the idea about him going to the Colts or the Jets, but yeah, crazy. Stop director, that was not the pick you wanted at 5. No, it's not. I made that call yesterday publicly, hugely, with the Bleacher Report draft, the big one. I took Malik Neighbors. But it doesn't mean I'm hating on the pick. Just because it's not what I would have done doesn't mean I don't get it and I'm not supportive of it. I think Joe Alt's going to be great. It just opens up the floor for what's going to happen in the Chargers later. As a matter of fact, do you always want to do that real quick? Real quick? I'm kind of down for that. We're waiting for the Colts pick. They still have 3 more minutes. Let's do a quick mock. Yeah? You guys down? Kind of see what the playing field looks like now that we got our offensive lineman in the first round. Let's just do 3 rounds, right? 4. We'll do 4 because we got 2 picks in that round. Might use some of those ammunition to trade up. Before that, though, Kyle coming in with a $20 holiday. Go follow Joe and show him some love. Send me Harbaugh with a running game. This is the way. This is the way. This is the way. Show me Harbaugh with a run game. This is the way. $20 holla and big love to you, man. Is Joe Alt on Insta or on Twitter? I'll find him on Insta. Is that really him? I'll follow this guy anyway. Let's do it real quick, guys. While we're waiting for the call, I'll be announcing the Colts pick and the Seahawks pick here in just a second too. But I want to see what the playground looks like here. Playground looks like with the Chargers having taken their tackle in round 1. You guys can still see the draft there on the bottom. Okay, let's do a quick mock, just a quickie before bed. Here comes. Oh wait, actually we got to do it correctly. Hang on. Let's go mock draft simulator. Chargers. Crap. We kind of have to do all teams now, don't we? If we want to get things... Nah. I was like, we have to set up the draft the way that it happened, but no, we don't have to do that. Let's just kind of fly by the seat of our pants here. Oh, wait. They actually did it. That's cool. They put the actual picks in live, so we don't have to even worry about it. And it looks like the pick is in, and Liatu Latu was the pick for the Colts. How did they know that? That's crazy, dude. That's actually crazy. Liatu Latu to the Indianapolis Colts, if PFF is to be believed. That's a great pick for them, by the way. I love that pick. Love that pick for the Colts. First defensive player off the board. Now, let's go a little slow here just in case we want to trade up. But let's do a quick mock draft. And I'll grab the super chats here in just a second. Thank you, Kyle, so much for the $20 holo, man. I appreciate that. PFF is ahead of everyone. Those bastards. Okay, so now we're here. So this was the range I wanted to trade for Brock Bowers, but he's gone. A lot of defensive talent coming off the board now. Do we want to trade back into the 20s? Who's still available now? Does it not show us the players too? Just okay, that's cool. Let's stick and pick. Let's see. Let's stick and pick and see what happens. DeJean, Murphy, Guyton, Worthy that high. Wow. Kool-Aid, Adonai. Okay, so talent had to fall down the board. Oh my God. Hey, we're already like down this rabbit hole. Would you guys go Jackson Powers Johnson in the second round? Like, I mean, somebody's going to be there. I promised you guys there would be a dog. Would you go back-to-back O-line? Liatu Latu, yeah, confirmed to the Indianapolis Colts. I mean, part of me just wants to go Sainer still and feel good about it, but my God. Jackson Powers Johnson, I think I would totally do that. Who else could fall to us? McConkey could fall. McKinstry could fall. Wiggins, probably not. Maybe. Troy Franklin could fall. Some people say Johnny Newton could fall, which would be absurd. But there's going to be a name. I'm going to go Jackson Powers Johnson. If we're in it, man, if we're going full, heave into the Greg Roman and Jim Harbaugh offense, I mean, this is a value you don't see every day in the second round. Like, this is, you're getting the best tackle and the best center in this draft, in a draft that's absolutely one of the most impressive I've ever seen. Like, yeah, we're going Jackson Powers Johnson. I can't believe we just did that. After all of the stress that Bolt fam went through in taking an offensive lineman in the first round, we'll go and do it again. Because JPJ is there in the second round. I promise you, there's going to be somebody there. You're going to be like, oh my God, how is he still on the board? Same thing with Christian Haynes. What's he doing here in the third round? We don't really need him. We got guards already, but dang, dude. What about the third round? What about the third round? Do we just go nuts and grab Trey Benson? What do we do? We got to look at wide receiver and corner at this point, right? Like, it's kind of, we have to at least take a look at it. I mean, Jermaine Burton's great. Baker's great. Washington's great. You might be able to find one of these guys in the fourth round. Aeneas Smith, Brendan Rice, Cowing. All these guys are fantastic options. Luke McCaffrey could be a guy. Outside of that, I think you got Anthony Gould is not bad. There's still a lot of options at wide receiver. What about corner? By the way, Seattle Seahawks on the board. Kyrie Jackson's still there at cornerback. I kind of like that. Jerry Jones is still there at cornerback as well. These guys, you could probably find him in the 4th round, though. So I think, unless you're a huge Kyrie Jackson guy, which I can totally see taking him here. I totally get that. We need center. Yeah, we just got Jackson Powers-Johnson, my friend. Do we trade down? We could have, by the way, that's totally an option up here, too. I should have mentioned that. Chargers could have totally traded down in the 2nd round, which is something that actually I think that could very much so happen tomorrow. But I mean, if we're going full haul, might as well go full haul, right? In round 3, I'm gutted that TJ Tampa went right before us. I mean, Arororo and Dorless are awesome. Junior Colson kind of feels like the move. If you're talking about like value and impact and fit, like it's got to be Junior Colson, right? And then maybe we go wide receiver next round. McMillan's also really slept on. Kyrie Jackson. I'm honestly kind of at a loss here. I think it's got to be Colson. It's got to be Jackson or Colson. Yeah, I think we're going to go with let's go Junior Colson. We're going to get at least one Michigan guy. That's a huge fit. Big presence in the middle of that defense. He'll help really smooth the transition of the change of system and scheme. That just feels like a lock if he's available in the 3rd round. I like it. Here in the 4th round, we've got 2 selections. Hey, you could still get a receiving guy, a nice do-it-all tight end, and Ben Sinnott. Jared Wiley's not bad either if you want to go tight end for that, receiving. Jerry Jones kind of feels like the pick here, though, right? Is Brendan Rice still on the board? Did he get taken already? Is Rice gone? No, he's still there. Rice could be another. We got 2 4th-round picks as well, dudes. What do you guys think? We can go tight end. Oh, Christian Mahogany's still here, dude. No! Oh, my God. Can you imagine? This dude is a freaking animal at guard, dude. Can you imagine? Jackson Powers-Johnson, Christian Mahogany, and Joe Alt on the right side. Dear Lord in heaven, nobody's stopping that. Oh. For your consideration, Christian Mahogany. Jerry Jones kind of feels like the pick. I think that's got to be the pick if I'm being honest. Cowing's great. Smith is great. We have 2 4th-rounders, so we can probably go back and get another wide receiver. What do you guys think? I'm such a big Christian Mahogany fan. This breaks my soul, dude. This guy would be nuts. This is such a Harbaugh play right here, man. This dude's he's a friggin' animal. What does it say here? Mahogany's a guard only and a powerful run blocker with inconsistencies in the pass game. He's going to rotate. Yeah, but this dude, like, quite honestly, in our offense would just be so nasty. So nasty. I don't know. Do you guys just want to go full haul, go straight stupid on the offensive line? Or do we got to go corner, though. We have to go corner, guys. We got 2 great offensive linemen over. We got to get Jerry Jones on here. This is an awesome nickel corner. Dude's fast. He's got the measurables. Like this is kind of, I think you got to do it. You got to do it. We got 2 4th-round picks, too. We got to see what happens. We got to get Jerry Jones. We got another pick and just a few picks here. Christian Mahogany fell to 110. You're breaking my soul, dude. Like, I was fully prepared to go Brendan Rice here. Naismith Smith was gone, which is kind of sucks. Ben Sinnott's gone, but oh my God, what do we do? We got to go receiver, right? After this round, what's our next pick? It's like, oh, we don't have another. That's it for this mock. It's got to be wide receiver. 2 of my favorite are still on the board. Brendan Rice, Jacob Cowing. Cowing feels like the bigger, like, big play guy. He's super fast, not too small. He's a slot dude. Great acceleration and speed. Kind of feels like Tank Dell out here. Brendan Rice, though, feels super special. Right? Intelligent route runner. Great blocker. Really feels like what Harbaugh would want at receiver. I can't believe I'm giving up mahogany, bro. It's just straight rich mahogany. But we got to get a wide receiver. Brendan Rice is the pick. How do we feel now, dudes? Christian Mahogany, dude. It's got to. We had to get a receiver, but that's what I'm kind of saying. Like, receivers so deep, you'll find one in the fourth that you feel pretty good about, right? This is the post Joe, the first live in person Joe Alt mock draft to the Chargers. I can't believe we went back-to-back offensive line. Y'all are nuts. What do you guys think of that? Would you feel good about that? Joe Alt, Jackson Powers Johnson in the second round. Good Lord. Junior Colson in the third. Jerry and Jones, Brendan Rice. Like, I kind of love it. I'm sorry. In a draft that I had enamored my soul and my imagination with Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors, like, this ain't freaking bad, dude. I kind of like that. I'm really kind of okay with that. How do you guys feel? Oops. How do you guys feel about that? You guys cool? We cool? We good? We feeling better? We good? Because that's actually not too bad. That's pretty good if you ask me. The pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks, by the way. And if you missed it, Leatu Latu to the Colts. I love that pick for them. Seattle coming up on the clock here. The Jags coming up on the clock. Seattle Seahawks pick is in. We're about to hear it from the commish. Or a special message. Do you guys like that draft? My chat on screen is frozen. Oh, no. See if we can fix that. There we go. Hey, thanks for the heads up there, man. I appreciate that. Wow. It's all buggy now on the top. Whatever. Oh, okay, there we go. It worked itself out. Cozy Gaming, thank you for the crew ad right there, my man. I appreciate that. Is that Brock Bowers on your profile picture, or is it just a coincidence? The handsome fella. Here comes the Seattle Seahawks selection. I mean, I don't know, dude. That draft actually kind of gets me excited. Joe Alt, Jackson Powers Johnson, Junior Colson, Jerry and Jones, Brendan Rice. I love it. Oh, that's a good pick for Seattle, too. Byron Murphy headed to Seattle. Dang. That you can't hate on that one bit, dude. That's a solid move by Seattle. That's going to help him out tremendously. That's going to help him out tremendously. Okay, Coz, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Confirmation. I was about to rip on you. I was like, why go to the Raiders? You should pull an Eli Manning. The Vikings traded up. Did they really? Oh, they did. Yeah, Vikings are now on the clock, bro. Pick 17. Who are they looking for? Oh, wait. Let me look at the draft tracker. Who's still there? Who would you trade up for if you're the Vikings? I mean, you could argue Fatanu's not bad. He's still there. Do they need corner? There's a couple of really good corners still there. Terrion Arnold's still there. He's corner one for a lot of people. Quinion Mitchell, the top corners are still on the board. Dallas Turner. I could see that. I could see Dallas Turner. We don't know yet, though. Because if I remember right, it was Liatu Latu and Dallas Turner as like the 1A, 1B edge players, and they do need an edge. I think they lost Danielle Hunter recently, didn't they? I don't know. I have to wait and see. That's interesting. I didn't expect them to trade up for anything but a quarterback. They already did that. It only cost them like nothing. They moved up one spot with the Jets. Can you guys imagine if Spencer Rattler goes out? Who still needs a quarterback that is yet to draft? Maybe the Rams. They get their guy after, Stafford. Probably not. Steelers could maybe. Some people speculate the Cowboys. I'm not sold on that. Bucks don't really. Bills don't. Lions don't. Ravens don't. Niners don't. So there's like 2 teams, maybe 3, that could go quarterback. And I imagine they're probably not going to go until the second round. All right, here comes the Vikings. Their second first-round pick. Man, they've traded, 4 times? Dallas Turner's the pick. Minnesota's going Dallas Turner. That makes a lot of sense. I was like, there's very few players you trade up for right now. But Dallas Turner makes a lot of sense. Him and Jared Verse. Is Jared Verse still out there? Those dudes are going to be nasty. Those dudes going to be nasty. Where do they have Jared Verse ranked? Yeah, he's not too far. Wow. Dallas Turner. Yeah, that'll be nice. They needed him. They needed to get that defense back on track. Yeah. Yeah, good pick by them. That puts the Bengals on the clock. And we kind of did this last year. I probably should have been paying better attention to this, but trade up candidates for the Chargers. Where are we now? We're at pick 18. It's still super expensive. If we're to trade 2 second-round picks, we could probably trade into this range. And if you guys are willing to do something like that, the talent's still on the board that gets me going. I would be willing to trade up for a corner for Terry and Arnold, Quinion Mitchell. If it were wide receiver, I would be ecstatic if it were Brian Thomas Jr. Dude, if we got Joe Alt and Brian Thomas Jr., just, again, the fact of the matter is that Justin Herbert's going to have more time. He will. Like, guaranteed he'll have more time. That's going to allow speedy wideouts to beat their coverage, dude. Like, the thought of A.D. Mitchell or Xavier Worthy or Brian Thomas on this team, that is the kind of threat that's going to help your run game. We can't load the box. They got A.D. Mitchell out there. We can't load the box. They got Xavier Worthy. We can't load the box. They got Brian Thomas Jr. Like, that's the kind of guy I'm going for if I'm trading up. That or a corner. I think those are the only 2 I'm looking at. I mean, Johnny Newton, maybe. But outside of that, those are the dudes. I think that's I'm pretty content with that. We'll keep an eye on it. I mean, Jared Verse would be kind of insane too, but we don't need him right now. We can probably wait on edge until next season. Super chat coming in from Wale Gaio. He says could still trade up for BTJ. For BTJ. Oh, Brian Thomas Jr. Yeah, totally. Brian Thomas Jr. is, again, there's a gap between him and Adunze, but he is by far, let's say we compared him to last year's actual draft. I think he's close to wide receiver 1, Brian Thomas Jr. I think he's super, super special. And he's got highs, he's got speed. Yeah, I think I would absolutely say this is trade up territory for the Chargers. It would cost you a second rounder and maybe a second rounder next year to make that happen. But I mean, I'd be about it. If you're that serious about a weapon or a corner, I'd be about it. Stop sleeping on Darius Davis. Nah, Davis could certainly get that job done too, but he's more of like, your special teamer. he's not going to be the same sort of threat in terms of what he offers outside of speed. You know what I mean? Like, he might improve to be a better, route runner and all that, but I want a guy that offers more threat than just a straight line speed. You know what I mean? And Darius does really well for us on special teams, and he could be a weapon for us as well. But I think these guys in this draft in particular, they're offering way more than just speed, and that's what makes them especially dangerous that you have to respect. Leggett too, dude. Oh, there's some options in the second round, dude. In the late first, early second, there's some dogs at wide receiver. Absolutely. BTJ is Justin Jefferson. Some people have said that, like, straight up. Like, that could be the next Justin Jefferson. I happen to believe that if there's more of a comp for him, it's like, I don't know, probably a Dunze / Malik Neighbors. But I don't know. He could be very special. He could be very, very special. Brian Thomas Jr. Did they give him? Okay, shades of Martavis Bryant. Yeah, actually, I could kind of see that. I would say even faster, which is kind of crazy. Smooth long strides, top speed, much improved technique, willing to be competitive blocker. That's a big part. That's also a big part where I felt like Brendan Rice was a pretty big selection for me in that mock, because that's going to be a big requirement for the Chargers going forward. You're going to have to find yourself a guy that can block. So on the clock right now is the Cincinnati Bengals at pick 18. I would say stay frosty for a trade up. You never know what could happen. But more so what I'm looking for are guys that are sliding into the second round. And there's going to be guys. Like, already too many quarterbacks went. Like, there's going to be somebody there. In our mock draft, it ended up being Jackson Powers Johnson, which was insane. But in many other drafts, it might be somebody like, again, Nate Wiggins would be insane. That fell to the second round for us yesterday. Nate Wiggins and A.D. Mitchell both fell, which was insane. Trade up for Nate Wiggins? He could. Yeah, he totally could. I like Kool-Aid McKinstry a lot, too. Like, there's a lot of corner ones, like, even into the second round that I love. Let me take a look at the other guys here on the draft, on the list. All right, as far as the first two rounds, I mean, there has yet to be a corner taken. Keep that in mind. Every corner is still available. From Quinion Mitchell to Terrion Arnold to Cooper DeJean, they're all there. Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid, Sainristil, of course, a second-round guy that I'd be ecstatic about. Ennis Rakestraw would be pretty freaking good, too. Nice physical guy. TJ Tampa, a nice perimeter guy. Kamari Lassiter, like, yeah. Andrew Phillips, too. Like, there are some dudes. Max Melton. It's a good corner draft. And not a single one has been selected yet, so there's going to be some depth there for the Chargers to look at. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Yeah, Quinion Mitchell will be awesome. Matter of fact, if I were the Rams... Ooh, that's tough, actually. If I were the Rams, I'd probably go corner here. But Jared Verse is still on the... Or, sorry, the Cincinnati Bengals pick is in, by the way. Rams are on the clock. If he's still there, I think the Rams need to go Jared Verse. Cincinnati right now, what do they look like as far as their DBs? What do they look like as far as their offensive line? They needed help for a while now. Is Fatanu still there? It's got to be him, right? Like, that's got to be the pick. Did they get a left or right tackle? I know Fatanu's pretty versatile. Do they need one? Like, you got to protect Joe Burrow. The kind of freaking luck that they've had for a long time, like, you got to go there. Let's see. Can I go... Yeah, he's still there. Crazy. They have an unhappy defensive end, too. So they could go Jared Verse as well. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of nice talent still on the board falling. I'm still shocked there's no corner taken. Let's see if the first one comes off the board here. Here come the Bengals. Pick 18. Marius Mims. Oh, yeah, duh. He's still there, too. Yeah, great pick. Mims, Barton, Fatanu. Yeah, Mims is a good pick for them, dude. Yeah, you got to go offensive line. You got to go offensive line if you're the Bengals. That was a good pick. One year we have top 5 pick. We take offensive line instead of BPA. I honestly, Hugo, I know, I get it. It wasn't what I dreamt of either, but we have to remember, like, I think Joe Alt, not just for us, but many teams, was BPA at 5. After Marvin Harrison Jr., I think a lot of teams had Joe Alt as the second best talent in this draft. You measure it up against wide receivers, it's really hard to see that contrast. You know what I mean? Like, it's really hard to understand that. Even me, like, just, you know. But I do firmly believe that the Chargers, they likely went BPA, and I think Joe Alt ended up being that dude for him. But again, we'll see how everything shakes out. I would have done it different, but it's okay. Like, this isn't my team. I have to trust the process and our new head coach and our new system and GM, et cetera, et cetera. Could be crazy. Yeah, Bengals took Marius Mims. That was a great pick by them. Here come the Los Angeles Rams, who are on the clock, letting it run down. I think the Rams need to go Jared Verse here. They got receivers. They got the quarterback. I think they need defense. What, they lost Aaron Donald, right? You need a guy to come in, not replace him, but just do some work. I think Johnny Newton and Jared Verse are kind of the guys that I'm looking at. What do they have as far as DBs? I felt like the DBs weren't too bad either. I think that's where I'm going if I'm them. Yeah, I think I'm going Johnny Newton or I'm going Jared Verse. They just said that this is the first selection by Sean McVay in the first round. That's insane to me. They've been trading first rounders like they're garbage for the longest time. Left tackle's a second most important position on offense. We have a good quality depth there. Yeah, we do. I would say now especially we can consider our swing tackle to be Trey Pipkins. But Joe Alt, man, I don't even know, dude. Like, it's hard to explain and express the excitement that an offensive lineman will bring to a team, but it is very real, and it's very important to coaches and to football players or to football ownership, and like that's just, it's such a huge position to get right, and not a lot of teams can say they've got 2 tackles on each side to protect their quarterback, like all pro tackles. It's a special position to be in, and it'll open up opportunities for us to get skill position guys later. But not sexy, but certainly not, bad. It's a very good pick, a bad pick. And I'll be honest with you guys, I'll bull crapping you a little bit and trying to say, like, I would understand, like, I would try and live with the pick of J.C. Latham. I was just literally dying inside last night with all the rumors that Latham was going to be the pick at 5. I couldn't, sleep. I couldn't think. I was like, that is such a reach, it hurts my face. And not because J.C. Latham's a bad player. He's good, but it's such a reach. Because at 5, if you're going O-line, it's Alt or bust. Alt is too special to pass up on because you're worried about his transition to right tackle. He is super special. So the fact that we went Alt instead of J.C. Latham, yeah, I'll say that it made me feel very relieved. Because as much as I would be like, okay, Latham, woo, I'd have been so dead inside. Because I'm like, you can't pass on Joe Alt just because the dude plays natural right tackle. You got to take the better talent. I'm building up alt way too much. No, go watch some of my content from before. I've thrown down for alt several times this season because there was a very legitimate, chance that he was coming to the Chargers, and it happened. Would it have been my pick? Probably not, but it's one that we have to understand. We can dock on it. I'm not going to police people's emotions on it. Like, you can feel what you feel, and we all fan in a different way, right? So it is what it is. But I'm telling you guys my perspective as a fan of the Chargers. I was prepared for it, and although it's not as exciting as sexy as Malik Neighbors, like, I'm ready for what this team is gonna be, and it's gonna be a punchy in the mouth football team from here on out. I'm kind of excited to see that happen. It needs more work, and it's gonna take time, and maybe not even this season we'll see the rewards of that, but it's certainly off to a very good rate. I know we're most likely running next year. But don't you think the way it looks, we're overdoing it? Not really. I think that you either take tackle this year or next year, right? Because Trey Pipkins probably doesn't get the extension, and the chance that you get a talent even close to alt next year is very, very low. And in order to make this whole plan work, you want to have the confidence in that position in particular. Offensive line is kind of like the foundation of all of the different concepts they're going to run, all of the different ideas that they're going to test out and try and unfold on offense. Like, it all starts at offensive line. So I think it makes sense to take the best that you're going to get your hands on anytime soon. Here come the Rams. It's Jared Verse. I knew it. Yeah, there you go. That's a great pick for them too. Jared Verse is going to kill it with the Rams. I hate you for that, but man, that's a good pick for them. Where did they get him at 19? That's not a bad spot either. Yeah, Jared Verse is going to be awesome for them. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. The Steelers now on the clock. Here comes Kyle with a $10 haul. Anybody remember when the Cowboys had the goated O-line when Prescott was a rookie? That's us now. Oh, that's a great way to put it. The Chargers, and I don't know, I have to go through and take a look at everybody's O-line and put it on paper and see where it looks like. But right now, I got to tell you, the Chargers offensive line is at least top 10 with that pick, right? I would say no, top 15 is probably the floor for me right now because you got bookend tackles. There's very few teams in the whole league that can say that. We need to work on the interior a little bit. If we make it out with a guard or a center later in the draft, then you can convince me we are certainly top 10, and I would not be shocked if we ended up being top 5 in season. That's how big an impact a Joe Alt selection could be. Yeah, Verse was solid. Verse is very solid. As far as the Steelers go, they're a DB team, right? Like, they need DB. What do they need? I think we might see the first corner off the board here. Do they need receiver all of a sudden? They got Pickens, right? Oh, no, they need tackle, right? I think it's either going to be corner, which kind of feels like what I'm edging towards, or Fatanu. I think either one of those are pretty safe to assume. Yeah, that's what I'm going to go with. I think the Steelers go corner. In backup, I think they go Troy Fatanu. That's where I'm at. Cody coming in with a $5 haul. Fans overreacting, got 6 more rounds, and Herbert behind Slater, Alt, Zion, Sawyer, and now Pip can play inside if he wants. Yeah, I guess he could. If Herb can't stay up with, then why draft a wide receiver? Yeah, no, it's going to help out tremendously. Like,
anyone remember when the Cowboys had the goated line when Prescott was a rookie? That's
I think
now.
If the Chargers end up getting a wide receiver outside the top, we'll say 3 rounds, watch out for friggin' Palmer, dude. I think Palmer could end up shocking the world with how productive he is this year with that kind of time. That's why I think the Chargers need to go speed wide out now. I think if you're the Chargers, and this is kind of honestly, if I were to tell you guys like a pick that would shock me in the second round that I could completely see happening now, based on what we did in the first round and Joe Ortiz specifically, I wouldn't be the least bit shocked if the Chargers went Xavier Worthy in round 2. Either that or Xavier Legette. One of the Xaviers. I think the Chargers are going to try and build up this offensive line that can hold, not penalty-wise, but hold defenders off while you get these burners to destroy their coverage. Because then all of a sudden, like, there's no way you're stacking the box versus guys like that. It just makes a lot of sense to me. But I don't know why. I just got a feeling that Xavier Worthy's kind of on our radar now. It kind of wasn't before. I didn't like the positioning, didn't quite match for me or make up for me. And I understand that some people feel like he's overblown or whatever. I get it. But I also think that for whatever reason, he was probably docked a little bit too much. You know what I mean? And the fact that he is that fast is worth something. But also, this was even before he ran the 40. I liked him because he was more than just a speed guy. He's got routes. He's got moves. And you put those together with a really good offensive line, it is so difficult for defenses to cover everything. They're too fast. They're too powerful. They have a good run game. And at that point, you're asking Xavier Worthy to do exactly what he does. You don't need to give him 10, 15 targets a game because you're not that kind of team anymore. You need to give him 6 targets a game and let one of those targets go for 40 yards so the defense backs off. Anyway, I'm sharing with you guys my gut. My gut's telling me that Xavier Worthy's kind of maybe bolded on their board now. Ram coming with a $2 haul says, bring back the LT days. Yeah, and dudes, you know what this does for us too? I know, offensive line, not super sexy this year, but you know what, next year? We could be one of those teams, I kid you not, that says, hey, the offensive line is sexy now. We have great tape on what that looks like in the NFL. Herbert's slinging it. He's got a couple of weapons here and there. But you know what we're going to go do? We're going to go out and draft our running back now. And it's going to be someone like Henderson. Because we can afford to be that first-round running back team all of a sudden. And yes, you know, we got Gus for a few years. We'll see what happens with J.K. Dobbins. We might draft a guy this year. But the next year's draft, dude, that's got some talent. Donovan Edwards could be RB1 for this team going forward, too. He's a great fit for this team that comes out of Michigan. There's some dudes. I'm not going to lie. We could the kind of luxury that you get from having a solid offensive line in the first frees up what you can do in the first round via skill position, and running back is a luxury in the first round that I think we could participate in all of a sudden. You know what I mean? Wally says, bro, cornerback's really falling. Kool-Aid at 37. That's what I'm saying, bro. Imagine we get one of these top guys. Nate Wiggins could still be there, too. He was there yesterday in our big mock draft. I'd be ecstatic. Pick is in for the Steelers. We're waiting. Miami Dolphins are going to be on the clock now. SC Charger fan with the 5 says, if Hardwick signed off on Alt, I'm sold. Oh, yeah, Hardwick's part of the crew now. If Herb doesn't get touched, he can throw to me. We'll be all right, bolt up. Love the content. Dude, my freaking butt could probably play wide receiver for the Chargers now. If I have 27 seconds to get open, I'll figure it out. That'd be crazy. Hugo says, Xavier's stupid fast. Yeah, Xavier Ward, both the Xaviers are stupid fast. I think Leggett was in the mid 4.4s, right? He was sub 4.5. I know that for sure. And then Worthy was 4.21. Was that the record? Insane. Like that, I don't even know. I don't even know what I'd do with all that. I don't even know what I would do with all that. Hey, BC back with the $20 holla. What's up, dude? As much as I wanted wide receiver, last year proved it's worthless if Herbert is always running for his life and or getting hurt. That's a big point. Chargers fans, does it not break your soul to see Justin Herbert having to toss a 30-yard bomb with a broken rib last season? I was amazed that he pulled it off, but the moment that he grabbed at his side, I felt like garbage. We just made a pick that not ensures, but really lessens the risk on that.
For his life and or getting hurt.
Right tackle helps Justin Herbert not have to grab his ribs, his legs, his ankle, his neck, his shoulder, his hand as often. That's such a good point. That hit me right here. Because that play where he tossed that ridiculous ball to, I think it was Quentin Johnston, and then immediately grabbed his side, like, that sucks to think about. That sucks to think about. Joe Alt is going to help that not happen. And Herbert's worth it. Herbert is worth using your 5th round pick to make sure that doesn't happen. Justin Herbert's worth it. This was as much an investment in our run game as it was Justin Herbert. And I get it now. Wow, that actually opened my eyes a lot, dude. I don't know why I didn't think more about that until just now. Justin Herbert's worth that pick. Yeah, I'm about it. I'm protecting my boy, dude. Justin Herbert doesn't deserve to be bullied and doesn't deserve to be run over and like that. That was the move. That was the move. That I've calmed down. I'm happy with the pick. Yeah, dude, I'm liking that. That is such a good freaking point, dude. Here come the Steelers pick. Cam Hayward. Fatanu. They went tackle. That was a good pick, too, man. I can't believe he fell that far. That's a great pick for the Steelers. Good for them. Good for them. Hey, BC, thank you for the comment, man. I don't know why. Maybe it took a minute for me and my emotions, like you said, to settle down, let the dust settle a little bit. But I think the immediate reaction all of us had was, man, we're really running the ball, and we've committed a lot of resources, maybe too many resources to make that happen. But the reality of the situation is we also invested in Justin Herbert, and that is worth the 5th round pick, or the 5th overall pick. That 100% is worth it to me. Donovan Edwards reminds me so much of Gus Edwards. Yeah, he does. I think he's faster. And I also think that he's got a bit of a higher ceiling, too. And Gus Edwards is great. Enrique with the 5 says, aren't you guys tired of getting down to the 1 yard line and not being able to score? It's time that we punch you. Yeah, punch you in the mouth kind of team. I love it, Enrique. I love it. Davis with the 5 says, if Powers Johnson isn't available at 37, anything other than receiver should levy criminal charges. I think receiver and corner really turned my gaze. Like, I'm like, okay, if we can get one of those guys in the 2nd round, I'm feeling very good about it. And then almost my number 1 priority at 37 is just BPA. Because there's going to be talent. Like, we're seeing it happen right now. How is there still no corner selected 20 picks in? Somebody's going to be there for the Chargers at 37. Someone's going to be there. I want to go BPA. It could be Powers Johnson. It definitely could be. Kyle with the 5 says, we went with the Ram 3500 instead of the Tesla, boys. Times are changing. I like that. I like the Chargers are built tough all of a sudden. I don't know. I like it. Hayward, we didn't forget you punching Herbert. I mean, amen to that, Miguel. Amen. Peaked with the 5 says, slightly disappointed, but a good pick. We needed receiver badly. Do you think the run game will improve? We weren't good We weren't good running team. Yeah, no, for sure. That's what they're making a statement with Joe Alt. Like that, get ready. We're about to run like crazy. And we're about to be, that's the thing. There's a difference between being a running team and being a good running team. Like, the Chargers are about to be a very good running team. And that's what gets me excited. Because it's less about, like, what we saw a lot with, oh, bless his soul. I'm brain farting right now. Our coach a couple of years back, who was at a running mentality, right? Great personality, awesome leader. We just couldn't get the run game to work. Well, guess what? It's going to work now. I almost freaking guarantee it. And that brings in a lot of success in other areas. Anthony Lynn. Thank you, Chad. Anthony Lynn. Sorry, I'm breaking. My brain is breaking with all the names right now. Anthony Lynn really tried to make that happen. And in some degree, he did okay. But he did not have the line we have now. He did not have the coaching OC that we have now. We're going to be good. We're going to be a very good running team. And it's going to be kind of fun to see the trickling and rippling effect that has for Justin Herbert in the passing game. You know what I'm super shocked about right now too, dudes? I just thought about this. I'm so shocked about there being no cornerbacks taken. Guess freaking what? Brian Thomas is still there. I thought he was a lock top 20 pick. And I don't think he's going to make it out of the first round. But does A.D. Mitchell? Does Ladd McConkey? Just because, I want BPA doesn't mean that, it's going to be corner or it's going to be JPJ or it's going to be one of these other guys. It could still be receiver in the second round. I would lose it. I would lose it if we got, like, those are like my next tier of like, holy crap, they're going to be superstars at wide receiver. A.D. Mitchell, Brian Thomas, Ladd McConkey. Solid, super effective wide receiver ones. Keon Coleman, Roman Wilson, right? Jalen Polk. There's dudes. Xavier Leggett, of course. I think Leggett could sneak into the top of the second round. There's so many good receivers this year. We got to hit on one of them. We'll see. Peaked with a 2 says, big Nate Wiggins guy. I feel like we should trade. We could. We definitely could. Dolphins are on the clock right now, by the way. Waiting for, I think their pick is actually in. We're waiting for the Eagles now. Yeah, I'd be big on Nate Wiggins. To be quite honest with you guys, of the available cornerbacks right now, I've been such a Terrion Arnold guy for the longest time. It's super close between him and Quinion Mitchell for me. I think I'm finally leaning towards Mitchell a little bit because he brings that speed element that Terrion doesn't. But Terrion Arnold is just such a slam dunk corner in my opinion. So either one of those guys is great. Cooper DeJean would be awesome in our system. I mean, he could switch places. Like, he's so flexible. You could move around Derwin Alohi and our nickel guy, which probably would end up being DeJean anyway. He would be great on our team. He's not great on many teams, but he would be great on our teams because that versatility can be flexed. Nate Wiggins is so good. Kool-Aid is so good. Sanders still is so good. We're going to have a guy at 37, man. Mark my words. Mark my words. Mitchell played nobodies. Wiggins is faster. Well, yeah, for sure. But like A.D. Mitchell, Quinion Mitchell did show a lot that even outside of the weak competition would translate to a very good wide receiver one in the NFL. Excuse me, cornerback one in the NFL. But Terrion Arnold to me just feels a little bit more ready. I don't know. Both of those guys would make me super excited. Got to take the running back from Florida State. Give me Trey Benson's my favorite, dude. If we get a running back that's going to be like projected 1 for us, it's Trey Benson. Everybody else is my running back 2 in the future. I would rather wait until next year, if I'm being honest, to get a running back. I've been at that stance for a while now. Unless it's Trey Benson, Jonathan Brooks, maybe Jalen Wright. Like, unless it's one of those like premium guys, I think I'm pretty good on waiting unless you want to get a running back 2, which there's a lot of guys in this draft that I feel like would be a really good running back 2. Miami Dolphins have selected Chop Robinson at 21. Good for Chop. Good for Chop. I like Chop Robinson. Not everybody likes Chop Robinson. I think he's going to be great. Dude is a friggin'... I don't know how to explain. He's a lightning bolt, dude. He's so fast. Maybe not as great versus the run, but he is such a good pass rusher. Charlie coming in with the 5 says, when it comes to weapons, Neighbors is like buying a new gun. Alt is like putting a high-powered scope on a rifle. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Your efficiency has raised a couple of notches, right? Has been turned up a couple notches. It's nice. Full pressers on YouTube. Can we get a live reaction? Sure. Yeah. Right after the first round. I don't mind doing that for sure. Just remind me again, Kyle. Remind me. I'll definitely take a look at the presser. Yeah. No, we're doing good. We're doing way good. Yeah, Wiggins is a little thin, but he's such a good corner. He's so good in all aspects. I definitely wouldn't be upset about it. Maybe wrong, but people keep crapping on QJ for the drops, but didn't Mike Williams have a worse rookie season? No, you're completely correct, Hugo. Mike Williams' rookie season was epically horrid. He followed it up with a pretty solid season, too, if I remember right. But, like, Mike Williams, hang on. We'll take a look-see. Take a look-see together. The Mike Williams. I do not think you are wrong. Mike Williams, in his career, 2017 rookie season, played 10 games. He got 23 targets, caught 11 of them. 95 yards, no score. That was your Mike Williams season. I think Quentin Johnston ended up with 400 yards, couple touchdowns. Follow-up season, played 16 games. Caught 43 on 66 targets. 10 touchdowns, though, was your highlight. So who knows? Yeah, you're completely right. Who knows? Who knows what the follow-up season could look like for Quentin Johnston? Mike Williams was very rough his rookie year, and he certainly turned it around in his second season. Yeah, he did great. Should have 700, but dropped a bunch. Yeah, he did. But I have faith that there's hope, at least. There's at least hope that Quentin Johnston figures it out. I'm a little worried if he doesn't have help from another guy that we get in the draft this year. But there's a lot worse situations. Philadelphia Eagles now on the clock. Lots of players continuing to drop, dude. Is it true? Could Johnny Newton fall into the second round? I think Johnny Newton should have been picked up already. Terrion Arnold should be gone. Mitchell should be gone. DeJean should be gone. Brian Thomas should be gone. This is not at all how I thought the first round was going to go. Where are we at with the Eagles? Eagles got to take a corner, right? They say they need a wide receiver. I mean, they could go Brian Thomas, but I still think they need a corner. I think a corner just has to come off the board now. You kind of have to do it. I think Terrion Arnold would be a really good fit for them there. But how did I see this going out? Latu, to the Colts was different. Byron Murphy to the Seattle Seahawks is a little bit different. I don't know. Still a lot of really good talent left on the board. A lot of really good talent. He had to get open and have those bad drops. Yeah, he did. He can get open. You put him in the right situation, you can definitely get open, but we got to fix the drops. It was very, very discouraging to see how many drops that he had last season. Juan coming in with the 31 months. I like the pick, honestly. Keeping the quarterback healthy really changes the game versus what we had last season when Herbert kept getting hit. Yep, we may not have gotten what we wanted, but we know what we need. Yep, that's completely accurate. It's what I'm feeling too. Like I wanted the sexy pick, but we got probably the right pick if I'm being honest. I like to think Jim Harbaugh understands football better than I do. Making sure I didn't miss any of your guys' super chats. Again, guys, thank you so much for all the support today. It's been a wild ride. It started off really rocky, and not everybody was super happy about the pick of Joe Alt, but he's going to make a big difference for this team. Matter of fact, they have grades on this. I think CBS might have grades. CBS gave us a grade of a B. This is what they said. He is the best in this class, but now he has to make the transition to right tackle for Jim Harbaugh. That can be tough to do, but taking a lineman makes sense. I just may have taken J.C. Latham, which was a better fit. No. I'm no analyst. I'm not an X's and O's guy, but just from my perspective, Latham is good, but he's a guy that you get if you trade down. Like if you trade down with even the Giants, then sure, get Latham if Alt is gone or whatever. But I'm 100% of the belief that Joe Alt was the pick if you're going offensive line at 5. I don't think I do anything else at O-line if it's not Joe Alt at 5. Okay. Here comes Goodell with the Eagles pick. Wally coming with the 2. It looks like Jackson Powers Johnson, dude. Like, how crazy would that be? Did we just go nuts and go crazy for the new Jim Harbaugh team? It could be. We're talking about their international program. They're going to give us the pick for the Eagles. I was thinking the same thing at first, Kevin. A B and the 5th pick is rough, but then he said that he would have rather had us draft J.C. Latham, and then I was like, oh, probably not. If I had to give my gut reaction grade for it, I would give it an A. I honestly would. I would probably have given Malik Neighbors an A+, because that's the way I personally feel, but I understand the motivation behind a Joe Alt pick. And it's a very intelligent pick. It's the disciplined pick. It's the hold your ground and attack at the right moment pick. It's the pick that a lot of people are too afraid to make. Joe Alt, he's a difference maker. And he will be for a very, very many years on every single snap of our offense. The Eagles are going to go Quinion Mitchell, cornerback 1 on this draft. And I knew it. I was like, they got to go corner at some point, man. They got themselves a good one, man. This Quinion Mitchell, he's fast. He's a great coverage guy. He's going to be awesome for the Eagles. Good pick by them. Another $20 holla coming in from BC. What's up, dude? It's no secret Harbaugh said trenches. Maybe we go wide receiver first Met year. It's not a good one, or it's not one and done. But when's he going to say we didn't make it because I listened to the fans? First year building, we may have a chance at playoffs. I mean, yeah. That's actually a really good point. This isn't the only season behind Jim Harbaugh. We're going to see big picks later, but wide receiver, I'm still such if I had to put money on it, like director, you're betting your house. You know what I mean? Like what's happening, what's almost guaranteed to happen later in this draft, I would say wide receiver is a pretty big lock for me at some point.
Maybe we go WR first Met year. It's not a one and done, but what's he going to say? We didn't make it cause I listened to the fans. First year building and we may have a chance at playoffs.
We got to let Jim cook. We got to let Jim do what Jim does, and that's win football games. And Chargers fans may not feel it's as sexy as other picks could have been, but it's probably the right pick. And they probably made it knowing that they were going to tick off a lot of Chargers fans. But hey, dude, we're moving in the right direction in terms of keeping Justin Herbert healthy. Hey, BC, thanks for the $20 holla again there, my friend. First year building, and we may have a chance at the playoffs. It's true. I still think we need the receiver help for sure, but that offensive line is one of the best in the league all of a sudden. We got to make sure that it counts for something in our fandom. Thank you for the 20 again there, man. I appreciate that. Wally coming in at $10 holla. Just a reminder, when Brian Bulaga and Corey Linsley were healthy in that Redskins game against possibly the best edge rusher at the time, the amount of time Herbert had was a thing of beauty. Yeah, that was pretty insane. Who was it? Was it oh my God, what was his name back then? Who was the edge rusher for Washington back then? I forget his name. Oh, it's going to drive me crazy. Was it Chase Young? I don't remember if it was Chase Young. Was it Chase Young in that game? I thought it was the other guy, the outside linebacker. Oh, Ryan Kerrigan. That's the one I was thinking about. Ryan Kerrigan was having a good season that year, was he not? I think Ryan Kerrigan was the guy I was thinking of. But it could have been those guys too. I know the Washington had a really, really good and impressive pass rush that year. And the Chargers, they did a really good job at keeping him upright. Yeah, I know. That's a good point to be made. Even against some of the greatest, the Chargers should have. And that's the biggest thing with Joe Alt, too, is it's really easy to see him defending guys that the Chargers would otherwise have no shot against. And that includes Max Crosby. I don't know. I don't know. Can Parsons get past Joe Alt now? That's actually something I'm thinking about now. I'm like, I think we might be okay. It's a big impact. It really is. Thank you for the 10 there, man. It really, really is. Chargers fan 44 with a 5 says QJ can get open, especially off play action. I heard he's been catching TP rolls from Herbie Cannon like little giants. Keep it up. Yeah, hopefully that he can round that out. Because if he can, if Quentin Johnson can figure it out, we're looking a lot better this season. A lot better at wide receiver. Pick is in for Jacksonville. Dallas is now on the clock. You said you watched the post-draft conference Harbaugh and Ortiz just released. I haven't watched it yet. We plan on watching it right after the first round. Maybe we can sneak it in after this pick, depending on how long it is. Actually, no, we can't because I got to turn the audio off. Maybe I could turn the audio off on this side. I'll think about it. Did they get Brian Thomas Jr.? I haven't seen it come through on the screen here yet. But that would be pretty insane. That would be a pretty good pick for them. Brian Thomas is an awesome, awesome receiver. Which puts the last couple of first-round guys, in my perspective at least, as A.D. Mitchell and Ladd McConkey. I don't know why. I haven't felt it with Troy Franklin. Although he looks the part, I don't know why I don't feel confident in him in the early second round. Like maybe third, but I don't think he'll be there. You guys, you let me know. Maybe it's just me and I'm crazy, but I haven't been the biggest Troy Franklin guy. I don't know. We all have our opinions. I just feel like he doesn't have as much polish as a route runner, which is kind of what we need. Yeah, they just announced it. Brian Thomas Jr. to the Jags. You want Terry and Arnold so bad? I don't think there's any shot he falls out of the first round, but Kool-Aid might. Now, Kool-Aid might. And that's something that I would definitely take in the second round. A.D. Mitchell is still there. I have to assume he's going to go. What are the other teams looking like over here? What other teams need receiver? I mean, quite honestly, the Cowboys are up next, and I think they do need a receiver. I would guess that the Cowboys probably go receiver here. Who else needs receiver? The Cardinals did, but they already got one. Oh, the Bills need a receiver pretty bad. I would guess that they probably go A.D. Mitchell, McConkey, and then, of course, the Chiefs need a receiver, too. So I don't know who's going to make it back to us as far as receiver. But what about corner? Who needs a corner? Everybody kind of needs corner, but who really needs corner? Cowboys, kind of. Tampa, kind of. Arizona could. Buffalo could because they don't have their number one there anymore. Everybody kind of needs corner, but it isn't like the biggest need on their team. So maybe we do see a corner fall to us in the second round. Jackson Powers Johnson could certainly fall. I don't think Barton falls. I think somebody's going to pick him up. Johnny Newton would be an awesome pick. Cooper DeJean could fall. There's a lot of guys, man. There's a lot of guys. Check out the Yahoo Sports grade. Okay. Great take from Tara in chat. Okay, let me read this out loud real quick. Oh, this is about Troy Franklin. Okay, so Troy Franklin has great hands, speed, and can read defense as well. May not be the best route runner, but he doesn't need to be. He knows how to read defenses and find holes. Super slippery player. Okay. I think I've been waiting to hear an Oregon fan's perspective on Franklin because I don't know. Just to me, like, I don't watch Oregon football, so I really kind of went in pretty fresh, and I just felt like what we need in our offense was a little bit more separation. But I don't know. I wouldn't be upset about Troy Franklin. He just doesn't excite me as much as Ladd McConkey, Roman Wilson. Wilson. We'll just say Wilson. And these other guys. But you never know. Hang on. I'm looking at the Yahoo Sports grades. Yeah, Roman Wilson. I'm being an idiot. Hang on. So my brain's entering that phase of like melting. All right, here comes the Yahoo Sports grade for the Chargers. They gave us a B-. What? You weren't listening to Jim Harbaugh before about their vision for this team. Pay attention. Despite all the consternation about the Bolts receiving core, Harbaugh and GM Ortiz opted to invest in their front line as they build out a hard-charging attack. Passing on the likes of Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze leaves the Los Angeles open to a good deal of second-guessing, but Alt is a steady pass protector who can pair with Rashawn Slater to give the Chargers bookend tackles for the foreseeable future. But the pressure is on to find an immediate contributor in the receiving core on day 2. B- seems way too low for Joe Alt. Like, it's not what I would have done, but it's still such an intelligent pick. Like, it's got to be at least an A-. And it's because those are the toughest picks to make. Like, when you got big playmakers in front of you that are super sexy, that could be very fun, like, you want to go that route, make your fans happy, make your quarterback happy, but it just feels like the right call is often the toughest call. So maybe these grades are being handed out because of that. I don't know. Cowboys on the clock. Here, give me 1 second here, guys. B- seems fair. Alt at 5. And again, it depends on perspective. I totally get it. Some fans are going to be very upset for probably the foreseeable future that we passed on Malik Neighbors. And I might be part of them. Who knows? But I just feel like there's a part of me that doesn't understand football at the level of these guys, but I understand how coveted offensive line is. So I just want to believe that that was the right choice all along, and Neighbors and these guys made it really hard for us to see through it. Here, give me 1 second. I'm proud for making it all the way to pick number 24 before popping open the energy, the backup. That's actually a good point to be made, Charlie. If I were to say anybody were to give this a grade of less than an A-, it would be because they feel so certain about the lack of fit that they're able to push aside talent. You know what I mean? And fit is a big point. Fit is a big part of the NFL. You want to make sure you're not, in the wrong place or out of your element. But Joe Alt's talent is so good. I don't know how much I let fit alter my perspective on it. But again, I need some time to think about it. I may end up going watching my own video again and thinking about, some of the emotions I had back when I still thought Malik Neighbors was going to go to the Chargers, even when making that video. But I also understood the importance of what Joe Alt could bring to the offense and why that could ultimately end up being the right move. So we'll see. You guys will get my grades pretty shortly after the draft is concluded. And yes, I think we'll all feel a lot better once the rest of the draft is concluded and we see what the Chargers did to address some of the other needs on the team. Because, wide receiver, I fully believe that's going to be hit at some point. So the Lions have traded up. They're on the clock at pick 24, and we're about to hear what they traded up for. Lions now on the board. What do the Lions need? I find it hard to believe that more corners aren't flying off the board right now. I mean, they need corner as bad as anybody. Who's still available? Let's see. They just paid their tackles, so Barton's probably not it. They could go wide receiver. Corner still feels like the move. Do they need a center? No, they don't need a center, right? They got Glasgow or whatever his name is. Yeah, I'll probably end up being corner. Oh, you guys say it's Terrion Arnold? Terrion Arnold off the board? We haven't seen it yet. But that would make all the sense in the world. They could have gotten the best corner all the way at 24. That's worth trading up for, if I'm being honest. Where were they before? Where were they before? The 29? Yeah, that's a good trade. That's a good trade for them. I don't know what they gave up, but that's a good trade. I like that. Lions got to pick Kool-Aid. I think what I'm reading is that they took Terrion Arnold, which is such a good value at 24. My word. They got burned by, what's his name? Not Okra. They got burned in the first round not too long ago. They need another guy pretty desperately. Jeff Okudah. Jeff Okudah whiffed so hard. Chris Jenkins, please, if we're going trenches. That could be crazy. That could be crazy. Chris Jenkins in the second round could be a possibility. I just kind of want to go best player available. If it's corner, if it's wide receiver, if it's defensive line, like whatever best player available is in the second, I think that's where you need to get the most value. Wasn't Okudah third overall? Yeah, dude was so highly projected. Like he was going to be the next big thing at corner. And yeah, he couldn't stay healthy. He wasn't performing. He was performing horribly. It was pretty bad. Malik crying on his way to New York. That was my biggest problem with some of the selections, mainly Brock Bowers. I want these players to succeed because I'm a fan of them. Deep down in my soul, I'm a huge fan of Malik Neighbors, Brock Bowers. I hate seeing them go to situations where they don't have a quarterback. It could change, but especially Brock Bowers, man. I can't imagine having Michael Mayer and still going Brock Bowers. Ticks me off. All right, they're having some fans announce the pick for the Detroit Lions, which is probably going to end up being Terrion Arnold. Yeah, of the three receivers, I think the best situation, honestly, was probably Roma Dunze. Although there's so much competition out there. They got Keenan now with the Bears. They got Moore. They got Cole Kmet. Like, there's a lot of mouths to feed out there, but I think he's got the best quarterback situation. Terrion Arnold was his pick after all. Terrion Arnold to the Detroit Lions. They end up getting one of the best corners in this draft. That's a good trade. Good trade. Good trade. Then I think Marvin Harrison Jr., if Kyler Murray can figure it out, and if he can stay healthy, but holy crap, that sucks for Malik Neighbors. That sucks for Malik Neighbors and Brock Bowers. Looking sharp, got my powder blue jersey on for Sewell. Yeah, Sewell, baby. 5th selection for the Chargers. Yeah, dude, Joe Alt is in some prime elite company. Chargers' previous 5th overall picks in Junior Seau and LaDainian Tomlinson now enter Joe Alt. Pig says, please read my super chat. Oh, I apologize. Maybe I missed it. Hang on. Make sure I didn't miss anybody else's. We got Alt before Kendrick. This or GTA 6? For Kendrick, this or GTA 6? What? Surgery game element. Okay, whatever. Thank you, Chargers fan. We got alt. Here comes JFK Peaks. $5 is the amount of times they moved Mad Max to the other edge away from Slater to get pressure. Now we're good on both sides. Oh, yeah. And you're going to see that a lot. Teams are going to have to start attacking the interior, which that's going to be really hard to do because most teams, they're going to have their edges. But not every team has a dog in the middle. And now I feel like, are we going to erase dudes off the edge now? I kind of feel that way a little bit. When Rashawn Slater's healthy, he's so consistent. Joe Alt is going to be very consistent too. Thank you for the reminder there, man. Appreciate that. The Green Bay Packers are now on the clock. What do they need? They need tackle. Is Graham Barton still there? I think he is. Their pick is in. I think they're coming out already. Everybody needs corner. Where's DeJean going to go? What system fits DeJean the best? Maybe Tampa? Tampa could be the team for DeJean. Baltimore, maybe? San Fran? I think those are probably the three most likely places I see DeJean going. I would have thought that he'd have been a good fit for the Eagles, but the Quinian's also a great pick for them there. Yeah, just imagining DeJean with the Fangio now. That would have been awesome. Seattle maybe would have been good, but they got a great player in Byron Murphy, too. I don't know where DeJean goes. I have to wait and see. Green Bay. Their pick is in. Tampa Bay is now on the clock. If Slater gets franchise tag next year, then walks 2026. No. Chargers have plenty of money after this year to sign Slater. He'll be fine. Yeah, we got there's no way we draft a tackle this year and then let Slater go. Absolutely not. We have a lot more money next season to work with to keep Slater on the roster. Yeah, I feel you, Miguel. We'll start making heads and tails of everything as we continue on. TJ Tampa would be good. He could slide into the second round easily. He's a good perimeter guy. Green Bay will take a wide receiver. A.D. Mitchell would not be a bad pick for them either. Johnny Newton's still on the board. They could use interior help. I don't know. You still got Nate Wickens. You got DeJean. They could go O-line. Anybody could go O-line. We'll have to wait. DeJean in the second. Dude, DeJean in the second would be actually really insane because DeJean for a lot of people was corner one, but there just wasn't a fit. No one could figure out what he was. Are you a corner? Are you a safety? Are you a box guy? What are you doing? He, very few defenses, he would be ready, locked, and loaded, have a role, a defined role with the team. Chargers are one of them. Again, a couple of the other guys that kind of like him in that situation were the Eagles, Tampa, maybe Baltimore, San Fran. Those kind of feel like the best fits for him, but we'll have to wait and see. I think he would be an animal in any of those systems. Director, I know you love Apex, but when GTA 6 comes out, will you dabble in it during your free time? Oh, yeah. I play a lot of other video games. I think I play Apex competitively, right? So I'm very good at it. I spend my most time on there, but I play some Madden still every once in a while. I don't play as much as I used to, which is a shame. I used to play Madden every day, but I kind of got turned off at how aggressive the pay-to-win aspect became over the last couple of years, so I don't play as much. I play some Star Wars games, and then yes, GTA will be very high on my. I used to play the crap out of GTA, but I played it so much that I was just getting ready for the new one now. So yeah, I'll definitely play GTA 6 when it comes out. Madden isn't the same. No, it's not. It's lost a lot of its charm for me. It really has. I understood you got to make your money, and I was definitely a Madden Ultimate Team player for very many years, but it's gotten to the point where it's you have to spend thousands of dollars, and I just am not interested in that. If it was from before where I could spend a couple $100 throughout the year and get a good team, fine, but that is not okay. I'm not doing that. Bought a PS5 just for GTA 6 a little early. Hey, it'll be worth it, man. I'm super excited for the new Star Wars game. That one looks awesome. You heard of Yakuza series? I think I've heard of it. I haven't played it. Yeah, we got Joe Alt. I got my work cut out for me, and expressing my excitement. Yes, I am excited for Joe Alt in some way, but my understanding of the pick, I think, is a better explanation of that. I have my work cut out for me to get that out in the universe. Here come the Packers at 25. They select Jordan Morgan. Okay. They went tackle. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't hate it. That's a good pick. All the good, like all the like premium tackles are just about off the board now. It's a deep tackle class, I'm not going to lie, but what else do we got? Am I having a stroke? Oh, okay, there he is. Tyler Guyton. Wait a minute. Uwanga, Mims, Tanu. Oh, it's because they're already ahead. I was like, where's Graham Barton? I was like, I didn't see anybody draft him. I think that's the pick for the Buccaneers. They've already got it in. It looks like it's going to be Graham Barton. I was like, Graham Barton's really good too. Where is he? Outside of that, I think premium offensive lineman, as far as tackles are concerned, Tyler Guyton's really good. Kieran, Suamataya, Brandon Coleman. I mean, Blake Fisher. All these guys could turn out to be really good, but like your year one, like lock and load, year one starters, I think there's like one or two more left. Who are we picking at 37? BPA. I'm so BPA right now, it's ridiculous. Whether it be offensive or whether it be actually on offensive line, it really could be if Jackson Powers Johnson is still there. Whether it be corner, whether it be wide receiver, BPA. Johnny Newton at 37 would get me so freaking excited. Kind of crazy. Don't want KC to take McConkey. Dude, if my Georgia guys end up going to a division rivals, both of them, I would be very disappointed. If Bowers goes to the Raiders and if McConkey goes to the Chiefs, I would be so upset. Did I play Empire at War? Oh, yeah. I played plenty of Empire at War. I loved that game. At this point, JPJ or Kool-Aid for me. Yeah, I mean, again, best player available because 6 quarterbacks went inside the top 15. Gonna push some guys in our area. How many picks are left in this draft? We pick is in for the Buccaneers, so 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. So we got 6 more picks. How many awesome players do we still have on the board? We have DeJean, Johnny Newton, A.D. Mitchell, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid, Jackson Powers Johnson. Okay, so let's assume that those 6 best players are going to be the ones that are selected. That means guys like Troy Franklin, Johnny Wilson, Ladd McConkey, Zach Frazier, Mike Sainristil. Someone's going to be reaching for some of these edge players. Roman Wilson. What if we go Jatavian Sanders, dude? I didn't even think about that. Out of the remaining tight ends, I think Sanders, big gap. And then other guys like Sinnott and Theo and all those other guys. But Jatavian Sanders would be interesting. That's a weapon. That's a big weapon. I don't know. I still think you got to go wide receiver, but I mean, that's on the table at least for me. Sanders not the best nor worst blocker either. No, actually, he was pretty good. He's not Brock Bowers good, but he's not bad. I don't know. It's on the table for me. It's on the table for me. Leggett in round 2, give it. I would do it, man. I would totally do it. Totally do it. Really hope we take Leggett. Leggett would be instant wide receiver 1, plug play. You are so good at receiver all of a sudden, it's ridiculous. That's why I think we went Joe Alt at the beginning. Like, the receiver depth is ridiculous. If we end up in round 2 getting Mitchell, McConkey, Coleman, Wilson, Pearsall, I will say Franklin is good with me too. Leggett, Polk, Worthy. Worthy's sneaking on me so hard right now, dudes. Then I would be very happy. Xavier Worthy really has snuck up on me. I haven't talked much about him all season because I felt there was the positioning wasn't right for where I wanted to take him in all my mock drafts, but he could end up being the dude. I honestly like that kind. He may have been like circled or underlined somewhere in their war room, and that's why I'm like getting these feelings, these tinglies, where I'm like, I don't know why Worthy, who I haven't thought and talked about too much all season, is like rising for me, but that's something. It's something. Did Slater get a new contract? Not yet. Not yet. He will. I have to assume that we're going to tag him and then pay him next year because the Chargers have a ton of money next season. I swear it's the same thing. Yes. Yeah, dude, isn't it weird? I haven't thought like too much about Xavier Worthy up until like right now. Because now that we have those bookend tackles, Chargers run game is going to be lethal. Like Worthy feels like a good fit. Like he'll get open, but more importantly, he is going to force you not to play too close. Because if you do, you're going to get bit hard. Hard. Worthy will have defense thinking twice about stacking the box. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, I don't know why. I haven't thought much about him. Just because he didn't line up. Again, like, I did a lot of mock drafts. I based a lot of my videos off the mock draft results. I did a couple of pieces on Xavier Worthy. He would be awesome. The Buccaneers. Graham Barton. Yep, we saw that one coming. Graham Barton to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Solid pick for them. Got themselves their center of the future. Between him and Jackson Powers Johnson, those guys are going to be awesome. Yep, Kool-Aid's falling. DeJean's falling. Mitchell's falling. Johnny Newton is falling, y'all. I heard rumors that he could fall into the second round. I didn't believe it for 1 second. Maybe we jinx it and he goes off the board next to like the Cardinals or something. But this dude is just insane at getting to the quarterback from the interior, man. Like this would be such a home run pick for the Chargers in the second round. That's the kind of talent I'm hoping slips to us down there. Maybe needs to get a bit of weight on him. Put him in the same room as Ben Herbert for a minute, but man, Johnny Newton would be so nasty. Yeah, Wiggins at 37 too. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's gonna be some talent there, dude. Like, I would be very happy with that. And again, a lot of people maybe don't talk enough about the fact that the Chargers could even trade up. It's possible. We got 2 4th-rounders. We got 2 7th-rounders. Like, something could happen. You can see Worthy going to the Bills. I could see that too. I think the Bills need more of a, if I'm being honest, like an A.D. Mitchell. Because like us, they have huge cleats to fill. Stephon Diggs, man. Like, you got to get a guy in there that can do a little everything. But that speed can make up for it. Josh Allen, just like Justin Herbert, would make you double, guess yourself. Think twice about stacking the box. Franklin or Pearsall in the second round. Yeah, I mean, there's options. There's options everywhere. The Cardinals at 27 are going to select Darius Robinson. Hey, there's enough. Like, that's a good pick for them, but not a first-round guy, at least on my board. Darius Robinson to the Cardinals, which is going to push more talent down the board to the Chargers at 37. But it's a good pick. I'm not going to lie. It's a good pick, but I probably would have gone Johnny Newton if you wanted to hit that. But Darius Robinson's not bad. Okay. Wally coming in with the $10 holla. Yeah, he is a stud. He's a good player. He's really, really good. But man, $10 holla. When Lynn ran the ball, we got to witness Herbert's best deep throws to nobody like Guyton. Yeah, nobody's like Guyton and Tyron Johnson. And that's when with the worst O-line. Trust me, the run game opens up the deep game. Yeah, Wally, you're absolutely 100% correct. And that's why, there's hope for Quentin Johnston and these other guys on the offense. I still think in this draft you have to grab a guy, and there's plenty of speed out there. But yeah, you're completely and totally right there. Like, we're going to see some big opportunities for Justin Herbert to toss it deep. Would anybody believe AB about the high? Yeah, no, that was a wild ride. I couldn't believe I had to keep chiming in on Twitter saying, hey, it's not real. Don't even worry about it. Thank you for the $10 holler there, Wally. That's a great point to be made. The names Guyton and Tyron Johnson echoed through Chargers fandom because of the run game support for Justin Herbert. Roman Wilson and call it a day. Yeah, I'll be cool with that too. Lots of possibility. We got to see who's available in the second round, though, because like what just happened in our mock draft like an hour ago when we said we need to get a wide receiver in the second round, and then all of a sudden Jackson Powers Johnson was there, and we all flipped out and said, okay, I guess we're going full, steam into the offensive line because we can't pass on that talent in round 2. That could very much so be the case for the Chargers in round 2. That could very much so be the case. So pick 28, we got the Bills on the board. I think we just had a trade. Oh, no. I think the Chiefs just traded up, y'all. Please don't break my heart, Chiefs. There's 3 very good players. There's actually several. There's several good players on the board right now. Oh, no. Here come the Chiefs. I'm not ready. Here come the Chiefs at pick 28. They traded with the Bills. Bills moved down to 32. Why would you do that, Bills? You're going to have to face this decision in the playoffs, likely. Chiefs are up. Chiefs are on the clock. Oh, Lord. Darius Robinson and Marvin Harrison Jr. Those Cardinals looking a lot better. What are Chiefs going to do? I'm worried, dude. I'm so worried that the Chiefs are about to grab A.D. Mitchell. Please do not do that. Because Chiefs are going wide receiver, right? Please don't get A.D. Mitchell. Please don't get A.D. Mitchell. Please, please, please. I was sitting here like, okay, Bills are probably grabbing A.D. Mitchell. They need wide receiver. I have to assume that's what they're doing. Oh, my God. Please, no. They could go DeJean, I guess, but, like, they need receiver like there's no freaking tomorrow, especially with the whole controversy with their Rashee Rice situation. I think they're going wide receiver, y'all. Oh, no. Oh, no! The Kansas City Chiefs just traded up to get Xavier Worthy. Are you kidding me? Bro! I'm so sick of Mahomes with a speed demon, man. I'm so sick of facing that twice a year. Oh, my God. Yeah, he's not Tyreek Hill. He's definitely not Tyreek Hill, but my God, is he going to be hard to contain with our corner situation right now. Cowboys are on the clock. His drops aren't bad. He's got a drop rate of 6.3, which is not bad. That's not a bad drop rate, if I'm being honest. It's not the best, but it's not bad. His contested catch rate is what's going to kill him, though. He cannot catch in traffic. He's a better John Ross. I mean, yeah, but John Ross really couldn't, as much as it crazy to think about, he couldn't separate. Because he wasn't as physical at the line. Xavier Worthy, how big was he? 172. So yeah, 6'1", 172. He's a light dude, but my God, he's got much better route running than people give him credit for. I was getting excited about the Chargers maybe being able to take a run on him in the second round, but it looks like that's not going to happen. Oh, crap, dude. Yeah, Ross was getting bullied at the line way too much. I'll be honest, though. I'm much higher on A.D. Mitchell, so there's that. But I just hate just the way I was telling you guys about I don't like it, or I do like it for Justin Herbert because Herbert's got the arm to make that a thing. Well, Mahomes has the arm, too. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. A part of me is a little relieved that they didn't take A.D. Mitchell. I do think I got a much higher ceiling on him, or Lad McConkey for that reason either. But I mean, A.D. Mitchell, he had something come out earlier, right? Like a couple of days ago about his health or something. I don't know. A.D. Mitchell's still my dude. Like if we get a shot at him and Lad McConkey, those are like my two favorite, like, holy crap, we still got a huge wide receiver one. Because Mitchell is such a good route runner, too, dude. He's such a good route runner, and he ran a 4.33. I'm trying to talk myself into trading up for him right now, if I'm being honest. But he fell into the second round yesterday. Maybe it happens again today. Love me some Pat Pete to lock up. Pat Pete? Pat Pete? Isn't Pat Pete a safety now? Maybe we do get Pat Pete, but we got to get somebody in the draft, too. We got to get some speed out here. Would I rather have McConkey, Mitchell, or Wilson? Mitchell. I'd rather have Mitchell. But it's actually pretty close between him and McConkey. I think McConkey is such a slept-on, like, superstar. Dude is just so awesome. He's so fast. He's just not as big as Mitchell. I think that's the only reason I give Mitchell the edge, is Mitchell's like 6'3 or 6'4. But McConkey's just like one of the elite separators. Him, Roman Wilson, and Ricky Pearsall are the dudes that you want in an offense like the Chargers. Mitchell's really good in separation too. Like he's an awesome route runner. And he's big, which is why I give him the edge. But McConkey's one of my personal favorites. So the Chiefs are going to take Xavier Worthy. The Cowboys are on the clock now. We're A at cornerback and wide receiver, but I trust Ortiz and Harb. Yeah. No, it'll work out. It'll work. I do think we need corner pretty bad. Did I hear about A.J. Brown? What happened to A.J. Brown? Yeah, A.D. Mitchell's definitely my dude. Yeah, what happened to A.J. Brown? I heard something about... I know I read something on it, but did something else happen? Oh, they got their extension with the Eagles. Okay, there you go. A.J. Brown agrees to a 3-year, $96 million contract with the Eagles. There you go. Okay, another receiver gets paid. Okay. Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs. Cowboys pick is in, I think, with the Ravens on the clock now. What do you guys want, dude? I'm gonna read off some names. You guys let me know some of the guys that you want to see in the second round for the Chargers, even in a trade-up situation at this point. Kirk Cousins is pissed at the Falcons pick. I bet he is. He thought it was going to be there for the next 4 years. Maybe the next 2 is in the cards there. Man, Xavier Worthy, I hate that. I hate that. Okay, here are the names. Cooper DeJean still on the board. Johnny Newton, A.D. Mitchell, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid, Jackson Powers-Johnson, Ladd McConkey, Zach Frazier, Keon Coleman. What are some of these guys that you want to see to the Chargers in the second round? There are some really good freaking players. Only 3 selections to be made in the first round, and there are so many good players, so much good talent still on the board. Who do you guys want? Who do you guys want? If I'm being honest, the number 1 player I would love to see on this team that's still somehow on the board, I don't think he makes it out of the first round, is Cooper DeJean. Him and Johnny Newton. Those 2 guys, I have no idea how they're still on the board. I have no idea. DeJean would be awesome in this defense. Awesome. Johnny Newton would be awesome in this defense. But then these other guys are amazing too. A.D. Mitchell, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid. Man. Kool-Aid is now a must. Yeah, Kool-Aid is awesome. Kool-Aid's a great corner. I don't know if he'll be able to keep up with Xavier Worthy, but he should be able to bully him at the line pretty good. We need a good corner. I'm of that opinion too right now. I think you either take a premium wide receiver or a premium corner in the second round. But ultimately, above all else, best player available is kind of what I'm leaning into. Chargers coming in with a 5 says, I don't need Herbie concussed like my favorite player ever in Stan Humphries. I'm okay now. We need cornerback, wide receiver, center. Yep. Energy drink is setting in. I'm feeling a little better. Let's go. Some super good talent left on the board, man. I'm kind of in shock. I don't understand. Thank you so much, SC Chargers fan. Yeah, we need to keep Justin Herbert protected. I'm so good with this pick if it keeps Justin Herbert upright and protected. I'm done watching him bust open his hand and still have to play Superman. I'm tired of him busting half of his ribs and still having to go out there and play Superman. Justin Herbert deserves all the help. Wide receiver isn't the only way you make that happen. Running game and blocking certainly is a good way to make that happen. Frankie with the 5 says, bro, Alt, Slater, Zion, JPJ, Jamari screams dynasty. Herbie with the greatest offensive line to ever live. Yep. You can say that again, dude. Chargers offensive line is so good right now. Oh, Cowboys went Tyler Guyton. Okay. Alrighty. What else do we have at offensive line still on the board? It's the interior guys. Jackson Powers. Zach Frazier. Is there somebody that would be reached for? I think Kieran, I'm never going to get his last name right. I don't know how to say his name. That could be a guy that gets reached for, and then Kingsley Suamataya. I think that he could also get reached for. Outside of that, I think offensive line had a really, really, really good run in the first round. Guyton's brother? It was Neighbor's cousin, right? It was our fullback's cousin from a while back in Malik Neighbors, which is kind of interesting. You think we're getting Keon Coleman? Oh, I'd be so down for that, dude. So many people gave up on him because he ran a crappy 40, but he's so good. He's so good. He's wide receiver 1 for many teams. Many teams. He's as sure. If you guys are sick of dropped passes or dropped balls by a wide receiver, don't worry about it with Keon Coleman. Like, he gonna body people, but he also ain't gonna drop nothing. He's great. What was that name? What name? Guyton? The last one? Or Neighbors? I forget. Now it's been now that I've been saying Malik Neighbors this whole time. Jackson or JPJ is Jackson Powers Johnson. Yeah. Sainer Still or Max Melton? Sainer Still. Max Melton's really good. He can play outside as well, but Sainer Still would fit this defense so well. Gabe Neighbors. That was it. Thank you. The name I couldn't pronounce. I'm not trying that again. This whole time, that even in my head, when I'm like referring to him, just by his first name. That's it. Kieran. What happened to our Guyton? I don't know, man. Dude found the 12 years of bonbons stuck in his couch and went to town. That's not fair. He's just been hurt. So the Ravens pick is in. San Fran is on the clock. Don't go anywhere after this, guys, too. We're going to go watch the press conference together real quick. And then just get ready for tomorrow. Day 2 picks. A lot of guys on the board. There's only 3 selections to be made. And DeJean, Johnny Newton, A.D. Mitchell, Kool-Aid, and Jackson Powers Johnson are all still on the board. That's unbelievable to me. Unbelievable. Wide receiver, cornerback, center next. This is by SJL, by the way. Do you think we can wait for center until next year, though? It's possible, but I love some of the later round centers in this draft. 4th round, 3rd round guys could be starters in a couple of seasons for sure, even this year. Van Pran is one of my favorite. Cedric Van Pran out of Georgia. He's one of my favorite 3rd or 4th round targets because he is such a fit for this for this offense, and he would be so good with Justin Herbert, dude. A lot of guys like Hunter Norzad a lot. Of course, you got immediate guys like Zach Frazier, who would be amazing too. There's a lot you can do out there. I like the center class a lot. And they're not going to get drafted as high. Is Johnny Newton at 37 a reach? No. Johnny Newton at 8 maybe would have been a reach. Like, he's amazing. I cannot believe he is still on the board. Cannot believe that. Here comes the Baltimore Ravens selection. Lots of talent still on the board. Bo Limmer. Yeah, Bo Limmer could be available later. I love Cedric Van Pran so much as a fit, though. He's one of my favorite center prospects in the later rounds. The Ravens select Nate Wiggins. Nate Wiggins off the board. Nate Wiggins to the Baltimore Ravens. Nate Wiggins. That puts the Niners on the clock, and then it'll be closed out by the Bills at 32. We'll go watch the presser. And then start getting excited about round 2 of what could be. Chargers wide receiver in round 2 could be. I'm BPA all the way, but we'll have to wait and see what's available. If A.D. Mitchell is still there, which I think if A.D. Mitchell is there at 32, there's no way Buffalo doesn't take him, right? Looking at the Niners right now, I mean, the Niners should take Cooper DeJean. The Niners should take that pick to the bank. I would assume DeJean and Mitchell are the next 2 picks. You can convince me of Kool-Aid if you want. I'm so shocked to see DeJean still on the board. McConkey in the 2nd round would make me so happy. You guys, maybe everyone would still be so sour about Malik Neighbors, but I promise you guys, McConkey, just so many of the wide receivers, actually. I'll tell you guys my preference from top to bottom on who I want in the 2nd round at wide receiver, if they're still there. As of right now, A.D. Mitchell is my number 1 guy. After that, in terms of availability, it's probably Ladd McConkey. then Xavier Leggett, then I want to put Troy Franklin in there, but I think I got to wait a couple. I think Roman Wilson, Keon Coleman, then Troy Franklin. I think that's pretty fair. Pearsall, Polk, Worthy's already gone. Yeah, that kind of feels pretty good to me. And I think the Chargers got a good shot at a lot of these guys. And then even third-round talent, there'll be dudes that are pretty big playmakers still available to the Chargers, like Malachi Corley, Jermaine Burton, Devontae Walker, Javon Baker would be awesome in this offense. Jalen McMillan, Malik Washington, Jacob Cowing, Anea Smith, Brendan Rice. Like, maybe Brendan Rice is going to end up being the pick in the 4th round, y'all. That could certainly be the case. Brendan Rice would be awesome in this offense. So good. So good in this offense. I'd be up for Brendan Rice in the 4th. Great route runner, good blocker. What was his drop rate? 4.3? Yeah, dude, I'd be all over Brendan Rice in the 4th. Frankie Sanchez with the 5. My guy, who's your favorite Survivor player this season? How do you know? How do you know I watch Survivor? Do I talk about it that often? Who do I love this season? I love the, my God, what's his name? The Southern boy, the guy with the beard, the one that was a doctor, made substitute teacher, then permanent teacher. That's probably my favorite guy right now. I like him a lot. That's crazy. You guys know I watch Survivor. My wife's probably giggling upstairs watching the live stream right now, too. That's funny. That's funny, dude. Leo Ramos to the $10 holla. A lot of talent got pushed down due to quarterback going early and often. Day 2 looking really interesting. Day 2 and 3 may end up being what you guys were hoping day 1 would have been. I understand you guys are very sour on No Malik Neighbors, but trust me, the talent in 2 and 3 this season is ridiculous. I'm excited to see what the Chargers do here. I really, really am. There's some serious guys that have fallen to the Chargers. And again, we may even see
going early and often. Day 2 looks really interesting.
We may even see a trade down for the Chargers in round 2. Because let's imagine that a lot of my guys are already gone, right? So let's say there is no A.D. Mitchell or McKinstry or Jackson Powers Johnson, and we're looking more at a pick like I don't know, Jatavian Sanders, Roman Wilson, Zane Still, and the Chargers feel like, okay, maybe we can get a similar good talent in the middle of the second instead of the top of the second. There's going to be somebody that wants to trade up. Guaranteed. Every single year, teams aggressively trade up in the second round. Every single year. So if we trade down in the second, then all of a sudden I'm thinking about guys like Chris Jenkins, TJ Tampa, maybe even one of the big receivers like we were mentioning there. Edgerrin Cooper could be in play for us there. Andrew Phillips. There's a lot that could happen in the middle of the second round. So I would say tomorrow trade down, and I'm kind of thinking about it. But a lot depends on the value that we find there. The value is super, super important. Okay? The pick is in for the Niners, and then we got the Bills on the clock who are going to round out the night for the Boats, for the NFL. We have to get Matt Gonsalves. I actually wouldn't be opposed to Matt Gonsalves even now. I love that player, dude. Matt Gonsalves, one of my favorite late-round offensive linemen, which at this point, he wouldn't play much this season. It would be Trey Pipkins, or you could even cut Trey if you had to, save $7 million, and then use Matt Gonsalves as your swing for this season. But he's your swing tackle of the future, like a premium swing going forward. But I don't know, man. I think in terms of the Chargers and what we're investing, it's probably good to go other skill positions at this point. And that's probably the one big thing for all you guys that were like Malik Neighbors forever, lock it in. You can probably rest easy knowing that the skill positions are coming, and they're coming quick in round 2 and 3 tomorrow. I'm actually so excited to cover round 2 and 3 tomorrow because I think we're going to get someone you guys have been pushing for, because that's kind of where we're at now in terms of need. It's kind of where we're at now. So the Niners, who are on the board right now, I think they would be insane for not going Cooper DeJean or Johnny Newton, but who knows? There's some other receivers that could help him out, Nady Mitchell, Lad McConkey, Troy Franklin. They could go Do they need They don't need a center, right? They got a newer guy in there. Kool-Aid is still on the board. Got to wait and see. The pick is in. Here comes Kamish. Buffalo Bills are on the board. We're almost there. I can't wait to actually watch the presser, too. I want to see what they have to say. Maybe help us out in terms of feeling better about the whole thing. With the 31st pick, the Niners select What? What's happening to A.D. Mitchell? Ricky Pearsall just got selected in front of Ricky Pearsall in the first round? Wow. I mean, he's a great player. He's probably their new slot? I don't know. Like, this dude's awesome. He's exactly the kind of player that you want if you're running an offense like the Niners. Like, he'll be ready and available for Brock Purdy. If you need a guy that can separate, Pearsall's fantastic. That's a good pick by the Niners. I like it. I like it. Would an Ayuk trade be realistic? It could be more possible now, but I'd still rather get a receiver here. Think you'll skip one of mine? I'm Tom Petty. I'll make you fun of your hair director. Oh, no! Leave me alone. Let's see what we said. Or what we missed. By San Diego Chargers fan 44. Hang on. We're coming. Okay. He says, I don't think Herbie can, or I don't need Herbie concussed. Yeah, we said this one, right? Did we miss another one? We don't need Herbie concussed like your favorite player, Stan Humphries. Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And he said, I think I skipped one of mine. I'm Tom Petty. I'll make fun of your hair. No, I think it's going to happen now. Wow, here come all the super chats. Y'all are going crazy. Hang on. Thank you for all the support there, San Diego Chargers fan. I appreciate that. Ayuk trade be realistic? Probably not still. Again, you kind of want to get the value where you can get it. Oh, the Panthers just traded into the first round. No Bills at all. Wow. Frankie Sanchez with the 5 says, reminder, we left tonight with generational offensive tackle pros. We did. Like, literally couldn't put it better. Generational talent. We walked away. It wasn't Marvin Harrison Jr., it wasn't Malik Neighbors, but it's still generational talent. It just happens to be at OT. We have an elite offensive line for years to come. Bolt up, boys. See you day 2. Bolt up, Frankie. Trey with the 2 says, Chief also have Julio, or Hollywood. Yeah. Wait, what? Chiefs also have Hollywood? Like Hollywood Brown? Did they really get him? Am I forgetting that? They go straight speed? They did! Boo! I think I do remember that. That sucks. So much speed on that offense. That's going to be so hard to contain this year. Eric Church with the 2. Cutting Pipkins costs us $4 million. It doesn't save us. What's the last I saw on that? Let's see. Cutting Pipkins. Am I looking at the right one? Trey Pipkins. Pre or post, it doesn't matter. Says dead money is $2.5 million. I mean, I don't know if I'm looking at the wrong thing. Maybe I'm misinformed, but it looks like Trey Pipkins, if we were to cut him, would be dead cap of 2.5, savings of almost $7 million. But I don't know. Maybe that's not up to date. But it's an option now that you have Joe Alt. I would still think that the Chargers keep him as a premium swing. It's pretty important to have that position locked up. You saw something about both Ayuk and Debo wanting to trade out of San Francisco. That would be nuts. I would love to get Debo Samuel on this team, but again, I don't know. Better have a blue monster on deck tomorrow. We'll see if we can get some coffee prepared for it. I always have a coffee before my streams, especially if they're going to be this long. Oh my goodness, it's almost 10 or almost 9 p.m. But yeah, no, it's helping a lot now. We need to probably hit that a little bit sooner next time. Bills trading to Chiefs is willing to give your school boy your lunch money. I didn't like that. Although I think the Chiefs might have still been able to get Xavier Worthy or A.D. Mitchell here. What are the Panthers doing? Why'd they trade up? Who are they grabbing? The Panthers need everything under the sun. So what are they doing? What do the Panthers need? They need everything. They probably grabbing A.D. Mitchell here, right? They need receivers. They need everything. They need tight end. They need defensive line. They need corner. They need linebacker. They need edge. They need everything. We'll have to wait and see, I guess. They can go any which way. But Young, dude, like that guy needs all the help he can get under the sun. What does their line look like? As far as I remember, their line is garbage. Could they trade up or could they reach for a lineman? Who's still available? I guess if they might need a center. They could go Jackson Powers. They could go Frazier. I think they need to go offense. Well, we're not moving Pip. He high-paid swing nerd. Oh, sorry. He's a high-paid swing. Hey, man, we said hair stuff, not nerd stuff. We're walking outside the lines, man. I got a full set of Boba Fett armor to my right. I can't handle the nerd comments. And I got a full set of Stormtrooper armor to my left. I have tickets to see every Star Wars movie on May 4th, which happens to be my birthday. 24 hours of glorious Star Wars viewership just for me. Here come the Panthers pick. With the 32nd pick, the Panthers are going to select... No! They took Leggett. They took Xavier Leggett. He is gone. A.D. Mitchell's still out there. But that's going to conclude the first round for everybody, man. How we feeling? There is some talent on the board right now. I'm telling you that, though, dudes. Oh, my God. Again, I'll show you guys the board here real quick. Cooper DeJean, Johnny Newton, A.D. Mitchell, Kool-Aid, Jackson Powers, Troy Franklin, Peyton Wilson. We could go that way. Who knows? Lad McConkey, Frazier, Sane Ristil. I guess we can go edge, but maybe not. Keon Coleman, Roman Wilson, Jatavian Sanders, Braden Fisk, Rakestraw, Polk. Maybe we'll go nuts and grab Jonathan Brooks. Chris Jenkins feels pretty likely. TJ Tampa, Kamari Lassiter. Lot of different ways we can go in this draft, man. Round 2 is going to be a lot of fun. Lot of fun. I'm super excited. Pip has a dead cap of 2.5 and 25, not 24. Oh, you're probably totally right. Because I went to look at our cap situation for next season. I never changed it back. You're absolutely correct, sir. Trey Pipkins under contract for the next couple of seasons would be a savings of $4 million. However, I will point out that if we were to cut him, it would most likely be a post-June 1st designation, which would put him back around the $6 million value. But I don't know. I don't mind keeping him on the roster as a swing. It's going to be a big part of this offense. If we need insurance with a really good player there, then by all means. Can Pitt play inside? A good question. I don't know. Maybe. Lionel Turner with the 5 says, not a sexy draft pick, but with everything else we did, it makes sense. Tons of talent left. Who's got it better than us? Who's got it better than us? Nobody. Any Chargers fan says, shut up, nerd. Shut up. You shut up. No, you shut up. You. Cutting Pipkins is why you need to draft the mock draft GOAT Matt Gonsalves. You guys have seen all my work, I see. You're familiar with my game. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a Matt Gonsalves guy. I'm Gonsalves and Cedric Van Pran guy. I'm huge. As far as my favorite offensive linemen, those are two that really headline it for me. All right, you guys want to go see the presser real quick with me? You guys want to stick around and watch that? Let's go to YouTube real quick. Let's see the Chargers. Welcome in Joe Alt, the new sensation that's sweeping the nation at tackle. Let's see, was the presser on our YouTube? There we go. Thanks for streaming, man. Craziness, Joe Alt, he'll be here tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be way fun. Again, I think all of us slowly accepting and digesting the Alt over Malik Neighbors thing, but ultimately I feel like it was the right choice. You guys want to watch the presser? I also want to see what Joe Alt says in the press conference. You guys, guys got 20, 30 minutes to kick it for a second? I'm down. I'm freaking down. Let's do it. Let me go ahead and mute the broadcast up there. Open up this screen here. Hopefully we don't get demonetized for this, but I think we'll be okay because it's all kind of, we'll see. We'll see. Can I put my camera up? You guys can kind of see me in here. There we go. All right. Let's do it. Let's do it. We're going to start off with the Joe Alt press conference thing here. By the way, all super chats I'll grab right after this video, and then we'll grab the press conference with Joe Ortiz and Jim Harbaugh. Let me get the audio working. Hang on. Hang on! The right one? There we go.
Yeah, obviously extremely excited. Couldn't be happier to be part of the Chargers organization. Get ready to make this next step and go out and compete. I couldn't be more excited for this next opportunity.
We just talked to Joe Ortiz and Jim Harbaugh. They said it's going to be the best 5 linemen that play up front. Comfortable if you have to move to right tackle? Just what are your early thoughts on that?
Yeah, of course. Whatever coaches want, I'm happy to do and excited to go and get better at listening.
You guys having a hard time hearing this? Because I am. Wow. Okay, that was not the right input. Hang on. Is this the one?
That means and just
there we go.
Get back to work. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Then,
I'll rewind it.
Obviously, extremely
Emotions right now. Just kind of what you're feeling after being drafted by the Chargers.
Yeah, obviously extremely excited. Couldn't be, happier to be part of the Chargers organization. Getting ready to make this next step and go out and compete. I couldn't be more excited for this next opportunity.
We just talked to Joe Ortiz and Jim Harbaugh. They said it's going to be the best 5 linemen that play up front. Are you comfortable if you have to move to right tackle? Just what are your early thoughts on that?
Yeah, of course. Whatever coaches want, I'm happy to do and excited to go and get better at what position that means and just get ready to get back to work. That's what I'm looking forward to.
And then last one for me, your dad obviously was a tackle in the NFL. How has he kind of mentored you throughout your life? And is he okay wearing powder blue considering he played for the Chiefs?
Yeah, I think I'll start with the last part. I think my dad's definitely right wearing powder blue. My dad he's everything to me. He's allowed me to become a man, taught me how to play football, and taught me how to do it on and off the field. My dad's everything. I couldn't be more grateful for him and what he's allowed me to learn and taught me this game of football. So he really means everything to me.
Thank you.
Yep.
Let's go to Joe Reedy. Go ahead, Joe.
Joe, congratulations on being picked in the top 5. I think first Notre Dame player since Rick Meyer to go in the top 5. So pretty big accomplishment.
Thank you.
Just what were the meetings like with Joe Ortiz and Coach Harbaugh like during the combine, and then seeing a couple of the assistant coaches during your pro day?
Yeah, I think the big message was just watching the actual tape of offensive line play and what do we need to work on, what do we like, the thoughts and possibilities of playing right tackle and that going forward. So that was kind of the general conversations what we were having in the meeting.
Just also, you started playing right tackle when you were a freshman at Notre Dame?
I did. I played a little bit in like fall camp and stuff, and then my only snaps were at left though.
Okay. Just how much of an adjustment do you think it'll be going from the left side to the right side? If that's
yeah. I don't think it'll be a huge adjustment for me. I've practiced this during this combine prep, preparing to play right side. So I think it's something I'll be able to do if that's what the coaches would like.
Okay, and then just last thing for me, what was the adjustment like? Because you started under Coach Kelly, but then when Coach Freeman and his staff came in, just any big changes as far as offensive line play between the two staffs?
The biggest change was probably the offensive line coach. We got a new offensive line coach with a new staff, so that was the biggest change. But for me, I was lucky at Notre Dame. We had a lot of coaches who kind of came from the same offensive line coaching tree, so it was a lot of similar lingo and things that they want us to work on. So it wasn't a huge transition for me from coach to coach.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Daniel Popper.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, dude.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So you transitioned to offensive line once you got to Notre Dame, your quarterback and tight end in high school. Just how valuable was it to play different positions, in high school? Do you think that's affected your game as an offensive lineman?
Yeah, I think quarterback was huge when it came to understanding a full defense, understanding all three levels. You got your D line, your linebackers, and safeties. And safeties really tip a lot when you can kind of read the coverages and what they're, how they're rolling down. So that kind of gives you a better understanding of what the entire, defense is going to do. Tight end was huge for me when it came to the athleticism and just being able to stay light on my feet while I was growing. Being able to have a little bit of fun catching some passes, but also, the majority of it was, pretty much a glorified tackle on the outside. So it was, it was good to kind of slowly transition to tackle as my weight.
That's why he's so athletic.
Was your expectation always that you were eventually going to play offensive line or not? And how did that sort of come together after you got to Notre Dame?
Yeah. I was always kind of a bigger bone child. So I was kind of on the heavier side. I was a heavier freshman and sophomore, and then I grew. So I was really skinny. But I think I kind of knew from the beginning that when I did grow, that the weight would kind of get put back on. So I knew offensive line was in my future.
And then just how much room do you still have to grow as a player? Obviously, you have 3 years under your belt in college playing offensive line, but not a ton of experience relative to maybe some other offensive linemen coming out. How much room to grow as a player is there?
Yeah. I love hard work, and that's what I'm always going to do. And I think there's always room to improve. I take it one day at a time and try to get a little bit better at something each and every day. Specific things. I'd love to improve my strike each and every day. I think that's something that can really neutralize a defensive end and, really get them on their rush pattern. I think I can always try to work on playing lower. I got a tall frame, but it also comes with a lot of benefits being longer. And I think I have a lot of athletic ability to be able to play with that length. So always being able to play lower in the run game and just working on my strike continually in the pass. Those are kind of my two things.
That was a worry for me. He addressed it.
Thanks.
Yep.
Before we continue, fun fact, I sat behind Daniel Popper at the Gus Edwards presser. If you were wondering, the man smells of pine and masculinity. Let's continue.
Let's go to Chris Rim.
Hey, Joe.
How you doing?
Good. For you, did you anticipate? Sorry if you might have been asked this already, but did you anticipate that you could be going to the Chargers throughout the pre-draft process? Does it seem like a place you might end up at?
Yeah, I did. I felt like I had a really great interview during the combine and kind of had a good time with Coach Harbaugh and the staff, and was able to really talk about offensive line play in the future, and then also my pro day as well. So I definitely thought it was a possibility.
Yeah, the Jim said something like you brought the best out of them, and even from the way you bit your Chick-fil-A sandwich or something like that, like you stood out to them. Like, can you take me through what that pre-draft conversations were like, what those conversations were like, how they went?
Yeah, I think, the best part for me was a lot of offensive line talk. That's what we were talking about. And, that's what I know best. It's what I've, grown up watching and doing. So talked about a lot of offensive line play, talked to the film from like last year, things I need to work on and improve and things that I was doing well. And then just continue to discuss, maybe the possible position change going forward. So, that was kind of the things we were talking about.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I guess that Chick-fil-A part wasn't about you. My bad. I cutted that so wrong.
No, that's all right.
But how would you describe yourself as as a player, your strengths, what you do well, what you like to do?
Yeah, I think I have a unique size with my athletic ability. I think my ability to mirror guys in pass pro and use my length is, something one of my strengths. I think I have the ability to, stay on guys in the second and third level, but also being able to, fit in on double teams and take, man-to-man reach blocks and backside cutoffs on the run game are kind of my strengths. So, I play to my strengths. So I think my size, my length and pass pro, but also know when I have to get low and get physical inside.
And last one for me, have you heard from any Chargers yet?
Yeah. I mean, obviously the phone call, I spoke with them and I've just kind of been getting in touch for what the next few days hold.
All right. I'm feeling it. Let's get to that presser now with Jim Harbaugh and Joe Ortiz.
Obviously, you guys always selected Joe Alt. Very excited.
No one tell Popper I'm sniffing them. All right.
To make the pick. Feel like we got a guy that's going to come in and really improve our team. And he's big, he's physical, he's tough, smart, durable, outstanding player in college who's just scratching the surface. And really excited to add him, and look forward to getting him here tomorrow.
Where does he?
The coach.
Just echo what Joe says, and I also want to just give a shout out to Joe, all of our scouts, everybody in personnel, the Spanos family. I mean, the amount of work, dedication, you know, what it was like just sitting in that room, and just everybody giving their best for the Los Angeles Chargers. And Joe was a master class of leadership in bringing the best out of all of us who were, you know, many working tirelessly.
Good. So obviously, Joe was a left tackle
Yeah.
in college. Where does he fit for you guys? Do you think he can play right tackle? Is that the idea?
Well, he began actually as a right tackle in college, and then obviously played left the last 2 years, or 2.5 years. But he started out as a right tackle.
Yeah. We don't know yet. I mean, it's those things are to be determined. You know, count on us playing our best 5 offensive linemen, and you know what position each guy plays. You know, within the offense, within the offensive line is to be determined.
He's going to be a tackle, or
He's a tackle.
Yeah, he's a tackle.
He's a tackle.
Yeah.
The one question everybody would have is why offensive tackle at 5 when it looks like you've got a needed receiver, and there were a couple good ones there.
Yeah, there were, and I think I said it from the beginning when we started talking about the draft. We're going to take the best player available for the Chargers, and that's what we did today. And that's what we're going to do at 37 and every other pick we have. So obviously he helps our team, and he helps us get better, and that's what we want to do. We want to get better with every pick, and that's what we feel like we did.
I suspected he was their BPA.
Tell us a little bit about his play style, how in the NFL, how it will translate.
Yeah, you know, you watch him come off the ball in the run game. Obviously, you know, we're going to run the ball here, and he drives off the line of scrimmage. You watch him move players over 3 gaps on his down blocks. He's very athletic, excellent range, high-level competitor, and certainly an athlete as a pass protector. The ability for a guy his size to bend, and you see it on film, you see him recover, but then when you watch him at the combine, watch him at pro days, I mean, it's exceptional, and really excited to add that. You know, I mean, it's just an elite level athlete for the man his size. He can do a lot of things, and he's just scratching the surface. He's 21 years old, just turned 21 in February. So you're talking about a guy who's still growing and maturing, and just the upside with him is tremendous.
How easy a decision was this for you and the club to make?
I'm sorry, what was that?
How easy of a decision was this for you and the club to make?
Yeah, it was a unanimous decision, and it was, like I alluded to earlier, I mean, it was all the work that went in, you know, the player that was on the top of our board. Nobody rated higher than Joe Alt, the player when it came to our selection that we picked. And you know, I know the question is going to come up, and you're going to say, like, you know, what about a weapon? What about a offensive lineman? We look at as weapons. That group, when we talk about attacking, and we talk about attacking on offense, offensive line is the tip of the spear.
Jim, from both a skill set perspective, from a personality perspective, how does he kind of get you closer maybe to the team that you envision having here?
Oh, our team, and there's going to be more guys added. Competitors welcomed. Any country in the world, any state in our country, any team, competitors welcomed.
Did you, by the way, ever cross paths with his father?
Just play. I think we did play against each other. And I remember, you know, Dad, great player, and it was interesting when you watch them the two at the draft. I mean, I remember Joe Alt being like a 6'8" man, and when they stood up together, our Joe Alt is he's a legitimate 6'8". I mean, he is, and it's not just big. It's not just power. I mean, there's extreme athleticism in the bend that he has in the ankles, the knees, the hips, and a tremendous competitor. So yeah, good job.
How close did you come to maybe looking at a different option with the trade and some of those calls coming in? Did they continue to come in until you guys set the pick in?
So yeah, we had a few calls leading up to the draft. We did have one call when we were on the clock. We talked through it, and ultimately didn't feel like it was worth trading back and passing on Joe.
Huh.
There's a report about you guys getting.
We got a call for a trade down, didn't take it.
Justin Herbert, and that's something that happened, and that's something you never considered.
No. We had at the combine. I had some people ask me, would we consider it, and they were quickly shot down. No, that is never an option.
Just when you talk about him being a competitor, what are some of the things that you see that tell you, what's inside here?
Yeah, playing every game. Every game is junior year. Every game is sophomore year. I'm pretty sure he played every game. Started 8 of 11 his freshman year. And he's there every day. He's there every game. That tells me he's a competitor. And really good intel from Mike Elston, our defensive line coach, who was coaching at Notre Dame Joe's freshman year, and also Chris O'Leary, who was just at Notre Dame coaching there. So we had the kind of intel that is best to have, people that were right inside the building, who were there with him every single day, and not just the competitive part too, but I mean the athleticism. I mean, might I say the word freaky was thrown out, and for somebody that size, that's rare, and we don't plan on picking at 5 again. So I think the way Joe and our scouts and our personnel department and our owners viewed it. Okay, we're there now. Let's get a player that's of that caliber.
Just with Rashawn Slater, is he your left tackle, or is it possible that?
Like I said, it's to be determined. All that is to be determined.
Whoa.
What our best 5 is, but Rashawn Slater's the left tackle, and don't read it into we love Pipkins as a player. All the guys, when we start talking tackle, I mean, as I expressed in a lot of the meetings, I would play with 5 tackles, if we could. I mean, the big, long, athletic, strong guys. I mean, don't rule anything out. Who's going to play where? We're going to play the best 5 that we have on the team.
And then as you guys were scouting Joe Alt, both of you, if you want to answer this, what was your assessment of specifically his anchor in pass protection?
I think it's good. So when you're 6'8", sometimes you give a little bit of ground, and when you're 6'4", you give some ground. When you watch Joe, sometimes as an offensive lineman, you don't get caught in great position, right? When you watch him get caught in a bad position, his ability to recover and get back down and anchor and front up late, that's what he can do. Everyone's going to get knocked back some on occasion. He doesn't get knocked back very often. When it does happen, he's got that freakish athleticism to recover and get his knees bent and flex those ankles and get back down. So I think he does an outstanding job.
Yeah, he does things at that size that not very many players can do. That's one of the biggest things that stood out to me.
Offensive lineman into combine, just how much of a value is speed among offensive linemen?
There are some offensive linemen in the past that have run 4.7s, right, and they haven't been very good on film. I think when you see his game speed translate to the film, and when you watch him get up to the second level, when you watch him get out on screens or short side pulls and run downfield, and he controls his body. So speed's important. Quickness off the ball is very important, but body control and ability to adjust and get to your blocking space is what he offers.
Yeah. And as Joe said earlier, I mean, 21 years old, there's a ton of upside. I mean, this is not a finished product. Even you could tell from the pro day, Chad Alexander came back. I mean, raving about the pro day that Joe had. He was even working on his set and improving his set, and changed some of his set from the season to his pro day, and he was right. We watched the pro day workout. It was legit. So to be that good where he's at, I mean, this is a high high ceiling and a really high floor player. I mean, just exactly what you pray for, you wish for. I mean, this is a great piece, as I said. Starts up front, tip of the spear of our attack with our offensive lineman. He's going to be a tremendous piece.
Jim, I know you said don't read too much into it, but where do you see Trey Pipkins at now? Do you see him as a tackle? Do you see like you could move him around different places, or what's kind of your guys' vision for him?
Yeah, and Trey is. I think he's one of our 5 best right now, and that's not going to change. And that includes Joe Alt on our football team. Been extremely impressed with Trey, and his also has that kind of freaky athleticism, and also building the strength and power to match that athleticism. I mean, that's I would predict that there's a spot in the starting 5 for Trey Pipkins.
You guys talk about wanting a physical team, wanting to be able to run the ball and have Justin Herbert at that capacity. Adding a guy like Joe Alt, day 1 in the draft, where do you guys feel like you are in building that team that you guys envisioned when you came here?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take that one and then let Joe finish it. But it's not just a running game with the offensive line. I mean, they protect. That's why they get paid so much money. The offensive linemen and the tackles in this league. I mean, that because the quarterback in the passing game has got to be able to finish a throwing motion. I mean, that comes from Bill Walsh. I'm stealing that one. I didn't invent that one, but that's 6'8", long arms.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's ever been hurt that I know of. This is a great piece to add into the attack. And that when I say the attack, that's passing game and running game.
You mentioned he's best player available.
Mm-hmm.
Where was he on your board?
He was the best player available.
So what separated him from, obviously, different positions, but you have to obviously set up the board. What separated him over?
There was nobody higher. There was nobody
Right.
higher
Yeah.
than Joe.
The receivers that were available, what separated Joe Alt?
We just felt like he was the best player available on the board. So like we have the board and then we stack them 1 through 200, and we stack it based on who we believe is the best player. So what separates him? He's a tackle versus a receiver, certainly, but there's other great players on the board too. But we felt like he was the best of the great players.
You said this was unanimous. This was an easy decision. Can you kind of describe that? Sometimes GMs will talk about debate about picks.
So we try to have all the debates on all the players before the draft. I think I mentioned that in some previous conversations with you guys. We get up there, the board's set, and the board's set, the order's set, and all the conversations are had beforehand. So
I guess I meant when you were having the conversation about when you were setting the board.
Yeah.
Can you take me through that conversation, like how the conversation went about when you guys were ranking it, if that makes sense?
There'll be so many conversations to take you through there. I mean,
Jesus.
You can't believe the amount of hours that go into it. I mean, and Joe's in there way, more than everybody, and then we're all in there a lot. John Spanos is in every meeting, and the 2 days leading up to the draft, we had practice, 5.5-hour session, and then another 5.5-hour session straight. In those, he set a record. There was only 1 pee break
in 2 days
taken in those 2 days. So to go through every conversation, that'd be impossible.
You just quickly, it's like you just talk about the value of each position, the value of the players, and just who you see higher, and the whys and hows. But it's a normal process for us, and we talk about it and then we stack them,
Was he one of the 30 that you brought in for the pre-draft meeting, or did you get everything during pro day?
We had a chance to obviously visit with him at the combine, and then Mike Devlin and Chad were out there, and Pat Ryan, I believe, were at the pro day, and so we met with him there. We had a great feel from him talking to him in Indy. You don't have to talk to him long to feel good about him. I know that. And then obviously with 2 coaches on the staff, we felt like we knew him really well, so no reason to bring him in.
What was the conversation like tonight when you called him?
He was excited. He was. I asked him, if his dad could wear powder blue. He didn't think it would be a problem, so we felt like we could take him at that point.
Just as far as the receiver room, is that a position that you guys feel like you need to address at some point between now and the start of the season, considering what you have?
Yeah, we're going to be addressing all positions.
Yeah, we're gonna address more than just the receivers too. It's absolutely. I don't.
Hopper's a man of the people.
Look at anyone. Like I've said this before. You look at certainly there's more needs at different spots, but there's needs at every position, and that's why you live by. That's why we're living by the best player philosophy, because again, you're never one player away and you're never one position away. So you got to improve every single position on your team for every opportunity you get. So, we're going to still be working on a few of the positions. We're not done with offensive line either. And so we're just going to keep trying to make the team better.
Joe, with the offensive line, is there, both of you, I guess you guys talked about, 5 best and you guys will play anywhere. Is there anyone on the line who is locked in to their position, whether it be tackle, guard, center, or are you saying anyone can play anywhere at this point?
Well, I think to play center, you have to be able to snap, right? So that's definitely gives those guys that are used to snapping an advantage. But I'll let Coach answer the rest of it.
Yeah, Rashawn Slater, he's locked in as the left tackle. No, I think.
Okay.
No debate needed for that. Love him, and I'd also, just the way the questions are going here. Let's not bet against Quentin Johnson and Josh Palmer, and Dede and Simi, and there'll be more. So.
Jim, what was the meetings with Joe like at the combine? Were you able to do anything on the board with him, or just with the 15 minutes? It's tough to kind of get a sense of that.
Yeah, so the way we have it set up, the majority of our interview is film and board, because we want to get a feel for the players' intelligence, football intelligence, and acumen. So the goal is to get them up, get them talking on the board. But if you guys had a chance to watch Coach work in that room, now he pulls out the best of every player, and he pulls out their personalities and their competitiveness and gets them going. And so you get a great feel for everything, really, with the player. Is that his energy, his passion for the game, and then we get him on that board and start talking ball. And the way Mike and all of our coaches did it, that he gives props to the scouts. Watching these guys in film sessions, his coaches, they put on a clinic now. It was impressive with all our position coaches being up there, drawing out what the player knows, talking ball with them. So we had our 45 interviews at the combine, and we felt like we had a good feel for the players we spoke to.
You said that you felt like there would probably be excitement, anxiety, pressure, like all of it, doing your first draft together. Now that you've gotten the round 1 pick out of the way, like where is your mindset? Can you take a deep breath as you get into the next rounds, or?
To me, it's over when it's over, and we're not even close to being over. This is certainly a big pick, for us sitting up here, but the next 8 picks are huge. So I think the excitement will continue through. Anxiety, I don't know if there was ever really anxiety other than, make sure I don't screw up Don his number or anything like that, but other than that, like I said, the stack was set, the rankings were set, and let the guys go off the board and pick our pick.
Yeah, and I just add I had no anxiety whatsoever, and that process really came from all the hard work that everybody did, and just how they were all giving it their best for the Chargers. But mainly, we got a guy in Joe Ortiz. There's no question about it. Knows every guy, has watched tape on every single player, done and he's the one that was bringing out our best in these meetings. Never missed a name, never missed a beat. Even when he was taking a bite of the Chick-fil-A sandwich, it's like it just rolled. And so I had no anxiety whatsoever. And my brother texted me, after the pick, and he said that's who I would have taken if he was at that pick. So yeah, I mean, that's a great debate. It'd be great. I mean, that's part of everybody's the cool thing. I mean, there's great players. I mean, some of them rated like right there together, and you get to sit in judgment, as we go, who whether it was the right decision or not. But I just say from my perspective, watching Joe, work this draft in our personnel department, all our scouts and our coaches, as Joe said. I mean, I have total confidence and trust that we got it right, and then you got to go make it right, and I believe that we got a great partner in doing that in Joe Alt.
What was your response to your brother's text?
Let's see. Oh, I haven't texted him back yet. What would be an appropriate response there? Thanks.
Okay, so
thumbs up. I'll just go with the thumb up. I'll give him a pound. I'll give him a pound.
You've got an early pick in day two. You've got some multiple picks in later rounds. In Baltimore, you guys were pretty good at moving up late into the first round and getting a second pick. You feel like you got capital here to possibly do that?
I'd say all options are open, definitely.
And then Jim, it happened while you were coming in here, but just thoughts on JJ?
I watched. I stayed and watched it. Thrilled that I've been having conversation with JJ. That's where he wanted to go. That's where he had his heart set. I'm just so happy for him. Love him like a son, and I'm just. I was praying and pulling for it to work out the way he wanted it to work out, and the stars aligned. And congratulations to Minnesota. They got themselves a great player.
Okay, Bowl fam. How we feeling? How we feeling after watching the press conferences? Hearing their perspective, understanding that, and this is something I pushed a lot during the live reaction of it, is that it's very possible that Joe Alt was player one on their board. There wasn't any push and shove as to we have agendas and we got, the run to establish and yada, yada, that it was best player available in the end. It just so happened to be that Joe Alt was 101 for them, and that just reflects the kind of talent that Alt is bringing to the NFL. He's a special dude. And it made me feel a heck of a lot better. I don't know about you guys. I mean, understandably, all of us had expectations and things that we wanted to see happen. We want to get the big weapon for Justin Herbert. But remember, we still got guys out there, dude, that we can get in the second, third round that are going to be that for Justin. And now he's got that and time to throw, which is pretty exciting. This is a special thing that we're seeing unfold. Maybe all of us, including myself, don't understand it at surface level, just because we're fans that want the best player to bring the flash and the excitement. But I wasn't planning on doing this, but let's do one more. I often get nervous about doing this because I don't want to tick off the gods in terms of YouTube and algorithm and all that, but I want to show you guys why this dude is so special. Okay, before we do that, let me catch up real quickly, on the super chats that came through. I definitely don't want to leave you guys hanging. And then let's watch it, dude. I want to show you guys exactly why this dude is special and why he's going to blow out, defenses out of the water in terms of what he brings in terms of protection. Okay, super chats real quick that we missed. Cutting Pipkins is why you need to draft. Yeah, Gonzalez, we already said that. The Chiefs won a Super Bowl with Kadarius Toney and Rashee Rice. Let's get Herbert a run game and defense. Thank you, the Fit Freestyle Kid. Thank you for the $10 holla. I appreciate the love there. And yeah, you can do a lot with a good offensive line, certainly. BC coming back with the $10 holla. Harbaugh involves coaches, and every coach that met Alt must have chose him over Neighbors because a ton of coaches met Neighbors too, maybe more than Alt. Yeah, and it sounds like it was a very unanimous decision among the Chargers, coaching and scouts and stuff like that. And I firmly, as soon as the pick came in, I knew there was going to be pushback because it's not who we all collectively were pushing for. But I knew immediately that this was their best player available. Part of me wanted to think, they're just pushing the agenda because, it's a ground pound team now. But no, legitimately, that's how special of a talent Joe Alt is. He must have been 1-1 on their board. And then finally, SD Chargers fan at 5, he says, like him, he better love us and get us pancakes like after a good one-night stand. I'm confuzzled on the pick, but geez, yeah, I feel you. And again, I wasn't planning on showing this, but let's watch it together and get excited as to what he's bringing to the offense because this is real. This is a very, very real thing that he's bringing to the offense that won't only just be here for next season, but 10, 15 years plus. Hard not to get super excited about it. It really is. Because that's something that's going to be part of our DNA for a long time. Cole Kidd coming in with a 5 says, Alt will help establish the run game. Haven't talked in a while. At the same time, protecting Herbert. Would love wide receiver round 2. Wouldn't hate a cornerback. Yeah, a lot to discuss for the next couple of rounds. Tomorrow is going to be a very, very big day. Remember, I think it starts 1 hour earlier tomorrow. Lots of big talent left on the board. But let's be excited. I know it's hard for everybody to wrap their mind around. We didn't take Neighbors. We didn't take Adunze. We took the best offensive lineman. And quite honestly, it is something that is going to reflect in our game. It's going to be a while until we see the results of it. But quite honestly, this probably was the move. And I'm just going to go ahead and assume that Harbaugh and these guys, they understand that situation way better than I do. And I think we will be happy with the decision that we made in the end. So what time is it where I'm at? It's late. I thought I was going to say it's late. I'm tired. I'm getting ready to go to bed. But tomorrow we had a shot at guys like Ladd McConkey, A.D. Mitchell. Cooper DeJean could still be there. Kool-Aid McKinstry. Lots of talent has fallen to the Chargers, or at least into the second round. We might see a big talent for the Chargers at 37, including Jackson Powers-Johnson if we want to continue building that line. I'm excited, man. And I think we still get our weapon at some point in the first, we'll say 4 rounds. And I think it's going to be a good one that the Chargers can lean on. So you guys let me know in the comment section what you think. Give me your honest reaction. I know everybody's not super stoked on the pick. I'm not going to stop you from feeling that way, but I'm telling you guys right now as a fan, it didn't go the way I was expecting, but it was a way that I respect. I respect the decision quite a bit because I do believe this was player 1-1 on their board. And they are very happy to be adding him to an organization that needed him, but as well as help shape the future for Harbaugh and Ortiz. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining me. This has been The Director. Awesome night of content. Thank you to everybody so much for all the super chats and support. We'll be back tomorrow with another live actual draft coverage, including rounds 2 and 3, where I do expect the Chargers to start making moves in the direction that you guys are probably hoping for. Skill position is coming, and with a really deep wide receiver draft, I think we might have a good shot at seeing something there tomorrow as well. Guys, thank you so much for joining me. This has been The Director. 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. We'll see you then. And as always, bolt up and stay frosty. Big love, everybody. Big love. See you tomorrow.